Welcome to an exciting episode where we're going over something I love to do, which is with the Whatever podcast, an Andrew Wilson and Brian Atlas debate against some random feminist, and it's going to be a good time. Good to see you, K2. We got a packed house. K2 counting down. We have Sirkar. I don't know how to say his name. He's in the back chat, and I know him. I've seen a lot of his debates, but I don't know how to say his name. I'm gonna pull him up. If you're ready to be pulled up, Sirkar, if you can confirm. Good to see you, Big Soda. How's it going, Big Soda?
It's always good, buddy.
It is always good. It is always good. Who else do we have? We have K2 saying some chicanery, and we have Oxycat. Okay, the first one is none of them are anime music, actually. And if anyone's going to claim it's not going to be the Turtle, it's going to be Sega, because that is from a Sonic video game, I think so. That I put together with some footage of Sea Turtles. Hit the like button, I mean. And who else am I missing? Alan, good to see Alan. Good to see you, Agrilla Polis, of course, and good to see you, Oxcat. Already said that. Feel like I'm doubling up on people. Young Christian, there we go. I think I got all of you. Play trampoline, yes. I mean, don't threaten me with a good time, Oxycat. All right, I'm bringing you on. First of all, how do I say your name? I always say it wrong. Is it Sirkar? Sir Charizard? He's muted. I don't know if he's muted. Do you know you're muted?
Me? It's actually it's
talking to you.
Or sorry, Circa with no R. But
are you related to Zerka? Is this like a rebrand from Zerka? Do you know who that is? Okay. Fine, bad joke.
No. It's,
don't laugh at my joke.
From like 13 years ago.
Gotcha. So, I'm sorry. Yeah, you wanted to call me a weave, Oxy, but no, even though it's anime adjacent. It's not. God, I'm like all frazzled. But anyone wants to join, link is in the description. It's also pinned at the top. And we'll be going through this. There is another debate that is tonight, but I don't want to steal the thunder from a live debate with Andrew versus Not So Erudite. So that is probably the more exciting debate, but we're going with the one that happened last night. But before we do that, there is Epstein news that we have probably all seen, but I would be remiss if I did not show it because it is so brief. And of course, I'm talking about Les Wexner's lawyer being caught on a hot mic, which I just have to play that because that's a little crazy, and I want to hear people's thoughts on that. Okay, because I'm of two minds on it, and so I'm gonna play it real quick and then get your thoughts on it. Okay,
it's just regularly done. Answer another question.
So his lawyer leans over and says, "I will fucking kill you if you answer this question more than 5 words." His main problem is he didn't say in Minecraft. I think if he said in Minecraft, I think everyone would be fine with that. So that's kind of a issue on his part. But my two minds are one of these. It could just be that, this is just a client being talked to by his lawyer, and he's like, "Hey, don't self-incriminate. Stop answering these questions." And Les Wexner even kind of laughs. It's hard to tell if it's a nervous laugh. Or, of course, this could be like a Handler situation where it's like he's saying too much about the Epstein stuff, and this is like an actual threat that we have caught on a hot mic. I'm not sure. Thoughts in the comments. And also, first super chat of the night from K2. Show the new Blue Jay. I don't know if I... See, this is the kind of stuff that Sirkar is maybe talking about, perhaps. So... I cannot. Not yet. Okay. So what do you? Am I saying it right, Sirkar? Am I saying it right? I feel like I'm not saying it right anymore. Is that what he said? He's muted. Big Soda. Is that what he said? I don't like saying people's names wrong.
K2 in chat put okay, never mind. I think yeah, never mind. Yeah,
I don't think that's the correct phonetic pronunciation. Sirkar, why are you muted? Are you intentionally muted or are you having tech issues?
Tech issues. I just don't want it. It was like a 10-second delay, I think.
Oh, I gotcha. Okay, so I guess Big Soda, what are your thoughts then on this? Do you see, because I honestly can't tell, because I could imagine if you're friendly with your lawyer and you are saying something self-incriminating, that like I would take that as a funny thing if he leaned over and said, "I'll fucking kill you if you like keep talking." Like I would just be like, "Yeah, he has my best interest in mind." Or is this like evidence of like this is a handler. Because K2 pointed out, actually just before the show, I haven't had time to exactly check this, but K2 pointed out that the lawyer is actually himself in the Epstein files. I don't know exactly in what capacity, but he too is in the files. But everyone's in the files at this point.
I mean, it seems like good lawyer talk, because it seems like Les is kind of talking a lot, and I think he's kind of, I think his lawyer's trying to get him to step back in line, saying, hey, you're talking way too much. Like, quick answers. You don't need to explain, the thought process. Just answer it and be done. And I think this is just an example of a good lawyer.
Yeah, I feel like that's the normal answer. It's weird. Everyone's gotten, I guess, so blackpilled by all of this that when you look at all the comments on any of these videos, no matter who is doing the news, everyone is taking it in a way that this is like an active, like actual threat. And like, why is no one doing anything about this? And it's like, maybe that's the case, but I could just imagine this just being like, yeah, in the client's best interest to be like, look, bro, you got to shut the fuck up. You're like saying way too much. You're going to land yourself in a fucking jail like pretty soon. So like, it's hard to tell. Good to see you. Cool. And thank you. I will try. And yeah, no balls confluence. Okay. We'll save the Blue Jay picture for maybe a little bit later. Okay. We'll save it for a little bit later. That's like, everyone always asks me to do like 1 a.m. things at like 6 p.m. Okay. There are certain conversations and things that are better fitted for 1 to 2 a.m. in the morning, when everyone's had a couple drinks and, some people have stopped watching at that point.
You guys hear a delay, or is it good?
Are you talking to us or your chat?
To you. There's no delay,
no.
is there?
No. Yeah, you sound good.
Sound good?
Yeah, earlier it was like 10 seconds. So I was like, when I said my name or whatever, it was like 10 seconds later, and I was like, fuck, I'm going to have to fix this.
Okay, so briefly, before we go into the thing, what's your read on the hot mic situation? Are you on it's probably just a lawyer talking to
thing or whatever, right?
Yeah. Or do you think it's actually like he's being handled,
I think he was just being handled by his lawyer. He's like, stop fucking saying things you don't need to.
You don't think it's a legitimate death threat from someone high up in Epstein's, cabal? Okay.
He was sitting next to his lawyer too, right? So like, his lawyer can talk to him there. He's probably just like, please fucking stop.
Bro was waffling. He was saying stuff that he didn't need to be saying. I mean, he's like 86 or something. So I mean, he's probably not, exactly fully cogent. So. And yeah, but it's interesting. I feel like all of this is, I've said this before with all this stuff, but it's all a Rorschach test. Because again, if you see like, if you want to see something horrific in this, you will see this. And I've said this before with like the jerky stuff, with all the stuff in the Epstein files. It's kind of a thing where you can input your own like torture fantasy onto anything. And some of it might be real, but it just is an opportunity that anyone can kind of read. Jerky is human flesh. You can read. Yeah. And it's like, and maybe it is, a lot of the stuff is code, but it could be code for drugs. It could be code for women. It could be code for underage women. It could be code for eating people. I don't know, but it's just, yeah, it is kind of a fill in the blank, choose your own adventure. Choose your own adventure on Epstein's Island. That'd be a fire book. I think
the fucking world is a part of it. So
it does. It really does. K2 says Team Justice for Agrilla Pollock. Thank you, K2, for the $2. It really wants me to show the photo. Not gonna happen right now, K2. Not gonna happen right now, okay? Your chat is read and appreciated, okay? Your chat's read and appreciated. All right, but this Andrew Wilson thing, I mean, that's what we're here for, okay? This is how I convinced Searcar to come over, okay? We were in a long conversation over on Horseradish's channel. Shout out Horseradish. Great dude.
Fun to debate him. It's gonna be great.
You're debating. Oh wait, who are you debating?
Andrew Wilson.
Horseradish? Oh, I thought you meant horseradish. I was like, I thought you guys are on the. Yeah, what do you? Okay, yeah. Plug that for my small audience. But yeah, when is that happening, and what are you debating on?
Debating, is Trump a fascist, and it's going to happen.
You almost made me spit up my drink. You think Trump's a fascist? Now I'm going to start debating you.
I think I could argue pretty well.
Damn. Okay. Huh. Do you think Andrew Wilson's a fascist? Wait, just as I don't want to get you to give away your points, but just so I can get kind of like do Do you think Andrew Wilson's a fascist? Second question, do you think Charlie Kirk is a fascist? Like, what's your kind of bar of calling people fascists?
It's hard to label someone like him because Trump, not so much. He's publicly stated as much, and his actions are seen and documented, right? Andrew, I'm not. He's a Christian nationalist, and I think I'll have to figure that out when I ask him. But I'm not gonna try and presume or assume any of it, presuppose it. You know.
He's the big pop-up fascist, though, if you think about it.
That's true.
That's not what fascism is.
You think Trump's
not even Andrew's definition? Andrew thinks corporatism is essential. It's more important than the palingenetic nature of it. So, which is hilarious. But
the who? The say again. Palingenetic. What does that mean? What does that mean?
It just means rebirth. But in the context of fascism, which is where most people know what it's from, it means hypernationalistic palingenetic, or it means ultranationalism and palingenetic. It's a compound word, though. You can't separate them in fascism.
Okay. But you're not the type that would call
Roger Griffin. Roger Griffin's a pretty big scholar on it. And
is that the guy who did like the Vosh quotes all the time when he says like this is like the 13 signs of fascism?
Like there's like a big four that most people are aware of. I mean, obviously you need to go deeper than that, but there's Paxton, there's Staley, there's Griffin, and then there's obviously Mussolini himself, Gentili. Then you have like Umberto Eco, who's a little bit later. And the ultranationalism, palingenetic aspect of it is essential. It's probably one of the most important things.
You think Trump's fascism is unique to his presidency, or could you classify
all fascists are unique to the fascism movements that they become? So like the Spaniard fascism under Franco is very different from the Italian fascism. There are some core tenets though, which I can argue, but for instance, like the German fascism was very different from the Italian one. There was no corporatism in Germany, which most people would consider Germany and the Nazis fascist, right? So there's some elements that are different to it.
Okay.
Big Soda, how do you feel about this? I feel like you're being, reticent.
I'm gonna be honest. I mean, I think I guess I'd be punching out of my weight class. It seems like he's got a lot more red on this than I did.
Well, he's throwing around words like palingenetic and all this nonsense, so.
I don't want to try and, I guess, make an argument and then fucking just start swinging it thin air.
It's not okay. So I've written about this myself personally. Okay, and I don't really throw the word around lightly. So when I say that I think he's a fascist, I'm gonna use my own words for it. So a part of that is using academic words, but to really understand it, I think you have to give your own opinion on it. So on my Obsidian where I write, I do have my own tenets that I've kind of come up with that are more of a communicatable aspect to it, but to sum it all down, it's pretty much just a populist movement that's centered around a strong leader who presents clear and usually perverse use of patriotic rhetoric to instill an ultranationalistic and palingenetic rebirth for a nation, right, that's going to remake the state. And it usually has a hyper-consolidation of private and state enterprise through a corporatist steering. And then there's a radical exclusion and a radical inclusion that takes place, kind of like a shrinking circle. So those are some of the main tenets to it.
Okay, what about, this is just not me trying to fight you even on this, but just curious, how do you define ultranationalism?
Sure.
And how do you see that applying to Trump?
Ultranationalism is the vehicle for the hypernationalistic palingenetic rebirth. Ultranationalism is essentially tying one's identity not to the state. So like something that, like you're aware of the term blood and soil, right?
Yeah.
Or the phrase, right? So the phrase blood and soil, for instance, the reason that a lot of nationalists, or they call themselves nationalists, identify with that phrase is because in order for someone to love their nation in patriotic means, and to simultaneously want to overthrow the state of the country, right? Like remember Mussolini's fascism when he overtook the constitutional monarchy, right? To say that you are patriotic and love the state, you have to now tether your personal identity or some aspect of that to something other than the actual state. So what you do is you tie it to the ground or like the nation, like this mythical past, right? And generally in fascism, it's going to be like this mythical past is the phrase. It can take different variations, but it's essentially a way that you can prep yourself to overthrow the state that you live in because you've now tethered it to something deeper than the state. It's now the nation. And now you can remake the state. Because if you didn't do that, you would not be a patriot, right? So it's a very integral part of a rhetorical device that people use.
If I could just jump in, if I can jump in, because otherwise I'm going to lose, because you're saying a lot of stuff and a lot of it's interesting. But so the part about the shared mythos, is that a bad thing though? Like, I mean, I think we see that with like Rome, right? Like they're punting back at different points. Like, is that, to me, that's like a national identity? And yeah, maybe some of it's not even necessarily true, but like, I feel like all cultures do that. Is that just a component that you're saying is within ultra nationalism, or is it bad?
It majorly like normally produces bad outcomes. I think that's the best way to say it. So like authoritarianism, for instance, is not bad inherently, right? You can't just claim that authoritarianism is bad. But if I asked everyone in here right now, would you want an authoritarian government? I think all of us would say, I'm not really sure if I'd want that. It doesn't really have good outcomes. So like fascism is like a lie. Okay. And I'm not going to say too much because this is part of my closing. This is a really important topic to me because I feel like my country is in a lot of danger.
Are you American?
Believe it or not. Yeah, I am. Yeah. And fascism has like a lie to it. Okay. So it sells like a dual premise. One that's like a very light, burning, bright candle, right? But it's burning at both ends. So what I mean by that is it's very vulnerable when all of this happens, and the leader which you have to instill all of this great importance on, right? It's far too much, in my opinion, to just put it onto one man who is better for better or for yet usually going to take advantage of the vulnerability of the system in which you are overthrowing. So in every case that we kind of see fascism, at least when it's historically represented, they don't last long. And it's primarily because they burn bright and they promise a lot, and you give up a lot of freedom to try and get what you think is going to be good. This mythical past that we talk about, we will give up a lot to try and attain that again. And it's a lie. It's not going to happen. So I wouldn't say that the mythical past itself is bad, because it's obviously something important to a lot of people. It's just the outcome that you get from it is never going to be that. It's a lie. It's essentially someone preying on the nostalgia of what you want in the past. So a leader like Trump, for instance, I think I can argue Trump doesn't actually care about any of this. He doesn't care about any of the past that, Christian nationalists or people want to come back to. He's using them as a vehicle for it. Okay.
So would you even see MAGA itself, like just the slogan, as that similar thing, like we're wanting to return to some halcyon times where America was great?
I think the meaning behind it is actually less deep than a lot of people want to make it out to be. I think the slogan in and of itself is an example of him doing that, though, in clear view, just preying on people's nostalgia of wanting this mythical past. But Trump, I don't really think cares. I don't think Trump is politically someone who has a lot of values. I think he's valueless. He's very transactional to me, the most one-dimensional man on the planet to me. And he will hold up a gay pride flag if it's advantageous to him in 2016, right? Like he will do whatever he can if it's going to be beneficial to him. So I for someone like him who's told us who he is every day, I feel like it's very dangerous to let that guy get what he wants. And even today, like the Supreme Court ruling, right? I mean, he just came right out and said, I'm going to increase it by 10%, even though the Supreme Court ruled against him.
Wait, did he say that after the ruling?
He quoted a different.
Like, there's at every point, telling you who he is. So it's like, I don't know. I just don't think it's. People are in for a rough time when they find out.
But goated SCOTUS, right? At least you got to admit, SCOTUS is pretty right. All these Trump appointed people and all these conservatives. I mean, it was 6-3 ruling, right? So I mean, that's good.
I will say,
I don't know. Do you think he has a choice? Oh, we have now we're having a good time. And even better. We're having a good time before, but now we're having an even better time. Okay.
Yeah,
also, Testy, we should get you up here.
I just heard Circa being stupid again. The Supreme Court really was specifically about IEEPA tariffs, which are only one of the several mechanisms used for tariffs. Trump's quote after was he was going to increase his 10% baseline tariff to 20%, which is a different law that he's being using.
Okay, because he was trying to use the Emergency Act, which me and Big Soda were going through today, which that seems crazy that he even was using that because It's
No,
weird.
He hasn't actually been able to prove that it's really something he can use in emergency powers. It's obviously something he shouldn't be doing anyway. But he also said, by the way, Tyler, in this 40-minute speech, right? He said he's still not going to take those tariffs off. You know that, right?
I'm sure he says a lot of things, but at the end of the day, his administration has yet to actually ignore the courts, unlike a bunch of district judges who have received writs of mandamus for going against the Trump administration in unprecedented power grabs to suppress the executive powers that are granted.
I like to listen to what people say and do, and so far he says he's not going to. So,
from what I heard, you listen to some of what they say and then assume you know what's going on inside their head. Trump tells me who he is every day. But he doesn't actually say this is who I am, and then listen.
No, that's a rhetorical thing I say, Tyler. I say when people say who you are or say who they are, you need to listen to them. It's a rhetorical thing I say. It's not.
I understand that they're not telling you who they are. They're just making some statements, and you're assuming that's the totality of their character because you made a straw man. That's you trying to back your straw man.
It's not a straw man.
You called Trump one of the most dangerous people on the planet and said he should never get his way because he tells you who he is every day. And now you're saying, I was just using a parable. It's not to be taken literally, but I also implement it in my life literally and make my decisions based off it literally. But don't take it literally.
Sure. It's a rhetorical device that you can use to inform yourself.
It's called the Mott and Bailey tactic, where you make an argument and as soon as the argument's challenged, you regress back into your protective fort. Say, I was just making a parable, but also take it literally, and I also use it literally.
Okay, before if I can, I just want to jump in on this before we move on from this. Tyler, are you thinking, is there an argument that this was actually correctly used? Because this I think is the right act, HR 7738. And me and Big Soda were looking at this today. The authorities granted the president by section 203, I think it says. Oh yeah, I don't know why it's cut off here, which is the tariff thing. God damn it. I'm trying to read it. It's all fucked. Okay. May only be exercised to deal with an unusual and extraordinary threat with respect to which a national emergency has been declared for purposes of this title and may not be exercised for any other purpose. Any exercise of such authorities to deal with any new threat shall be based on a new declaration of national emergency, which must be respect to such threat. That could maybe apply to like Iran and stuff, maybe, but like, can that be applied to like all these other countries? Does that make sense?
The problem there is that we have a very fast and loose way to declare national emergencies. At one point, racism was declared a national emergency, and at one point, it was also declared a health crisis, and that's. But
it has to be an extraordinary threat from other countries, and like
you have to actually prove this to Congress as well.
Congress could retroactively go back and revoke it afterwards, but
no, you have to prove this beyond reasonable to Congress, and you have to update them every month.
I mean, SCOTUS seems to disagree with you, Tyler, doesn't it?
No, in 60 days, you can file a national emergency without going reported. After that, you have to update
Congress. Go to Title 50,
take that away, which is exactly what they did with the fentanyl emergency on the Canadian border. There may be reporting requirements, but when Congress allocates this power to the president to do this thing,
Tyler, do you actually believe there's a fentanyl emergency on the Canadian border?
No, that's what Congress did. Congress said, okay, Trump declared this emergency, which he has the power to do. It's within his powers. We looked at the situation. We let it go on for a month or two. We decided, okay, this isn't tenable.
They didn't get any information from him, Tyler.
They don't need to.
Yes, the president does need to give reporting requirements to Congress.
After 60 days, he has to report to them, yes.
Which he has not done.
But he doesn't have to ask them
longer than 60 days, Tyler.
Well, that's not what we're doing. The initial claim that I made, but you didn't hear it because you won't let me finish a sentence without talking again, was that he doesn't need to go to Congress to implement the tariffs because the laws passed give him that authority. Now, with IEPA in particular, there is a very good argument. With IEPA in particular, there is a very good argument to be made. Hold on, let me finish my sentence. IEPA in particular, there was a very good argument to be made, as Confluence was just asking, because the appeals court that kicked this up to the Supreme Court, the majority of the judges on that court said that potentially you could get tariffs from this. They are just saying that Trump's implementation and levels are so high that they could potentially violate separation of powers.
And the reason, what about that one?
He didn't ask that question. I was answering his question.
It's important. The reason's kind of important, right?
Maybe, but it has nothing to do with the question that he asked and the answer. Have you read
Title 50 and then IEPA in particular?
It's irrelevant to the question that he asked.
Okay, I guess it's relevant, yeah.
I was answering the question he asked, which has nothing to do with what you're talking about. So your little tangent red herring is not of interest to me. Confluence, do you feel as though I've answered your question in full?
I mean, it might
Yeah,
be
but now,
but
now I'm also curious about what Zerka's asking as well.
Yeah, that's fine.
But yeah, I do. Yeah, I did ask a specific question. I think he gave a specific answer. But yeah, they're on the reasoning front. I want to hear more about this.
It's chapter 35, by the way.
I mean, are you going to tell us, or are you just asking if I know it? Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Yeah, so in consultation and reports, right?
Anyways, guys. I couldn't help it. I'm sorry.
All right, so let's go to the beginning for you guys, okay? Unusual and extraordinary threat, declaration of national emergency. Any authority granted the president by section 1702 of this title may be exercised to deal with any unusual and extraordinary threat which has its source in whole or substantial part outside the United States. On and on. Kind of confirms what you say, right? The authorities granted to the president may only be exercised to deal with an unusual and extraordinary threat with respect to which a national emergency has been declared for purposes of this chapter and may not be exercised for any other purpose. Okay? Now, that's the first part that gives him the authority to do what you're saying, right? At the times, the president may, under such regulation, may prescribe by means of instructions, licenses, or otherwise, investigate, regulate, or prohibit transfers, the importing of or exporting of currency or securities, any transactions in foreign exchange. Okay.
Am I on the right thing here? I'm trying to find what we're reading. Am I on the right thing?
Yeah, I'll put it in chat for you.
We're talking about like the HR 7738.
No, this is the U.S. Code of presidential authorities for this. So this is essentially the.
I thought we were talking about IEPA.
Yeah. So in chapter 35, okay, we have international emergency economic powers. That's what that is. IEPA.
Yeah. I'm just trying to see what part we're reading from, just so I can have it on screen.
U.S. Code 1702.
17. Oh, okay.
Perfect.
The grant of authorities. This thing, is this right? If you can see my screen.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is essentially, like, Tyler's not wrong. The president does have IEPA, which is international economic. Jesus Christ! I literally just said you get the point. International
emergencies, whatever. Yeah.
But you can't just do it carte blanche. Like, he doesn't just have the ability to just do whatever he wants, right? So the beginning of this is going to say essentially what Tyler is saying, okay? But this doesn't give him the authority to do, like it says here, the importation from any country or the exportation to any country, whether commercial, regardless of format, medium, transmission, okay? And then it goes on further. The part that he's failing right now is the consultation and reports. So in every possible instance, he's supposed to consult with Congress before exercising any of the authorities granted by this chapter. So when Tyler says that he has to wait 60 days, or he can do whatever he wants in the 60 days, he's wrong. Okay? He has to consult with them regularly with Congress so long as the authorities are exercised. He hasn't done any of that. Whenever the president exercises any of the authorities granted by this chapter, he shall immediately transmit to Congress a report specifying the circumstances which necessitate such exercise of authority. He's never done that. And two, he's never done two. All he does is go on Fox News and then scream, there's like a Trendagua or like a fentanyl fucking thing. So
I was wrong.
Hey, Tyler, your response. But super chat, K2 says waiting on Jared to do his hit piece on Confluence. K2, I am too. I'm waiting for my hit piece. I will always accept a good hit piece on myself.
When we were talking about IEPA, is that your problem was with him being able to declare national emergencies, and then went off into how you declare a national emergency. I'm not done talking, and I was talking to Confluence, where this originated, to get the context of the conversation that you took off course.
Okay.
So when this was brought up, he was reading through IEPA and said the president can declare a national emergency. I was wrong. It's not 60 days. It's 90 days. The president has 90 days to notify Congress when he declares a national emergency. That was the point I was making. Yes.
It straight up says consultation of Congress.
I'm looking right here at the Cornell 50 USC code 1622 national
shall consult
emergencies.
With Congress before
I'm talking about national emergencies. You're talking about IEPA powers. I'm talking about national emergencies. That's why I went off of
under national emergencies.
No, IEPA powers. It's saying that he has to notify Congress immediately when he's going to use IEPA powers as the result of a national emergency.
Yeah, can you share that? Because IEPA doesn't give any 60 or 90 days. So what's the if you post it in the private chat.
Specific to national emergencies now, so different U.S. code.
Yes, it's
thanks.
National emergencies. Yeah. I said when you were reading that, I said your problem seems to be more with the fact that he has such easy access to national emergencies. I said he has 60 days to report to Congress. National emergencies are actually 90. I was off by a whole month.
Wait, where are you seeing? Sorry, I'm doing a Control F. Where is 90 days on this page?
It might not be on that one. I had 2 up. Hold on. Let me find the page again.
Oh, wait. It's just spelled this way. Is this it?
Yep, there it is. There it is.
Yeah.
There's on that one.
Okay, any national emergency declared by the president in accordance with the subchapter and not otherwise previously terminated shall terminate in the anniversary. Wait, this is when it ends, though, right? Isn't it?
Once declared, the emergency automatically terminates after 1 year unless the president. Yeah, the president has 90 days to come out and declare it and notify Congress he's going to continue to register it. And that's it.
Right, but this sounds like, I don't know, am I reading this wrong? This sounds like one of those, clause, what's the clause where something ends? Like, I can't remember what it's called.
He has 90 days to come up before the anniversary date to declare it. That's it. And other than that, all the Congress can do is a vote down a national emergency. They only need 50 votes to do that, which is what we saw with the fentanyl tariffs in Canada. Which
I thought you said he has to notify Congress. He has 90 days to notify them. This is saying that a Somerset clause or something. What am I thinking? There's a word I'm thinking of, but
that's it.
Tyler, I'm not really sure if this helps the debate against him being a fascist, by the way. You know that, right? It's the same.
Well, I mean, I don't need to debate
emergency powers to try and normalize different types of political behavior. Is literally what the Nazis did.
Okay, the Nazis also own dogs, so everyone that owns dogs is a Nazi too because of your silly argument. I don't have to debate that he's a fascist because that's a retard argument.
You know that's a fucking analogy, right?
No, that's the argument you're making.
It's called
the Hitler owned a dog. It's called the Hitler owned a dog argument.
I didn't know using emergency powers is like
used to
a
do
common
this.
thing. People
Joe Biden used to do that too. Joe Biden used to test his executive powers and push for things he wasn't allowed to do. Is he a fascist? Is every president a fascist? Because every single president's done that. Are the founding fathers fascists because they flat out declared that all 3 branches of government had the right and ability to vie for powers and try to get as much power as they can. That's why the check and balance system was there in the first place. Okay. So everyone's a fascist because they try to gather more power, or just Trump. It's silly. That's not an argument. Trump's not a fascist. He's not a Marxist. He's not a socialist.
I don't really know why you're saying everyone's a fascist.
Yeah, because I'm pointing out how stupid your example is in 2 different arguments.
You're not doing a good job.
Argument,
I don't think Biden ever used emergency powers in such a way that Trump has been doing. That's not even close to being.
That doesn't matter. If you said he was trying to expand his authority through executive action, now he didn't use specifically emergency powers. You're changing your argument.
It's just a mechanism of an architecture part of fascism.
You are incapable of honesty.
Okay, yeah, I guess I'm incapable of honesty. Now let me say something. Okay, it's a part of the architecture of fascism. It's not like I can point to the end state, like the end state trap, and say like, oh look, there's fascism.
It's part of the
point is to point out patterns. Okay.
Yeah. Like they have to breathe oxygen to be alive to be fascist, and I breathe oxygen. So that's part of the
use emergency powers to try and normalize the removal of constraints in a liberal democracy.
Yeah. So if somebody if somebody tries to expand their power in any way, that's proof that they're a fascist.
No, that's not what it said.
So every single leader of every single government's a fascist.
It said emergency powers.
Oh, emergency powers.
Correct.
So, like to declare something like racism an emergency? Would you say that's it?
Not something.
Okay. So you just disagree on why he used it.
I'm curious. What is that? Who declared racism in a national emergency?
I'm asking you a hypothetical.
Did anyone do that?
I'm asking you a hypothetical.
I mean, I said no. It's stupid. But did anyone do that?
I'm asking you a hypothetical.
I said no. It's stupid. I answered it.
Okay, well, that would be the same thing. Exactly. Would that be fascism?
But who has done that, Tyler?
A hypothetical implies that it potentially hasn't been done yet. So I'm not making an argument. That's like, again,
why are you bringing it up then? I'm confused.
Because I'm testing your analysis as to why Trump's actions are fascism by taking your scenario and shifting it to something slightly different to expose how stupid it is. I'm showing your double standard. I mean, since you don't have a good job with reality and honesty, you don't understand why contradicting yourself 1 minute after you speak makes you look dishonest, because you don't care.
Yeah, you're doing a great job, man.
Okay, brief aside. First of all, K2, the super chat. It's the Blue Jays. It's the Blue Jays. It's the Blue Jays. Very expected from K2. Tyler, check your Discord. There's someone in the back chat. They claim to know you, but I don't know them, so I'm asking you if you know them and if they are trusted. But there is someone who is trusted, and he is Testicular Johnson. Welcome.
I don't know if I know who that is.
Okay.
If they know me, they can shoot me a message on either Twitter or
Yeah. Otherwise, you got to cam up and go through some verification, Melinda, because
you kind of asked me to join, but I don't know how much I can really add to this.
I did ask you to join. You know, it's got to be a 2v2, okay?
Yeah,
Testy's Testy also has Trump derangement syndrome, so he can be on Zerka's side. I'm just kidding.
You get a lot of anti-Trump people that are on my side of this argument because they also hate trickle-down economics. So a lot of people that hate trickle-down economics are like, maybe I'll turn a blind eye.
I studied econometrics, so I don't really subscribe to that. I don't really care.
I don't like trickle-down economics.
Do you dislike trickle-down economics more than you dislike Trump?
It's not a real thing, you idiot, in economics. No one fucking actually goes to school to economics, even if they are neoliberal.
I didn't say it wasn't a literal thing. It's a colloquial term. It's a colloquial term for fucking free trade. That's all it is.
No, it's not.
Well, generally, this context, that the way I'm using it's a colloquial term, but it's.
I feel like we have to. I feel like Tyler's right. It is not an economic theory, but it is a colloquial term for what Reagan is.
Wait, I'm a layman. I don't know anything about economics. To me, trickle-down economics is you give all the rich people a bunch of money, and then for some reason they're going to hire people.
And it'll trickle down to the proletariat, Testy, okay? You gotta trust. Good to see you, Marilyn.
That way, companies and individuals can take out larger loans, and then because they can take out larger loans, they'll spend more money on things that will inject into the economy and circulate.
Less regulation, less taxes, more money to the top. The top can create more jobs.
There are some problems. Not all money gets spent the same, especially in investments. It's probably one of the reasons assets are so fucking expensive right now, because when you buy, like, let's say a home for 30 years, that money doesn't really circulate anymore. So depends. Money doesn't really work that way all the time.
Sorry, this is a slight aside. Have you guys ever read through or familiar with the Panama Papers?
It was a little bit. It's just silly, but no.
It wasn't.
Let me finish up this point first.
Sure.
Because if you're anti-trickle-down economics, even though it's not a school of economics, and Milton Friedman wasn't the head of it,
it's neoclassical.
An actual thing. So if you're a fan of Reaganite economic policy or dislike
Reaganite economic
policy, could you let me fucking finish a sentence? You're fucking incoherent serial killer rambling every time I'm talking, dude.
Like, every 2 seconds, so
you would not change your facial expression as you stabbed a child to death. That's you fucking. So, anyways,
if the child's name is your argument, then yes.
Testy. The question I'm trying to ask you before this dude incoherently mumbles over me. If you dislike Reaganite policies in terms of how economy is run more than you dislike Trump, chances are you are on my side of this argument, because tariffs have been a left-wing tactic for about 100-something years.
It's not left or right, dude.
I don't have anything.
It's pretty fucking heavy left.
Hey, Reaganomics hated tariffs, right? Right.
Well,
it's not Reagan. It's Milton Friedman. Right? Milton Friedman is the man who actually influenced.
Oh my God, he's taking my Milton Friedman joke and fact checking it. I was making fun of you, you retard.
Colloquially, that's how it was. Yeah,
colloquially, is it not fair, Zerka, to call it Reaganomics? I mean, that's a portmanteau for a reason. I mean, it's not technical, but
if he wants to have an actual conversation about the economics of Reagan's policy, then why are you giving me that crap? Why don't you talk to me about the guy who did it?
I mean,
he hasn't read him. I actually really like Friedman. He's a really good mathematician.
I'm also okay. So this is, as a layman, again, I don't know shit about Buck, but like, to me, what I understanding of broad strokes of Reaganomics was that he kind of started the globalist thing of like outsourcing things, right? for like, and then
so
there's
Milton Friedman's ideology here with positivism, and you can read his essays on positive economics from 1956, I think it is. It's a really good book.
Or you could not waste your time and fucking read a summary article about it. Anyways, the point about Reagan particularly that I was trying to make is he emphasizes as much free trade as possible on the foreign stage. He was anti-tariffs to a degree. He still used them as a punishment. Reagan did put 100% tariffs.
Question, dude.
Okay.
Well, I was just kind of
Maybe
speaking into ether.
No, it's very important to understand why we shifted from
point.
manufacturing and production being important domestically and why consumerism overtook that. And Milton Friedman believed that consumerism,
I never got an answer to my question, so I'm going back
is more
to it,
important than
like
domestic manufacturing, which is antithetical to classical economics.
What's going on?
Anyways, as early as the 1890s, we saw socialist parties in the United States using tariffs along with the nativist right wing. They had this clandestine red-blue alliance where they would prop up tariffs. The nativists wanted to obviously keep the native men more lucrative jobs, and the socialists wanted to protect their unions. So we saw this as a left-wing policy for decades. Almost all of these powers that Trump is accessing to use these tariffs were all passed by, sponsored by, and passed by Democrats.
I understand. I don't have an issue with tariffs. I think tariffs can be incredibly effective. Like it's a tool in the toolbox,
they're a real
but I have
tool.
Like blanket tariffs. When he's just saying, "I'm going to tariff the entire globe 10%, 20%."
I've heard it's the best word in the English language, Testy. That's what I've heard. Okay.
Yeah.
Or like that's the least bad one in my opinion.
And he's so fickle. It's like, oh, I didn't like this commercial. I'm going to charge you 50%.
Doing the tariffs and the way he's managing them is absolutely stupid.
Yeah,
I cannot think of a single person who would actually think this is a good way to use tariffs. Tyler,
you wouldn't even like that either, right? The tariffs. Yeah. Brief super chat. I can't pull it up for some reason, but I'm going to play the sound effect anyway because I have no idea what this means. Because again, I'm kind of like Testy. I don't know fucking about shit when it comes to economics at all. K2 says Sean O'Brien and the UAW are in favor of these tariffs and supporting Trump. I don't know who Sean O'Brien is. I don't know what the.
I was thinking of The Economist, but that's fine. Maybe Peter Navarro. Peter Navarro, the one who created that stupid fucking tariff equation that literally cancels itself out, is probably the only person I can think of.
Wait, that's the O'Brien guy.
Oh, leader of the team.
No, Peter Navarro is Trump's personal Harvard.
Who's Sean O'Brien and the UAW?
They're union leaders. Terrorists are classically left-wing policy in terms of economic policy in the United States. I just showed you that over and over and over again. You had nothing to say about any of the points I'm making. You're just saying, nuh-uh. But yeah, they're union leaders that technically side with Democrats.
We got another.
Tariffs are used by
K2 is a team of the guy chatting, so that's why he's very passionate. More unionized under Trump than Biden.
Like either you're not listening to what I'm saying or you just really don't like being wrong, so you're moving the goalposts. I'm not saying the right wing never used tariffs. I just got done talking about how Reagan, the most anti-tariff president in 100 years, also used tariffs.
What is your point then?
Like that they're classically generally left-wing policy.
Yeah, but what we're saying is that we're not against tariffs. Like, I'm against blanket tariffs. I don't even know
we can make that one.
Tariffs outright.
I explained it. I gave multiple points. You're just not listening, or you're ignoring them because you don't like taking L's. So yeah,
I think we agree on that. Targeted tariffs are good. Do we not all agree? Am I not following?
Targeted tariffs can be good.
There's certainly protectionist reasons and.
The baseline tariffs.
Normal economists would use tariffs, Tyler. What are the reasons?
The baseline tariffs. Well, I don't want to answer your pop quiz. I want to have the conversation that we're having. The point I've been trying to make is the 10% baseline tariffs are actually probably the most reasonable. I work against. I know you're having a meltdown because you took a couple L's and now you're trying to pop quiz me off topic and getting upset. But anyways,
off topic. Why do people use tariffs?
So I know because we're having a conversation about how Trump's using them. You're like, pop quiz. How do economists see this?
Yes, I don't really care.
Go off onto another
exactly how Trump uses them. I didn't ask you about that. I asked you why. How do people use tariffs? Like, why do economists use tariffs?
I just answered that question for you. I'm not doing the fucking pop quiz. I'm trying to have the conversation that we're having.
I'll do it. Isn't one of the reasons protectionism?
Your ego is hurting right now. But
protecting domestic
10% baseline tariffs are probably the most reasonable. Generally, how you see tariffs be used in the United States, again, even just generally, is you start out at a very low level and slowly work your way up. The fact that Trump is slapping It is. It's very low.
Globally?
Oh,
and
now we're having fun. It's Marilyn. How's it going, Marilyn?
What we saw in the economy was the 10% tariffs were absorbed and almost caused zero trade deficits.
At first.
Tyler,
hey, Marilyn.
Real quick. Who pays the tariffs?
Marilyn.
50% tariffs.
Who pays the tariffs, Tyler?
Your mom.
Tyler, this is not a debate.
Who pays the tariffs?
Can't you have a conversation?
Your mom. I answered
Learn
that.
stuff from both of you.
I think I trust that Tyler knows who pays the tariffs. I think I trust Tyler knows. I think he doesn't want the pop quiz, but I think Tyler. I've talked to Tyler enough to know he knows that the tariffs are paid by the importer.
One red herring because his ego is hurting.
That's not a red herring.
No, you're
I don't want to hear him say the
new
consumer.
guy, and he might not come back because he.
I said your mom.
What do you mean?
You know
You'll probably both have something to offer.
I'll find a way to make it up to Confluence if that's the case.
I would.
I don't think Zerka feels like he's being mistreated. I don't want to speak on behalf of him. If he does, then let me know.
We talk like this on horseradish.
It's not the first time I've talked to someone arrogant and ignorant, so it's not.
Yeah, I know. You see, the hustle conversation, but I bust his balls on fucking horseradishes.
He's not usually this bad.
Back for a whooping.
No, Tyler. I have fun with Tyler. I think Tyler likes me. I'm not sure.
Yeah, we were on the same team for a couple of debates too, so. I'm just being, it's fun. I like busting balls.
Okay, fair enough.
We debated whether Trump supports Ukraine more or Biden supports Ukraine more. It was a great time.
Yeah. So.
Okay, Sean is my Teamsters president. Yeah, I thought you were a Teamster.
Can I ask a question? I don't know if you guys would know. Has any? And I understand America's in a unique position and they buy more than anybody else and blah blah blah. But has any country ever even approached this level of tariffing? Because probably most countries are in a position where
I don't know, I never looked.
Well, just when you said that the 10% is the most reasonable thing, and I'm like, it's kind of unprecedented, is it not? Unless there is maybe a historical example.
Tariffs are extremely sticky too, man. So, for instance, the beef industry in the United States. I'll give you an example of this already taking effect and damaging the economy of the United States. Probably one of the bigger reasons we have to give them money right now. A lot of the soybean farmers and et cetera.
Oh,
et cetera, okay.
Yeah, I know.
So, beef, we export a lot of beef in the United States, okay? So we export a lot of it to, if I'm not mistaken, India. And probably because they think cows are sacred. They don't want to kill the ones they have. But the point is we export a lot to India. Now, that's a supply chain there, right? That's kind of has distribution and it's kind of set in stone. When you put tariffs on something and they retaliate and it kind of stops that beef export from happening, what happened was India instantly went to Australia and started filling in the now gone supply from our dealers, right? Now, when you take the tariff off, there's literally no guarantee that they're just going to upend the new supply chain they have with Australia and just go back to buying our beef.
Well, this is me and Testy are located in Canada, and this is what's happening. Trump is pushing us into China's arms, and once those tariffs get taken off, if those supply chains have already been there, it's are we going to go back to getting stuff from the U.S., or are we just kind of,
decisions. The decisions he's making are stupid, and it's going to have consequences in the future. Unfortunately for economics, these actions have a lagged effect. So for instance, something else I can use as an example is inflation, right? Inflation actions take on average 12 to 36 months to have an effect. That's why, for instance, the final year of Trump's spending is the reason we had inflation. A lot of people think it's Biden, but it's ignorant, don't really understand economics.
I thought I'm pretty sure it's called Bidenflation. Okay, I'm pretty sure that's what it's called.
It's nothing to do with all that.
If you've actually studied economics, know anything about the inflationary effect, how long it takes, you'd realize that inflation actions and effects take 2 years.
Biden's age was
that's
Trump's
kind of
fault
when.
too.
No, he just spends money like a fucking moron, Tyler. That's it. He's like a drunk guy walking out of a bar, seeing a tattoo shop, and then getting that tattoo.
Trump is just an impulsive.
He just doesn't know how to spend money.
What did he stumble
you're
into the
a
presidential device?
You're a lefty?
I'm not a lefty, no.
He's a neoliberal.
In reality, from somebody
No,
who
I'm
doesn't
not a
have
neoliberal
TBS,
either.
Wait, you're not. Zerka, how are you not a lefty? What are you?
I'm an independent I'm not a centrist though.
Okay, you're a left. Okay, you're a left. You're a left.
First of all,
you can label
I'd like to
you can label me
apologize
if you like,
for
but
that
I
last
can't even
night.
label myself that way, and I've thought a lot about it. So take that what you
You're,
will.
you're left of center, maybe. Is that fair?
No, because on some of these economic issues I'm talking about, you probably call me a fiscal conservative. It depends. I don't really think a lot of these ideas are just inherently left or right. I'm gonna be honest with you. So, like, here, let me give you an example. If I asked you right now, do you want the price of housing, or maybe like, do you want single families to live in single family homes? All of us here would probably agree with that, right?
Yeah.
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 We want families to live in like residential homes, right? Is that a left or a right problem, or a left or a right idea? I don't think so.
The left or right idea is how you get there.
The mechanisms. Yeah, I was about to get to that, Tyler. Thank you for filling it in. That's awesome. So now here's the thing, though. The mechanisms get confused a little. Okay, they get conflated.
Sorry for having the education of a third grader.
Because that's what you need. Because you have a level of a second grader in economics. It seems like. So I can help you, but just stop talking. That'd be great.
Yeah.
So if we want to use some mechanisms and how we can stop this, I personally think that we need to do things like increase property taxes at like a exponential rate for institutional investors. And this institutional investors can get a little muddy depending on how you define them. But right now, in most destination cities, quarter over quarter, who are buying? Okay, so that means who is buying homes right now, quarter over quarter in destination cities. It's like 22 to 40% is institutional investors buying single family homes. Now,
that sounds about right.
I've seen about 25, not 4. I've never seen 40%. This is in like Ohio.
I said about, and I gave you a range. On the high end, if you want to take the high end, there is definitely around some cities in 2021, right after COVID, with the PPP loan program.
I understand the leftist policy. Infringing the free market to go anti-corporation. That's about as left-wing as...
Okay, so you're aware that Trump actually just signed an executive order that's banning institutional investors from participating?
Yeah, but it's pretty much a toothless order. It's just for show. And then he came out like 2 days later and said, "Don't worry, we're not going to." It is. Go look. It doesn't actually have any mechanism.
It must be really easy to go through life just going, "Oh, well, he doesn't actually mean that." Whenever he does stuff.
Zerka, question.
That happens all the time, actually. They pass executive orders.
People agree, though. Sorry, just to get my point at the end there, just show how it's
politicians
not
do that all the time.
Most people agree that we should stop institutional investors like GM, a car company. If I ask anyone, do you think GM, a car company, should just be able to buy single-family homes? Literally every single person I talk to will go, "Fuck no," and I don't really think it's a left or right issue, in my opinion. Even the mechanisms.
I mean, I guess okay. If I want to ask you a dumb question, but like, to have this money, an influx of this money, does it result in more residential homes? Because I think that's like what California is doing. I think we'd all agree is cucked. Because like whatever you're doing that we need more homes in a lot of these places, right? And then so I don't really care where the money comes from. I don't really care who's making money off of it. I just want there to be affordable housing in these places.
This is a multifaceted issue with a multifaceted solution, right? So obviously zoning and supply are actually not as important as people think. They kind of just plagiarize what they've heard in like a normal talking point. But if you go to like the Economic Journal research and look at anything that's up to date for this, things like foreign investment, institutional investors are probably the largest contributor to the housing increases in California.
We saw that Canada.
California is not a destination, first off. Texas is. And if you look at a place like Houston, they're building houses at a highly substantial rate compared to most cities, and that's why their cost of living is significantly lower than West Coast cities. Hold on, you just talked
destination city.
You just one of the fastest growing cities in the country for the last decade is a destination city. You brought up California, which is not a destination people are moving to. They're moving away from California. So I'm the one that gave the destination example.
Why the fuck are you even bringing this up?
You just said I'm wrong with nothing backing it.
Bringing up the dumb talking point. There's just as many people coming into California as there are leaving.
You just talked for 10 minutes.
There are just as many people coming in as there are leaving. I don't know why you're bringing this up.
I thought the same was true for. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
So, anyways, in Houston, they're building exorbitant amount of houses. In Dallas, where I just moved to, they're building exorbitant amount of houses because of the lack of regulation. Yep. That increase of supply is keeping housing costs down, despite the fact that 2% of the country
you have no understanding of what you're talking about.
And let me finish my fucking sentence. Will you shut the fuck up?
Supply and demand do not fucking function the same way they do on like a glass, bro, or like a phone with houses. If I ask you right now,
shut the fuck up.
Has the supply of housing?
Okay, Zerka, let Tyler finish his thing, and then you can correct him.
Why is he need to talk?
I know, but just let him land the plane, and then you can tell him why he's wrong.
Wrong for 5 minutes straight without interrupting you. You fucking serial killer looking autist. Shut the fuck up for a second. So anyways, most of what we see with these investors buying homes aren't giant.
Tyler.
Aren't giant. They are not large companies. These are small investors, mom and pops, people that own less than 5 properties. The vast majority of people buying this are buying their second, third, or fourth home. We already have mechanisms in the law for people buying their first home to give them an extra leg up. You get lower loan rates, you get lower down payment rates, all sorts of cool shit as a first-time investor. So this right, will you shut the fuck up and let me get to my point? You talk.
Okay, but do land the plane. Do land the plane, Tyler. So we can have it back and forth.
For 5 minutes, he said a bunch of shit. Let me lay down my argument for one.
Please do.
I'm trying. Would you shut the fuck up for a second? So, anywho, what we see is actually institutional investing is mostly people buying this shit. What we see when they buy this is they are more equipped to renovate these homes for resale. They're taking things that are outdated that people don't often want to buy. They have lower prices, but are in shittier neighborhoods. They buy them. They prop the value up. They prop the quality up. They make these better than you would if you were an individual moving into that home buying it. This is why the right-wing argument is not make special taxes for corporations, but instead allow the free market to prosper and allow people to buy these homes. All we have to do is get rid of regulations and increase supply. That has worked, and it's working in some of the largest growing cities in both Georgia and Texas.
You think this is going to lower the cost of housing?
Holy fuck, are you incapable of shutting the fuck up? Yeah, no, I didn't say lower. I said keeps it relatively the same out of your fucking income. I said keeps it the same. Yeah, I know. You can't keep it together.
It keeps what the
same. I know. I'm sorry. I'm too stupid. I have to write down what you say over this.
When you're stabbing children.
Most boring conversation ever.
It's about economics.
It keeps what the same.
I gotta ask you, Tyler.
I'm trying to keep
really
it
fast.
entertaining for you.
Does supply and demand perfectly capture the housing market?
Does your mother perfectly capture my nut in her throat?
Let her know or yes?
That's my. You answer yes or no.
A phone, Tyler. A phone right here. You see this phone? You see this phone?
I'm not doing your red herring pop quizzes.
Supply and demand works pretty well on commodities like this. Okay.
No.
Supply and demand.
I know what supply and demand is. You're saying they're increasing the supply.
No, I'm asking you.
I'm getting a Zen. Big Soda's in charge. Treat each other with respect, okay?
It doesn't actually help with increased demand, is what you fucking said. You fucking mouth breather.
Well, okay.
No, it's not. I am asking you specifically. Does supply and demand charts, as in like normal, microeconomic application of it, does it track and capture housing costs?
Does your mother catch my nut in her throat? I'm not answering the question. Pop quizzes. Because if you want to respond to what I said, you can. I'm not going down some fucking economic pop quiz with you. I have been doing this for years. I know the tactic you're doing.
I really don't give a fuck, Tyler. If you want to answer the question and learn something about it, you problem, not my problem.
You're still asking the questions and then saying you don't give a fuck when I tell you to fuck off. Engage in what I said or shut the fuck up.
I am engaging with it.
No, you're not. You're taking
what I said. We need to increase
it behind, and now you're going to an economic question.
You said we need to increase the supply of housing by deregulating.
If the demand is there, it will keep the price stabilized.
Now, right now, do you know what the buyer spread difference is between sellers and buyers? Did you know it's the largest spread in history right now? Is that lowering the fucking cost of housing, even though supply is insane right now?
Supply is not going up. It's only going up in particular areas, which is why I gave you destination cities, not everywhere, like you're talking about now. Your point was destination cities, and now you're saying look at the supply of everywhere. Look at the cost of everywhere.
No, you're not.
You are shifting
saying my point. You're just being retarded. But
I'm pointing out how your argument is shifting from what you originally said to what I originally refuted to a different point, because when you take L's, you can't accept it.
It's easy when you just make it up. It's easy when you just make it up. Okay. Does supply and demand
you examples of you changing your argument midstream and you're like, whatever, dishonesty's fine.
Because if you know economics, okay, or at least this type of economics, you'd realize that supply and demand doesn't actually work that way on some things.
If you knew economics, you wouldn't have to change your fucking argument every time you give it. You wouldn't say stupid shit that I just refuted and then have to change your point from destination cities to aggregates of the entire country.
I never did. I never said that.
You did. You said, look at housing prices everywhere when I gave you specific fucking cities.
I never said that.
Yeah, I don't think he did. But
I never said that.
Literally, he said housing prices.
I brought up destination cities, particularly with where buying is happening, with institutional investors only.
And that's the examples I used when I made my point.
What?
Those are the examples I used. Destination cities were the examples I used when I made my point.
I only brought up destination cities in context with institutional investment
between buyers and sellers.
No, that's separate. It has nothing to do with what I said with destination cities.
I know it doesn't. You're trying to remove the context that you put in. That's what I'm not.
I'm trying to get you to answer the context.
Your
institutional investors.
No, I made my point about destination.
45% in some areas.
And then you went to a national statistic to try to refute it.
No, I went to an economic idea. I asked you an economic idea. I didn't say national.
You
said,
gave me a
does the cost of housing track from a supply and demand chart?
Yes or no? Did you give me a statistic of the entire United States between the buyer and seller market, the buyer-seller spread? Is that a national?
I did for that, yeah.
Yes. So you're using national statistics to try to refute local points that I made. Yes, you are. You are shifting your argument.
That's not my entire central point. Okay.
What I responded to over here. Now you're.
Does housing track with a supply and demand chart, like let's say a marker?
Oh, we're starting over.
So when supply goes up, marker's price goes down, right?
Take two. Yes. Okay. Whatever.
So does that happen when we look at housing? Does that happen when we look at housing? Actually, does it happen? If supply goes up with housing, do you just see the prices drop?
Generally?
No, do you? Here's the trick question. You're finally coming to understand it.
Are you talking about
the cost of housing? Does it go down when supply goes up?
It can. Absolutely.
It can, but what is the actual answer, Tyler?
The actual answer is sometimes.
The actual answer is no. The housing costs go up, even when supply is up.
Okay, why is that? Why is that?
Because it's not just a commodity. It has an intrinsic investment or financial asset value to it. When people buy a home, they do not want to lower the cost of their home. So you'd have to rely on new developments, okay? So that's what's usually going to drive down the price. So this has got a commodity element to it, and it also has a financial investment vehicle element to it. That's why the cost of housing has seemingly just gone up no matter what, even when supply is actually being corrected in some areas. So it does not just easily get answered by a supply and demand chart, which is what I was trying to get Tyler to understand. I think he finally does, thankfully. So increasing supply like this, okay, is not just going to fix it, especially if institutional investors are the only people who can still buy the fucking homes.
I understand exactly what you're doing. You're taking my point where I pointed out this is specifically happening in this area. You're taking a step back and you're saying, well, generally it doesn't always happen this way.
I can show you this in the specific area as well.
Instance that I'm not addressing.
I can show you this in your specific area as well.
Circa, do you not think this happens in most cases though? Like, I'm just thinking anecdotally. Again, I know nothing about economics, but like in the places I've lived, like with the place I live now, we have a shortage of housing. There's a lot of red tape, a lot of regulations. Housing costs end up going through the roof because of that. And I feel like, does that not happen in a lot of like...
It's a multifaceted answer. You're not wrong. You're correct. It does have an element that contributes to it. What I'm saying is not the only answer.
I just found with a quick Google search that how prices of housing go down when people leave neighborhoods for specific reasons. Like when there's a lot of crime in your neighborhood and a lot of people move out.
Well, that makes houses cheaper. Yeah, because property, nobody wants to live in a shitty.
Exactly. So there's instances where there's more available homes as a result of crime.
That's like a sociological thing.
I understand that, but he's not. That's
Anson is back. Anson, Keelan says that he forgives you and that you're cool, right, Keelan? I think I saw you say that in chat.
Like the point to debunk.
Yes, I am sorry.
Well, it generally happens this way, so it must always happen this way. So ignore this specific example you gave.
Wait, can I just? I know you guys are going back and forth. I want to interrupt the flow, but it sounds like both, or like. It sounds like you were trying to
make laugh, bro. That you can't do that with that zero.
I've always admitted this, Anson. I've always admitted this.
feels like
it could call off a that.
Feels like every time Sarkar brings up a point, you're trying to like paint with an extremely broad brush of saying like, well, in all of these instances or all of these, and like I feel like there is a lot of nuance to these things, right? As he said, it's like multi.
There is. This is a multifaceted problem. I only brought up something I think would fix it pretty quickly, which is right now. Okay, if you look at over the past 4 years, and I know institutional investors sounds like a word that includes only like BlackRock.
Okay, that's what I had in my head. Yeah.
But that's not what that means. Institutional investors, like you could be a landlord who looks like you only own 10 homes if you have, 5 LLCs and each one owns 10 homes. So they don't get counted in some people's institutional investors definition. For me, if you own like 140 homes through 10 different LLCs, I think you should be counted. So it depends on how you define this. Okay. It's got some measurable boundaries to it. Okay. But I personally think that there should be a scaling property tax. So like, let's say Tyler mentioned people who just buy a second investment home. I don't care about that. That's something that you should be able to do. It's not a problem in this country. The problem is when people get 150 homes, which is like one of my last landlord, for instance. Okay. Before I moved, his name was Hamid, and he owned 165, I want to say, properties where I lived, and this is Orange County, California, right? That to me is like an institutional investor. And in destination cities, which is where developers try to make homes anyway, because developers don't like to take risks to build homes out in the middle of fucking nowhere. They play this, this dance of like, where can we build next? So it's always going to be like the next area right outside of a destination city's popular area, right? Because there's a lot of risk in doing it. So what I'm saying is that a good way to probably alleviate this, that most people can agree with, that's not left or right, to bring it back to the original point that Tyler and I were talking about, and why I feel like it's not a left or right issue, is most people, if I ask them, do you think GM, a car company that starts a financial apparatus company, should be buying these homes, or do you think we should make it so families can buy these homes? Because in some places, again, 45 is the high end, but quarter over quarter, it's not that hard to find 22 to 30%. That's 30% artificial inflation happening. Okay, that's artificial demand coming from people who don't even fucking live in the community like you would. You want people who own the home. That way they care about their community. You end up with better outcomes. People vote, all these things, right? Does that sound like a left or right issue? I personally don't think so. Most people I talk to, when I tell them that, they think it's a good idea. So
it's left. Yeah, when you frame it that way, and then they hear the counter argument, they're like, yeah, actually, I like free market economics. If Non-Fon pops in the back chat, he wants to come up and argue politics or economics a little bit with Circa here on this.
Oh, yeah, he's
Non-Fon's cool. I like him. He does economics, right?
Except his takes on healthcare. I need to argue with him about that.
Yeah. No, Non-Fon's cool. I like him.
Yeah, because I'm making a lot of the points he was making
a long time ago.
Kind of interesting that you're saying I don't know anything about economics when I'm kind of parroting what he said. So I'm bringing him up to see how much fun we'll have. But that being said,
yeah, he's an undergraduate. I think he's doing. I can't remember what degree he's doing, but I did econometrics. So
there's a lot of nuance to these things. I am more than happy to embrace that argument. Absolutely, there is. Just because you build more housing doesn't mean there's going to be more people buying it. There also has to be a demand there for those particular areas. That housing has to be cheap enough for them to buy. There has to be a lack of regulations, good trade in that area for particular goods and maybe low skilled workers or different regulatory things that make it cheaper to build as well. There has to be lots of barriers that are not in your way. So absolutely, it is more nuanced. You can just write those off as other factors, never mention them. But Texas and Georgia are getting
never did that. I don't know why you're assuming that.
I'm not. Shut up. I'm not even talking to you. I'm talking to Testy. Yes, there's multiple different multifaceted. Multifaceted is the word being thrown around vaguely, but to be specific, those are the exact things, and these places also line up on those exact things as well. They are drawing people in at a very high rate, and the reason why you don't see their housing prices or costs spike, especially Florida as well. Another one, I think 2% of California moved to Florida in the last 4 years. It's a massive surge of people moved to Texas and California or Florida, and their housing costs are not spiking because they are building at a rate to sustain. They're not going down, but I never claimed they were going down. That was just something Circa made up because he wanted to have a point. They are sustaining the massive influx of people by building homes. So increasing supply with the increase in demand does stabilize the price. I can show you. I live here.
Yeah, I'd love to see you make the inference for me.
But
like
again, your only refute to that was, I'm going to ignore what you said. I'm going to go to generals and argue.
No, my refutation to the end part there.
It's actually way more complicated.
In between the ad hominems again.
In some of these specific areas.
Can you please show me how you're making this causal inference right now?
Bye. Huh?
Do you know what a causal inference is?
No, I don't. I'm sorry. I can't engage anymore on your pop quizzes. I don't understand these big words.
It's not a big word.
It's such a it's 3 syllables, bro. Causal.
It's basic statistics.
That's 5. Oh my. Oh my head. My head. No, I'm sorry. I can't engage on your red herring. Oh, I guess not. If I'm not. Oh, did you leave?
I think so. I think you made him leave, Tyler. Or maybe he dropped off. Maybe he dropped off. Oh, just as non-fawn is here.
Oh, non-fawn shows up just as he leaves. That's why he saw non-fawn join chat and he ran scared.
No, he's back. He's back. He just disconnected. He disconnected. Or non-fawn brought him back. Hard to tell which one exactly, but
I'm starting to get high. I don't know.
I was changing my tabs and I accidentally fucking hit the X button.
I almost took
okay. We thought there was a rage quit that had happened.
I'm getting kind of high.
I know this guy's insufferable, but he's not gonna. Doesn't affect him.
Okay, so non-fawn, welcome.
Yeah, I don't know anything. Average debating George told me.
Explain everything to do with housing to us.
So, Circa, give non-fawn your take on why you think on investment housing, real quick.
Just investment as it contributes to the cost of housing, or
no, just generally what you would do if you had.
I think non-fawn. You probably heard a lot of it. Then, did you miss any of it?
Nope, I don't know anything about what you said.
Okay, so I'm of the opinion that institutional investment in the United States is creating a massive artificial demand quarter over quarter, as in like who's buying homes right now. That probably would alleviate the cost of new developments. It may lower the cost of already made housing slightly, but it's pretty hard to do. If we started to regulate the way in which companies like GM, when they make a financial apparatus and just go buy family homes, right? I'm of the opinion that probably would lower the cost of new development housing, or at least alleviate some of that demand. Do you agree or have any comments?
No, I mean, I mostly disagree with that. I think there might be like some increase in the short term that some institutional investors have on the price of housing, insofar as they either one, make the area more desirable, or the house itself more desirable because it's because they make improvements to it, or because they make some improvement to the general area, and that'll drive up the value of homes because the location itself is more valuable. And I think they're but other than that, I wouldn't I would take kind of issue with that term being used there, especially, but more generally,
it's only one home, so it's not really gentrification, right? Yeah.
Well, I think gentrification typically applies to like essentially some new, particularly like
fancy private developments around,
development, like happening in a city, like displacing existing
so
renters.
In single home case, that's being renovated, but in this is that going to increase the cost of housing around the area?
But I don't think it would really be displacing in this context existing people. Usually in this, what we're talking about here is like single family homes, right? And most of those are owner
but we're talking about who
occupied.
Owns the home, right?
So insofar as they develop, what? Sorry,
they're going to be renters, though, right?
I'm talking about the other homes that it will affect. Are probably going to be owner occupied, so it's probably not going to be like fairly considered.
Yeah, I mean, probably. I mean, right now, 2% of all the homes in the United States are going to be owned by institutional investors, right? Depending on how you define this. Except, we don't really care about who owns the homes right now. We care about who's buying them, right? So, right now we can assume that a lot of homes are probably owner occupied.
I just want to separate out these claims. So you made I said I can see cases where a developer could like come into an area and raise the value of the land or whatever, of the properties of both the home itself and the areas around it. What I'm saying is usually in a context of like institutional investors, we're talking about single family homes. And yes, the people who live in the investor-owned single-family homes will be renting, but most of the other value of which their improvements of the neighborhood or whatever will affect will be other families who own, their home already, right? Or mortgage their home, and that's just the value of their asset going up. That's not going to be them seeing their rent increase and being displaced.
Though, right? They own homes already, though, right?
In what case?
So we're talking about if there's a demand that's artificially there, that's inflated because investors have the ability to increase the value, right? Like you're saying, they increase the value of homes in an area around them. I mean, would that still happen if just single families were doing that, or?
No. So you recognize when someone says gentrification, usually what they mean, or at least the bad outcome. Okay, but like the bad outcome they're talking about for that is like, when this new fancy investment comes in, it's renters who see their rent go up and they are displaced. In most cases here, that wouldn't happen because insofar as they make prices go up in the context of single family homes, most of those people are going to be owner occupied homes, and it's just going to increase the value of their assets rather than displace them.
But they already own the home. So we're talking about like, if we want more people to own homes, more people to actually be able to buy the home who don't already have homes, is that a good answer?
Wait, I just want to separate out. So I'm separating out the claim that you made that like this is some type of gentrification. I don't think this fits within the context of what people call gentrification, generally speaking. When it comes to whether or not the net effect of institutional investment is more or less people owning homes, I think there's at least a decent case to be made that the net effect would be less people owning homes.
Are you saying that?
It's not clear to me. It's definitely not clear to me.
If institutional investment was removed, the total amount share would still be there from the demand from people?
So what I'm trying to do, I'm going to separate out what the total effect is on the housing supply versus what the total effect is on owners versus renters. I think there's a decent case to be made that when institutional investors come in, the sort of percent change or the percentage of people owning versus renting will be affected in favor of more people renting. But I think overall, there's a good chance that they raise the whole entire housing supply. Thus, housing availability is higher, even if you shift the composition of renters and buyers.
Since I stole your
argument,
from the panel the other day, Nanfan, don't also forget it's cheaper for these investors to renovate because of scale.
Yeah, that I mean, I was going to bring that up too, but like institutional investors.
You don't think this has any impact then on the price of the housing at all?
What composition of housing?
Just single family residences, as in like, for instance, the University of Berkeley has a financial company that owns just homes. Okay, you're saying that this is going to lead to good outcomes, essentially. I'm not saying investors can't exist, by the way. Just the rate at which it's happening is kind of high, right?
I think, for one, something that increases the price of single-family homes in some area can still have a positive net effect. But
the value of the homes in the area?
So when I say net, I mean on everything overall. I mean like total human happiness is what I mean there.
Okay, so I think I disagree with that. I think people who actually do not rent, people who own homes, are more likely to actually be come to their community and actually vote and care about where they live. People who rent don't do that.
Wait, hold on. That's not.
So that's kind of something you can add into that too, right?
Just to go back through, I said I think these things. I think a policy that can have or could have an effect of raising the price of single family homes, but at least in some areas, but still have overall net positive effects. So I think institutional investors could conceivably raise the price of single family homes within a given neighborhood or within a given zip code or something. But nonetheless, they might have a positive net effect insofar as overall they are increasing either the reason the value of the land or the price of the stuff goes up is because they are now more desirable, because they're higher quality, because there are more cool people living there.
Wouldn't that exclude a certain amount of people though from purchasing them?
Every market price excludes a certain number of people from buying them.
The point is, do you think it's a good thing if more people are excluded?
No. My point is that when these institutional investors are like making something more desirable, naturally people bid up the price of the home because it is more desirable. Like the reason more people are competing to buy or willing to spend more to buy the home or rent it in this case is because it is more desirable. Or people more generally in the area where these homes are built, the reason people are now more willing to spend more on homes around them is because there's this new nice fancy neighborhood there that also has fancy shops around it.
It's an interesting opinion. I haven't heard it before. Do you have anything you could source to me for this? Anything from like the
what particular claim?
Like the American Economic Association or like that? Any journals or anything? Anything I can look at? I'm just
for what?
Curious. I'd like to read about it. Just the dynamics. It doesn't have to be like an actual paper that proves your claim. Just anything with dynamics related stuff.
Wait, what claim? I've made a few claims that I have papers to back up on.
That
so for example,
institutional investors are going to make the areas more desirable and thereby lead to a positive outcome. And I believe that's kind of what you said, right?
Oh, so I don't know. So I don't know how often that happens, to be clear. I'm just saying I could that. So that is a mechanism by which institutional investors could raise housing prices.
This mechanism
that I will grant you could happen sometimes. I'm not making a claim about how often that happens. I'm just saying
that's fine. That's fine. Do you have anything I can look to that I can read that would give me some insight into this? Like anything that would describe this mechanism?
I don't think that anyone has written specifically on
a lot of
on that. I can send you some blog posts talking more generally about the principle of sort of does new investment in housing actually like decrease prices because in some cases it's going to make the area more desirable.
May I ask a question?
Is that a guarantee, by the way, every time? I mean, do we know that?
I'm not saying. Okay, hold on. Okay, you made a claim that institutional investors, just to go through this, you made a claim institutional investors can like raise the price of homes or whatever, and they like price people out of homes. What I said is, I think that there are cases where that could happen. Here's a mechanism by which it could happen in these cases. I'm not making a claim about how common those are. I'm granting you an aspect of your claim, which is that they could raise prices. Okay. I'm simply saying a reason why they could raise prices, and I don't know how often it happens, is on net a good thing because the entire reason the price goes up is because they made the area itself or the home itself more desirable.
Okay. Interesting.
Mel, what's your question?
Yeah, non-fun. Is what you're talking about similar to private equity firms, institutional investors?
Well, private equity, they're one of the institutional investors buying these homes, right?
Okay, yeah, no, I just double check.
There's more than that, but yeah. I mean, I was going to ask you what your definition for institutional investor is here, because it changes between person to person. But yeah,
that's what's happened in Ireland at the moment. Is there's a serious housing crisis or lack of housing crisis. So of course the prices have gone up, and then a lot of foreign what they call vulture funds come in and buy the houses and put up the prices even more or make it even worse, right? So it's
I'm not really sure what non-fon's trying to say. I feel like this is still a bad outcome, but
yeah, Sirkar, to bolster what you said and non-fun, if you want to watch it, there's an Adam Conover video I posted a link to, and it's directed at private equity because I don't know about the whole institutional investors thing that non-fun's referring to, but this particularly talks about private equity plundering the economy.
Adam Conover film.
Are you familiar with like any of the evidence that like when private equity buys firms or even nonprofit, like when private equity buys hospitals, like those hospitals,
private equity is not bad. It's not like inherently bad. So when I say that institutional investors need to be regulated, I'm not like demonizing them. Okay, it's more like there are egregious levels at which the percentage of like the demand is a little too high. So again,
yeah, I don't think he's demonizing them either. I think when he says plundered, he means unregulated market.
Yeah, because right now it's pretty much unregulated. Like when I had my company, this is just an anecdote. It's just kind of an interesting thing to think about. Okay, and I don't really know if it contributes that much to the conversation Non-Fon and I are having, but I worked with a bunch of realtors as we did like narrative and cinema, commercial cinematography, and we worked with a bunch of realtors to like take videos of homes, right? And I swear to God, like in California, we have this area near me that was like kind of new. The homes were around, I want to say $12 million. And then the one at the end of the block in the cul-de-sac is like 22 million. Okay. So very expensive area. And we did like video footage for all the homes or whatever. Right. And one of the realtors told us that like some Chinese guy bought, I don't know, it was like 7 of the homes on the street in cash. And do you think that's going to produce good outcomes for like people who want to live in California? These are all new homes, by the way. I would call him an institutional investor. So is that not going to increase the cost of the housing based on the fact that there's someone who's can essentially come in with foreign money and then buy these homes?
That's what's happening in Ireland. That's exactly what's happening in Ireland.
I don't really understand what you like. Non-fund. Do you think that's a good thing for the area, or
no? It ain't a good thing. I'll tell you from experience.
On debt, on net.
So I think
that's a good thing.
I could imagine people who are fucked over by that. To be clear,
these are brand new homes, by the way.
Wait, sorry, they bought the brand new homes, or they built brand new homes? It
was a foreign investor. Somebody came in with cash and just bought them. They didn't make them.
Okay,
right.
Because I thought for a second, because I do think another aspect of institutional investors is their build to rent scheme, and I think that is probably especially good because that increases the total supply of homes, right? And I think that is kind of what we want to do. But like,
I don't think there's any way you could say that this would increase supply of homes. What I just mentioned, he bought like 7 homes on an already existing built new home area, right?
Sure.
I mean, that definitely wouldn't really help the home prices go down. I mean, to me, it seems artificial. It's almost like foreign investment. Personally, I think is something we need to really control in California because they just come here to park cash essentially because it's a really good asset to hold money in, right? And that doesn't really do anything for our economy either. It just sits in a home for 30 years or whatever the hell they want to sell it. It's not like it circulates around. It's kind of not exactly money that moves anywhere. So, but you're saying it's probably good net?
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm trying to set my stream stuff up real quick.
I do have another quick question.
I think that, so I'll say, I think the effect of institutional investors on the housing supply on net is generally positive. And that, in that case, it would come down to essentially weighing. I guess I'm not, in that case, I don't know if there's anyone especially fucked over by that. It sounds like they were obviously you're saying people voluntarily took the offer for the institutional investors buying their home, right? The new homes that they got.
I'm sorry, say it one more time.
You're saying people. So in this case, there are people who voluntarily sold their homes to the institutional investors, right?
No, these are brand new homes. These are brand new homes.
So who sold them? Who sold them to the investor?
Probably the developer.
The developer. Okay, so in that case, the developer won.
This guy was Chinese, and the reason I knew that
I don't really care. I don't know why I care about that or whatever. So the developer probably benefited from it.
Something to care about, right?
Holy cow! My ear.
In what sense?
You don't care about foreign investment at all?
I don't care about who the investor is or what country they're from when analyzing the effects of whatever investment on housing prices.
Oh, that's a mistake. I mean,
I care about that. I mean,
people will make it up to you, but that's a mistake.
In Canada, there was an issue in Vancouver with Chinese nationals buying up property, and we made a limit that you can only buy one. I think that's goated because I don't want rich. I don't want to say foreigners because that sounds racist, but rich people that aren't from my country buying up property that should be for the people that are living here. You get one house, that's fine.
The property is still there. What do you mean? It's not like they're taking their property home with them. The property is still.
No, but they're buying it. They're driving up prices because there's limited.
Yeah, exactly what's happening in Ireland.
And they're not like Canadian born, and so it's like I feel like that's a problem.
Wait. Sorry. They're renting it because of they're buying it because there's existing housing demand from the native population, right? Or are they buying it? Are you saying they're buying it because that they themselves are going to live there?
It's a takeover.
No, it's to rent it.
They're buying it as investment properties or to rent it out, and I think that there should be a cap on.
Wait, so they're not increasing the demand for the total housing stock within the country, then, right? They're
taking away houses that someone who was born and
living there. What do you mean? They're not taking away houses from anyone. They're renting it to other people.
So now someone's renting it instead of. I think renting is probably worse than home ownership, and now it's driving up the prices now to get a house in BC.
No, first of all,
that's what I'm saying.
First of all, total prices of what? Prices of all housing or prices of specifically rental housing?
Can I
all housing?
Earlier.
Why would that change the prices of all housing?
Because there's limited houses and there's limited land mass in BC because everyone wants to live there. So it's a very population dense area. So if you have a bunch of people coming in and buying, like they're rich, they get in in Canada you can get visas, right? If you're and green cards, if you have a certain amount of wealth and you're an investor, so they come in, they buy like 6 houses. It's a problem because now to buy a house in those places, now it costs like an insane amount of money, and it's not being bought by people; it's being bought to rent out, and I feel like that's just less optimal.
That's an argument of the changing composition.
Correct a little.
I'm also non-fan. Right, so somebody who's renting here decides they're going to buy a house. Right?
One at a time, everybody. One at a time.
No, I was the first person to say I had a question again. I stepped over, so.
No, your question was asked.
Mel, then Anson, then Zerka for right now, okay?
So, non-fan, it kind of sounds like there is an issue here where people with a lower income bracket are no longer able to afford buying a house. And what I think that the issue that creates is that when you say it's a net good, that seems to taper off very quickly the more we realize that the net good also has to include poor people who are no longer able to buy a house and settle down for the rest of their lives.
But when I say net, I'm including any harm I feel like there is to poor people in that calculation. I'm saying I recognize if the price of anything goes up, or if the price of any asset goes up, the ability of lower income people to buy that asset may go down. But if it increases, first of all, insofar as institutional investors, what do
you mean? You're like, well, what about purchasing power parity? It's not just when the price.
What do you mean? What about purchasing power parity?
If their wages go up at the same time,
First of all, the purchasing power parity is how you adjust for exchange rates between countries. It's not. I don't think there's any relevance there.
My point is, but
I'm saying,
general,
I could imagine, for example, cases where a certain development, increases the price of homes nearby it, and that
you said when the price goes up in housing, that naturally means more people are going to be excluded, but that's not true because that statistic doesn't exist.
If I'm holding all else equal, and in that case, it will be true. If I'm not holding
people's wages can go up at the same time, man. It doesn't just naturally mean they're going to get excluded because the house
wages do not tend to increase with.
Can I ask a question?
They can, though. Is my point.
And I just want to.
All I'm saying is that I think things can make things worse off for a subset of people, but make things better off enough.
Trickle down economics have been debunked.
Wait, hold on. That's not even trickle down. That's not even trickle down. I don't think
trickle down isn't even an official theory. That's something that I was
gonna say
discovered myself today, just on my own.
Yeah, trickle down economics is not like no one brands himself as a trickle down economics. It's just a derogatory term that people use for almost any
I think you're expecting
ideology. It's not a derogatory term. It's not a pejorative. Reagan said it himself, so you gotta remember that.
Also, let's go to Anson. Anson's been meaning to jump in.
Yeah. To the socialists, or pretty much all the people speaking on the panel who are socialists, which from what I can tell is non-Fawn, Zerka, and Melanie.
True.
What?
Y'all are arguing in favor of price control.
Who's this guy?
Right? Like that's the definition of socialism, is arguing in favor of price controls instead of free market.
No, it's not, you idiot.
No, that's exactly what y'all are doing, though. Y'all are arguing in favor of controlling the stock of housing for a specific market, so you can control outcomes for people to basically make it easier for people to enter into a market, right?
Okay.
That's socialism.
We do control outcomes in a lot of ways in the economy, even if you like capitalism. Okay, I don't know if you've been on this planet longer than 5 years, but you just
that was fucking smart. I haven't asked my question, dipshit. Let me finish my fucking question before
you
do,
because whatever you said earlier was stupid.
I'm not done talking. Shut your fucking trap. All right. So when you artificially lower the prices in a market, what happens is the stock of available goods in that market deteriorate.
Who said artificially lowering prices?
The actual problem with the housing market is that the prices aren't high enough to actually meet the demand and provide people with what they need. The problem isn't that the housing market is fucked up, but the problem is that the monetary market is fucked up.
Oh,
the monetary market.
How do we
fix it? Well, we stop inflating the currency. We stop devaluing the currency.
Oh my fucking god, dude!
Let's go! Incredible. So
you want deflation?
There's an asset bubble. There's an asset bubble in the housing market because people are parking their money in that market.
Who is parking their money in it?
Wait, it's not a bubble just because people are buying it as an asset. That's what assets are for.
Also that, but like, what are we talking about, man?
But what y'all are talking about is ridiculous price control socialism nonsense.
I never mentioned price control.
I never.
Yeah, y'all have. That's all y'all been fucking talking about.
No, we didn't.
True.
No, we didn't.
To be clear, I'm a capitalist, and I think I am of the belief that a lot of opinion or a lot of the stuff in the housing market is, in some sense, the government's fault. It's the fact that supply is restricted on the local level, and the fact that we have a lot of lending requirements post 2008 for who can get like mortgages and stuff that restrict the ability of people to either build homes or the ability of people to buy homes with mortgages. Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably like 15% of the problem. I'll agree with that.
What?
Okay, and you recognize I never advocated for price controls.
No, y'all have both been talking about how like it's unfair or whatever. None of y'all have like given any prescriptions.
I never even
whatsoever.
said those fucking words.
None of y'all have given any prescriptions whatsoever that'll actually solve anything.
Anson just watched The Price Master.
Do you think the opposite of inflation is going to solve this, buddy?
Yeah, deflation actually would solve it. Yeah.
Wait, how?
Well, prices would go down.
And
that's the definition of deflation, right? That would actually solve the problem. People wouldn't be parking their money in assets because their dollars are being devalued on an annual basis.
Holy fuck, bro.
Anson, can we at least agree that a wage increase would also solve the problem?
No, that would not solve the fucking. Are you fucking saying price controls for labor? No, fuck that. Well, wage increase is just price controls for labor. That's the dumbest fucking thing you could suggest, Fox.
Bro, this guy is insane. Who the fuck is this?
Wait, I just want. First of all, didn't you come in here arguing that the problem is housing prices aren't high enough, and then
they are,
to meet the demand, I guess, which doesn't make any fucking sense.
So the currency has been devalued to the point where the housing market is actually trying to catch up, right? And so once it catches up, then people will be able to afford houses. And the Fox is correct. Like the wages have to inflate also, and they haven't been inflating at the same rate because the way that the money travels through the economy when it's created out of thin air, it'll eventually even out if we can stop printing money.
Hey, Anson, how do we create money in this country? I'm curious. Do you know?
Well, to the Federal Reserve System. It's a fractional reserve banking system we've used for about 100 years.
I didn't ask you about the central bank in particular. I asked you, how do we actually make money?
I just explained that to you. It's fractional reserve banking.
You just said some fucking stupid talking point from some.
No, it's not a stupid talking point. That's actually how we create money in our economy. It's a debt-based economy.
What percentage of debt in the United States is held by private institutions?
Well, I don't have statistics like that memorized. That's irrelevant.
You should probably fucking know that if your opinion.
Why? Why should I know an irrelevant statistic? Tell me why I should know that.
Isn't it like
because let's just say we want to make new houses in the future, right? We're gonna have to take out loans with something to do that, right? Do you think money doesn't get created when loans happen, or what's going on there?
Like what we have,
Where does money get created at?
The Federal Reserve creates it out of thin air.
Just to be like the Federal Reserve creates reserves, which are base money.
Already existed.
The Federal Reserve creates reserves or base money, and loans create broad money, right?
Yeah.
That's it's two different types of money, and depending on it's complicated, but in theory, the amount of broad money that can be created is limited by the amount of reserves that the Federal Reserve supplies. In theory,
because
and
that's
what's more complicated.
Reserve ratio,
in theory, but everybody knows that the Federal Reserve's balance sheet is bullshit. And so,
the balance sheet is one mechanism by which they can supply reserves.
It's not bullshit, dude.
It's bullshit.
Like highly regulated.
Like that's not really.
Wait, hold on. Just to be clear, when the Federal Reserve does an operation that like increases their balance sheet, what they're doing is they're supplying banks reserves with new money, and the whole reason they have a balance sheet is because they're taking the assets that the bank had and holding on to it.
Right, and they're bullshit assets. They're worthless assets.
How do you know?
No.
Yes.
So there are some. So there are some cases where the Federal Reserve will like buy toxic assets. We did a little bit of that in 2008.
Yeah.
When we did
like
QE in 2008, we bought we bought toxic assets like from banks so they wouldn't collapse. There's a limited extent to which that's true, but oftentimes they did things like pay us back some of the money with interest and stuff. But like usually the Federal Reserve is buying Treasury bills. And those are absolutely not worth it. In fact, the Federal Reserve has been, besides, I think in 2022 it wasn't profitable, and since then it's been unprofitable. But prior to 2022, it was like hundreds of billions of dollars profitable that it would give to the Treasury every year.
Anson, what are one of these bullshit assets that the banks are selling the government?
I don't have the Federal Reserve's balance sheet memorized, but I do know that it is bullshit.
Their balance sheet isn't that important.
Look,
most money is in private
our
banks
system that y'all are defending up here, y'all are defending a system.
I just don't think you know what you're talking about.
That the assets that people have, their homes are unaffordable. We got to do something about it. This is true, right? Like people are having like
build a new community.
Just to throw
the future can't.
I want to throw a little wrench into this. So Anson thinks that we should go back to the gold standard. Okay, so I just want to drop that bomb. I just want to drop that bomb and let you guys fight on that for a bit. Okay, I need my dopamine. And also, if you support the economy, consider super chatting. Okay, because I know nothing about this, and I'm hosting this incredible economic discussion. So be a capitalist and donate to me. Thank you.
We can do the gold standard. We can also do carbon credits.
Standard, I could tell.
Well, I'm kind of a capitalist.
Colin, will it trickle down?
I can
if we donate to you?
Like it has good outcomes.
But yeah, like if we can do the gold standard, then we can also look at like carbon as like a fixed amount of something, and then also trade in that. So let's do carbon credits.
How are you going to do this loan creation process to essentially like do all the development we need with gold? What
we won't use a usury system if we have real money, right?
True.
Real money. Okay, got it. Real.
Yeah,
money.
the only reason why we have debt financing is because
you're gonna go buy a home with gold.
That's not even
monopoly,
true.
right?
Banks
can't come along.
And how is financing debt?
Because the government will put them out of business.
And how is financing debt?
Just like all other monopolies.
He just rambles on after his first.
We have a capitalist in chat. I'm just kidding. We have a Keelan in chat who says, "Screw these neoliberal cucks for $2." Thank you, Keelan. Are you guys neoliberal? Because I feel like Keelan has said that about you, Zerka. So.
Neoliberals, it's positivism. It's a freedom.
In the broad sense,
this guy's arguing the neoliberal stance right now, the Reaganite stance. He's the big Reaganite.
I'm not. I don't think I'm a neoliberal in the same sense Reagan is. I think in a broader, the way people use neoliberal nowadays.
Yeah, I'm high at this point. I'm just having fun. We're all having fun. We're having a good time.
Incredible.
I mean, it's positivism, right? It's Friedman's ideology. I mean, a latch on from it's neoclassical based with Alfred Marshall, right? I mean. It's not really something that I think it's been in progress, but hegemonic attitude for like 60 years, and it's not producing good results. Probably need to do something different. And I feel like
I have disagreements with that.
You think it's producing good results?
In many ways, yeah. And I think
don't know what to watch the trickle down effect.
Wait, in America? How?
Probably. I mean, I think
like just wealth in general.
In real time,
up, I guess, but.
So I think just generally people's lives are getting better. Their overall incomes have generally been going up. Technology.
Okay. What about the ratio between, as in like the disparity, right?
Between of what, wealth or income or of what?
Yeah. Wealth and quality.
So
I mean, which is notoriously something that doesn't get answered in neoliberal economics, right? This is like more of a different field.
So I think it depends by what sense you mean neoliberal. Obviously neoliberals are going to tend to not view neoclassical might be even broader than neoliberal.
To delete this comment.
So
people like to say they're different, but it's essentially based on fucking positivism. It's just Friedman's fucking MO.
True.
Neoclassical synthesis.
I think
I'm confused.
Neoliberals are generally going to be more skeptical of the idea that inequality is like necessarily bad or whatever. But I think
they are right.
So plenty of neoliberals are going to favor progressive taxes, right? Like many neoliberals, probably most neoliberals, recognize that inequality, at least in some cases, can have negative effects, or at the very least, if it doesn't have negative effects itself, it is generally something that, like when we tax, for example, we should try to rectify to some extent, and some amount of redistribution is important. And like
neoliberal economists do not even
Friedman
put this in their models. I honestly can't even think of one who would do this.
You don't think
because they avoid that question? They don't like.
What do you mean by neoliberal? If I show you papers by like economists who like have social welfare functions and like advocate for.
Okay, so you're familiar with like Kenneth Arrow and stuff, right? Sounds like it.
Yeah.
He is a neoliberal. You're right. He is probably the famous neoliberal who, unfortunately, his wife went to Stanford, so he's kind of like a Chicago school guy and a Stanford West Coast guy. So he's a little bit of, he kind of got a little bit of both sides. But Kenneth Arrow is exactly who you just said, the social welfare function that comes from him.
There are much.
Are you familiar with him?
Yeah, people have obviously modernized it and like will literally make papers about.
He's not that old, but yeah, I mean he's a brilliant economist. I really like Kenneth Arrow. He also did the impossibility theorem, but they don't really talk about wealth inequality in most neoclassical.
You don't think economists talk about wealth inequality?
Not in neoclassical or neoliberal models.
No, I don't know what neoclassical. How many neoclassical like truly? Like,
I see what you're saying. So like they usually. What fields of economics are you generally going to find something like wealth inequality being discussed, right? And if I'm not mistaken,
neoclassical is more than just like neoclassical is like a whole like school of.
It is a school, yeah. It's from Alfred Marshall, 1912. I know, I get it. I'm just saying that it's usually avoided by people who identify with neoclassical economics because of the fact that they don't want to quantify. It's got a lot of confounding variables, and the math is something they don't like to show in their models or do, so they just kind of avoid it. And if you want to understand what I'm saying,
okay, so I think inequality.
Ha-Joon Chang, I'm sure you know who that is, right?
Who?
Ha-Joon Chang, the South Korean economist.
Yeah,
he was written about this a little bit to kind of describe some of these schools. He talks about this as well, right?
I'm not familiar with his work on talking about inequality. I'm familiar broadly with his work on trade and stuff like that, but not about and a little bit of stuff about capitalism.
You said who? Trade? Who'd you say?
Yeah, his stuff on trade, international economics, and industrial policy.
And who's it? Well, Ha-Joon Chang. You're saying Ha-Joon Chang, right?
Yeah.
So are y'all done talking about y'all's socialist systems, or are we going to talk about the free market, or are y'all going to do that some more?
Hold on, I just want to be clear, like depending on what you mean by neoclassical. Plenty of
it's an identifier thing, right? Like again, most economists who would identify as neoclassicals, right? The reason we don't have a lot of economics on wealth inequality, and I know you can say, I know there is. I'm not saying there's.
What do you mean? There's a economists talk about it a lot. There's a ton of like theoretical stuff in it. There's a little bit. There's a decent amount of empirical work. It's a little hard to do some empirical work. So like obviously like Gabriel Zuckman, Saez, Emmanuel Saez, and Thomas Piketty have like they've all written a ton about inequality, right? And there's a ton of debates between them.
As I just mentioned, I'm not saying that there hasn't been any. It's just for people who identify as neoclassical economists, or at least would take that approach, and that means like Milton Friedman's crew, a few of the other people in the 1980s that were on Reagan's Economic Advisory Board. They're all very fiscal conservative, older school guys, right? They most definitely did not include things like wealth inequality.
I bet the people in Reagan's cabinet probably did not study inequality very much, but I think economics has.
So like bringing it back to the point, you think it's producing good outcomes though, neoclassical economics?
So essentially, yeah, but just on the wealth inequality point to talk about that specifically, that for a second. So for one, I do think neoclassical economists, talk about that. One of the things I'm going to bring up is I think there is a pretty reasonable dispute to be had between the more progressive economists who maybe you don't consider neoclassical, Emmanuel Saez, Thomas Piketty, Gabriel Zuckman, and between more neoclassical.
Yeah, they're not neoclassical. I can already tell. I'm pretty sure he's French, right?
Yeah, they all talk about.
Wait, can we all agree that
isn't he like public policy? Isn't he like this? This is what I'm talking about. It's relatively recent.
You think neoclassical economics doesn't have stances on public policy?
What
No,
was that, Keelan?
This is 2016, right?
Sarkar. Do you think we should redistribute
Zuckman is
the wealth?
2016, right? Non-fun.
What do you mean? This is Zuckman's area of specialty.
I want to hear Keelan's question because it's getting too rarefied for me, okay? And I'm not even stoned, and it's just too. You're neoclassical. You're not Keynesian economic. All this bullshit. It's all bullshit.
There's a dispute between these economists and plenty of other economists. For example, there's maybe people you want to consider more neoclassical who point out that when you include Social Security in wealth inequality, then inequality has not actually gone up substantially because that is a big wealth fund essentially. That
look, the real question: would you let AAH poop on your chest if it stopped the H cost? Thank you.
I mean, I just didn't have to answer. It's been like 60 years.
Thank you for the
Care Bear.
You would have to.
This type of economics, consumer oriented economics.
You would have to.
And then you can see if the testicle thing is true.
Okay, I want to hear Keelan's question. You guys are too economic studied, both of you. Okay, and it's just I can't follow it. I don't know if other people can follow it.
No,
we gotta dumb it down. So let's go to Keelan. Well, no, I don't mean Keelan's gonna ask a dumb question, but Keelan's asking a question that I can at least understand.
I have a question for Fondue and Sir Care. Are you against wealth inequality or not?
I mean, inequality in and of itself is not inherently good or bad. There's an egregious level.
So you're a neoliberal.
True.
That's a little crazy, Keelan. Is the only two options follow like socialist or neolib?
There's going to be inequality in the world.
Must seize the means of production.
Keelan, historically speaking, the times in which economic equality has been the best, where there has been where the wealthy have been about as poor as the poor, or the poor have been about as wealthy as the wealthy, have been after massive economic collapse.
Hanson, I don't give a shit about history.
He's pointing to post 1933. I'm assuming, right?
Well, yeah, that also, and post the plague in Europe, it happened then as well.
That's great.
I'm trying to go forward. I don't give a shit about these.
What I'm saying is that it's bad. Income equality is bad.
Okay, look, we are capitalist here. So if the super chats want to ask these questions, hey, $5 is $5. I already said it. Lemon meringue. If anyone wants to give their favorite pie, okay. Ag is building a pie chart, if you will, and you must.
I thought we all agreed it was cream pie was our favorite pie.
It is.
Favorite pie?
That's not what I'm saying.
Like a good apple pie? I don't know, but not.
There we go. Another one for apple.
Do you think manufacturing is integral to like a country's
You're skipping the
economy?
question. Hold on, you're skipping the question.
We are skipping the question. Okay, so favorite pie. Someone donated for it. Fine. Topanga Weevil, thank you. Tyler's gone. Zerka said apple. Favorite pie. Fondue. Ask Keelan to start calling you.
I'll go pumpkin pie. I like pumpkin pie the best.
All right. Keelan, probably an orange pie, I guess. Is that a real type of pie?
You know, non-fun, if you weren't such a neo-lib, I think we'd get along, because I also like pumpkin pie.
Oh, I hate pumpkin pie. Okay, Futoy?
I'm going to go savory and say shepherd's pie.
That's like a bullshit kind of pie, but I'll allow it. Big soda, I can't remember what you said yesterday.
But hold on, I had a little fun fact.
There's only one pie, and that's apple pie, the American pie.
Man, we got some pecan pie enjoyers in chat, which is crazy.
Fun fact, right? The difference between shepherd's pie and cottage pie, it should be really obvious, but it's not to a lot of people. So shepherd's pie, what does a shepherd look after? Right? So cottage pie is beef, shepherd's pie is lamb.
Okay, that's great, Futoy. My favorite pie, in honor of Skibbity Tabernacle is watermelon pie.
Anson.
You can say whatever.
Rhubarb is a good pie. I have to admit. Somebody said
you're not. Mel's favorite pie. Mel's gone. Okay, well we got through. Oh,
I missed that you said my name. It's cherry pie, and if that's not your favorite too, there's something wrong with you.
Like a
Speaker, Circar, are you open to a little bit of constructive criticism?
Sure, go for it, man.
When you know a lot about a subject, right, and you're on a panel, and maybe some of the other panelists don't know nearly as much as you do about the subject, to refer to them as stupid or dumb, it's not a good look. Right?
You are stupid. Calling any of us stupid.
I'm talking about you, Anson.
Oh, good.
He calls you stupid.
You are stupid, Fujoy.
I mean, he did come off.
I think Anson called him stupid too, though. So I feel like
He came into the conversation calling us socialist, and then fucking invited the insult.
You are.
What the fuck?
Yeah, but it's not a good look, Circle. You can just have a bit of patience. Like these guys all know a hell of a lot more than me.
Sure.
Like, I have what they would see as stupid questions all the time. But a lot of them have patience and just have patience.
Sears catalog has
the answer.
If someone came into the dialogue with respect, I would respect them. But there's no respect I need to have for this.
Just because you're in denial about your socialism doesn't make you less of a socialist.
Exactly. So
Sears,
my point within a second.
Sears catalog. Don't listen to them. You've been very respectful.
Sears catalog. Do you guys both have? This is just a question, but Zerka and Non-Fun, do you guys both have economics degrees, or are you just like into economics?
I went to school for econometrics, but I didn't finish it. I was close, but I didn't finish it.
And you, Non-Fun?
Joking.
I will go to school for economics, but I don't. I'm 20 years old. I don't have a degree yet or anything.
Oh, okay.
Why didn't you finish?
You're an undergraduate, right?
Technically, yeah, I guess, but I just go to community college right now.
I actually know Non-Fun because one of my chatters likes him a lot, so I've watched a few of his streams, and he seems he's really knowledgeable in my opinion.
Sears Tower, why did you quit college?
I had a company at the time, and it started making a lot of money after not making a lot of money for a lot of years, and then I decided to do that instead.
Literal econ bro answer.
Okay, thank you for responding to me.
I can't believe Anson called me stupid for defending him to Circa, for Circa calling him stupid. That was kind of stupid, Anson. That was kind of stupid, Anson.
Is it Testicle Johnson who's a mutual viewer?
Maybe Circa is just very perceptive.
Yeah.
I apologize for my criticism, Circa.
I think Anson was just trying to dumb down the conversation so it was more accessible to him.
Oh yeah, that's it. Yeah, no. Yeah,
I want to hear.
Nothing wrong with that.
I got on the panel, and both of these guys are defending the fractional reserve banking system, basically calling.
I don't think that's accurate. I don't even think.
Diagnose the problem properly.
I've got a lot of opinions on how it doesn't run well,
bro. The asset bubbles are caused by the business cycle that's created by our currency issues.
Okay, I want to do.
Wait. I have issues with the Cantillon effect that you mentioned there, but I don't even think the fractional reserve system is like descriptively accurate. Certainly not anymore. Yeah. Like you recognize since first of all, since 2008, we've been in an excess reserve system. We've paid interest on reserves, so banks don't even lend out all the reserves anymore. And then secondly, post 2020, we just got rid of reserve requirements. The reserve requirements right now are zero.
Hello,
so you're saying that because they're gaming the system to make money super easy to get, that we don't have a highly centralized socialist money system where the price of money is controlled by the government.
That's not accurate. Accurately
characterized. That's why we have a socialist system. Y'all are both defending. Y'all are defending socialism, where all the price of everything that we buy is controlled by the government. Okay,
Anson, you can't just fucking use words differently than
sound
they
like
usually
you're smart
mean.
because y'all can quote economics bullshit, but you're not really that fucking smart.
Anson, you can't just use words differently than they normally fucking mean.
See, Anson treats the word socialism as meaning everything I don't like, and then he hears things.
That's not how he's using it, Mel. He's just using it wrong.
Bro, how do you get money? Who makes the money?
Who makes the money? Money is natural. Money comes about as a medium of exchange. Right now, in the system that we have now, the government has a monopoly on money, but it forced itself into that position. That's not the natural role. That's not the natural role, not the natural source of money. No, money is just used to make bartering more efficient.
What the fuck are you talking about?
No, Anson wants the fucking gold standard.
That's what I want to ask. Okay. So we're gonna do it clockwise, snakewise. If you're new here, this is where you get 30 seconds, no more. You can take less. And I want to ask this question because Anson is always trying to black pill me on fiat currency and gold pill me on the gold standard. And so I want to go. I have nothing to say on this, and if you don't, you can pass, starting with Avery. So thoughts on the gold system, okay?
Oh, on the gold system?
Clockwise, yeah. Should we go back to the gold standard, or is fiat currency bad, as Anson says, etc.?
I think fiat currency is bad, and I think we can do it better. However, I don't have a solution to it. I'm not fully knowledgeable in this realm of finance as some other people are, but I think the system right now is broken, and it needs to be fixed. It's my opinion on it.
John Zerko?
I'm sorry, what?
Your thoughts on the gold standard, fiat currency?
I mean, it's just
should we go back to the gold standard, and why not?
It used to have a function to it, and as a commodity itself, but like the way our financial system works now, it's just an archaic, irrelevant way of doing things. So it's just not something that matters anymore. There's no difference that's going to be held besides making vehicles for investment fucking function worse. It doesn't have the same expansive capabilities as well for like the deposit expansion multiplier. So
okay, not fun.
It's dumb.
I'll say first, as a matter of practicality, I think it would basically just be impossible because there's network effects to the dollar or any currency. So in order to like switch to another currency or anything, you would kind of need a central authority to manage that transition. Like we could abolish all road laws, but people would probably keep driving on the same side of the road because of the sort of network effects there. And if you have a central authority institute a gold standard, I think most people would almost immediately try to withdraw their gold, or maybe not most people, but a big enough people that amount of people that it would create a problem because we've already abandoned the gold standard in our past. So it's pretty rational to expect that they will do so again in the future. And then I think it would just, especially in the modern day and age, I think it would do poorly. I think there are issues with the ability for the central bank to easily respond in crises and supply bank depleted reserves. And I think there are issues with potential deflation that could be caused by factors outside of central bank's control. And I think
they won't be able to expand.
Yeah, I also think the value of gold would not be, it's not as stable in today's environment as it was historically. So for all those reasons, it's pretty bad.
Okay, Keelan, any thoughts on this?
Well, I mean, I feel like Seeker and Non-Fun are just spitting facts. Like, I don't see how it's even an opinion what they're saying. But I'll go beyond that and say that I think in my ideal society of abundance, that currency is a waste of time. We don't need it.
Okay, Futoy, do you have any thoughts on this?
When you get rid of currency, when you get rid of currency, people become the currency. Just remember that.
Not in a society of abundance.
I'd like to
no crosstalk yet, Futoy.
Thank you. I'd like to use my time to say Anson is gay.
Irrelevant. Okay, Big Soda.
Objection.
Money go burr.
Money does go burr. Anson, I feel like you're going to want to say stuff on this.
Yeah.
Wait a fucking minute. Thought it was snake-wise. I thought
it is snake-wise. No. We go clockwise and snake-wise. So we go this way, clockwise, and then we go snake-wise. And then, so Anson and Mel, then that's why we went left to right, and then we go like that, like a snake.
A snake would go up and down.
Well, not my kind of snake. Okay, clockwise and snake-wise. Anyways, Anson.
What type of snake
You're arguing over basics. Come on, man.
Is it a python? What type of snake is it?
No crosstalk, Futoy. It's Anson's turn. You know the rules.
I think it's a shitty snake.
Do you not understand how a fucking snake works? Like, I have one in my room right now. You want me to show you?
No,
I have seen your snake before, Keelan. Not in a gay way, but in a normal way.
Yeah, Keelan, no porn bombing or boasting. Thank you.
Snakes. I wanted to be a herpetologist when I was younger. They're really cool.
I wanted to be a herpetologist too. Holy shit.
Wow. Crazy. Now, Anson, your thoughts on the gold standard.
We didn't get to watch your video of the 143 IQ lady. So
yeah.
Sorry,
it'll happen, okay? I stream for like 8 hours, so it'll happen eventually.
I support the gold standard because I understand how price controls impact a market, right? And so when you have a fiat system, you necessarily have an artificial price for money. And setting an artificial price for money, which is called the interest rate, it causes perverse incentives for market actors, and it creates shortages and excesses where the people that are operating in the market system, even though they don't see it because it basically impacts everybody in a much more like subtle manner, even though we don't see the perverse incentives and the negative impacts directly. What we tend to do is blame other things on it, like in the housing market, what they're doing, where they're blaming specific regulations or other events.
They blame deregulation.
Yeah, or blame deregulation. Exactly. They don't. There's a disconnect between the natural money, which gold is natural money, right? It's not highly centralized. It's
gold is natural.
You can't artificially increase it or reduce it. And so it's out of the control of a central planner, which is what Non-Fon and the other socialists here are arguing for. And so, yeah,
is it though?
No crosstalk yet. No crosstalk yet. We're letting Anderson finish. Yeah, also 30 seconds. Okay, Mel. Crosstalk opens up after clockwise and snakewise is done. Mel.
I forget what Tabernacle's at, where you keep saying his name is.
Keelan.
Yeah, I lean towards Keelan. I'm actually kind of agnostic because I think we might need more complex markets even in a society of abundance, but that's nuances. I think gold standard is a bit outdated. Like I said, if we can do gold standard, then I don't see why someone like Anson can't be amenable to using something like carbon credits. And it's something I don't think fiat currency is necessarily bad. I do think it's overblown to the point where it hurts people even by killing people through kindness.
Right, and Tyler is
quickly.
Could you expand on the carbon credits thing? How that would work?
Hey, we're not in. Well, I guess we are in crosstalk because Tyler is too stoned.
This is kind of my point. After we do the first clockwise, snakewise, can we do a second one where individuals can ask specific people about what they said, because otherwise it all gets lost in the sauce.
No. This takes too long already. Let's just go crosstalk.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm going to cede my time because I have absolutely I just assume that if every country is using fiat currency, and the last one was, I guess, the U.S. and maybe Libya, I'm not really sure, but I feel like that must mean something. But that's just like my thoughts. Very low resolution take.
And Anson, do you actually think there was a barter system back in the day?
Before. Yeah, I mean, well, that's like a very long time ago, right? I mean, but people still barter stuff today. I've seen barter.
No, I'm asking you the origin of money. Do you think
the origin of money? Barter? Yeah, money was used because it's more efficient than barter. Yes, and people were able to.
It stemmed from bartering.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Wait, is that not true? That's what I thought.
It's a myth.
He's read David Graeber.
Well, hold on. The origin of money. Hold on. Wait a second. Before the IOU note, Circa, before the IOU note, right? Money was actually silver and gold. So you are bartering silver and gold.
Was it distributed to people?
Yes, it was coinage.
Really? So a noble would actually distribute gold coinage or silver coinage to his subjects.
That sounds like socialism.
True. Are you sure?
You could absolutely go to a bank.
Like today's coin.
Someone explain, how is this not? This to me just feels on its face obvious that like in a primitive society, they probably bartered stuff, and then rare stuff started being used in place of that. So if that's a myth, how is that a myth? Because I just assumed that was true. So
it's a myth because, like what Non-Fon said, I've read David Graeber. It's a great book. You probably should read it. Have you read it, Non-Fon?
No, I haven't.
It's a great book. It's based on debt. Okay, so the way it would used to work, and let's say like a noble had farm workers or farmland that he had people. Peasants who would work on it with him, he would give them food and give them a place to stay, but he absolutely did not try and barter with them or give them a fucking coin. There's no archaeological evidence or any anthropological evidence I can think of that would prove something like a barter system. It is essentially an Adam Smith fabrication that he makes in Wealth of Nations, just out of thin air.
Obviously there was barter.
Do we mean something else by bar? I'm thinking of like, and this is again, maybe I'm being retarded here. I admit this, but I'm thinking like, I have 2 chickens and you have like a cow, and I'm like, hey, I'll sell you these 2. What do you mean that never? That happens in societies now. In like parts of Africa, they're still like trading shit.
Russia and China are doing that right now. Russia sold China oil for grain. That was a couple
of months ago. You guys have read this one guy, and now you're saying that was a whole myth.
Actually, one of the first units of currency one of the first units of currency was seashells, which were considered a barterable valuable because you could also use the seashells.
I'll be damned. Mel's right.
What actually gives money value is not the silver coin or the gold coin. If you put your face on it, and let's say the noble is changed or the king is changed, what actually gives it its value?
Perception.
The actual what it's made of, gold or
No,
silver.
it's a social construction. What gives it value is what you're willing to trade for.
No, what gives money value, guys? What gives money value?
The value of money is
ability
subjective.
To act on the debt. So if you are, let's say, a country right now,
that's it's
wrong.
the ability to exchange it for goods or services. Also,
that's some fucking commie bullshit.
To answer what made gold valuable,
commie bullshit. You're stupid as fuck. Okay.
What made gold valuable is that
okay, Seer, why are you saying that the barter system never existed when Russia and China have literally agreed to supply each other with oil and grain? That's the barter system. It's existed. It's existing now.
That's not a good example.
That's still a barter system, though.
Hold
it
on.
still is.
Just to be
it's part of it. Just because it's on a larger scale doesn't mean it's not.
The position, which there are economists who dispute this, but I haven't read deep into it, so I don't have strong opinions. It's not that like no one has ever bartered for anything before, or that like historic societies don't also have people bartering for stuff. It's that money did not come from the need to decrease the transaction cost of bartering.
Came out of convenience.
Sort of predated. Well, so the usual story that's told that he's rejecting is that it came out of convenience because the inconvenience is the transaction cost of barter, where you need to find someone who has exactly what you need and someone who and you have exactly what they need, and that's hard to do.
Or I 50 chickens to the market. You know what I mean?
It seems like a really good theory, non-fun. I don't know.
I think we're confusing currency. I think we're confusing currency, which are tokens which are supposed to represent value, versus the markets, which was often required a ledger where you kept track of exchanges. That's when you started to have markets, right?
Yeah.
I'm not sure actually. I'd have to look that up. Something about that feels wrong, but I honestly can't say yes or no. And I don't
for example, if you have a store and you have someone working for you, you would keep a ledger to make sure they didn't rob you. Right. So then the same thing applies to sales.
I feel like this is more of a contemporary idea, but nonetheless, okay. The reason I'm bringing this central point up is, for instance, I'll bring up the Russian Revolution. Okay. When Lenin took over in the Red October, right? He immediately fucking canceled all foreign debt. All right. So what is stopping countries right now? And this is why the dollar is very strong. Okay. It primarily revolves around the idea of debt. Okay. And what is stopping countries right now from just erasing the foreign debt that is owed to the United States or just in general to other countries?
Because they could refuse to do business with said country. They could refuse to trade
goods.
No, it's
because we have the ability to enforce it. So the only thing that gives money value, or at least like that allows anything to come of value, is your government's ability to act on its debt. So like when it comes to the United States, the dollar is strong and the value of our currency is there because the United States can back it. Okay.
Sirkar, you're talking more on like how governments interact with banks and stuff.
Yeah.
I think we're trying to describe money on like a transactional.
I know, even on a transactional level, or at least individual, because it didn't happen transactional. If you
money as we know it today, currency as we know it today. I agree with you because of the Federal Reserve and stuff like that. But we're trying to say that like the origin of money wasn't about.
And it comes from debt. It still comes from debt.
No,
there's no anthropological evidence to assume that the barter theory is fucking right at all. Okay,
that seems crazy to me. I mean, I'll have to look that up later. It just seems on its face that's like so obvious that eventually you have people that are going to be exchanging stuff. And I can't remember if this is Mel that said that, but it becomes unwieldy to find exactly what you want in exchange for exactly what the other guy wants. So it makes sense to say, okay, we have this valuable finite resource, something like gold or silver, and I will use that as a way of convenience. Like, again, I'm not making an economic argument, but that just feels like, obviously, that seems like that's how it happened.
It's like I'm going to town, but I better bring a chicken with me in case I want to stop for lunch.
Exactly. That's why.
There
definitely are economists and other people who disagree with David Graeber's interpretation.
Except economists don't really know anything about anthropology.
For sure. I mean, I haven't read deep into that issue, so I don't have strong opinions. But I just want to be the position
that's
that
one of the
he's
problems
rejecting.
Is that economists don't really care about other fields that often. They often are really bad at this.
So then, what were gold and silver coins used for?
I want to be fun, but economics, the field cites outside of economics the least of any other academic field in the United States.
By the way, the first coins were actually copper. The first coins were actually copper. They were used in Syria, and one of the first banks, you could find the ledgers associated with that bank. So that's how they knew.
That is dead, by the way. Ledgers
of us using coins in that example. And market.
But I'm just trying to clarify.
Also, origin of money. Right? You said origin of money.
Yeah, he's talking about the origin of money. So I don't think he would reject that there are many cases in which people have bartered. It's just simply the money did not necessarily come from the need to reduce your transaction cost of bartering. It came. Is this just one
guy that says this though? The guy that you mentioned.
No, he just has probably the most, I'd say, like communicatable and like easy accessible position.
But is this like a fringe economic theory, or is this like are you saying that most?
That's the point. It's not an economic theory. This is
yeah. Is there anthropological? Is that the consensus? Do you think that there is no evidence that the use of currency came out of a barter system? Do you think that's the consensus, or is this just some one whack job?
That's the consensus right now.
No, it's not a consensus. I can verify that. I've known that, and I've read about it multiple times since then, just to be clear. But I've known that since I did my first project on money. There is actually a very clear timeline to when we're using barter. That banking system, primitive banking
who are you
system
talking about?
being established with the ledger, and people using that for guess what? Stop using barter for goods and services and start using coins as an exchange.
In what field is there a consensus, man? I just got to hear you say it.
I don't know the necessary field, but the typical way that money is explained is that we went from barter to using seashells as currency. And then as we started to form slightly more complex markets, you started to see things used like as forms of coins. Such as
who was the first person to write about it like this?
I don't know.
It's Adam Smith in the 1700s, okay?
I don't think that's true.
It is. He's the first guy.
Everything I'm talking about requires archaeological evidence. You realize that, right?
I know. And in the field of anthropology and archaeology, the consensus is that that's not how it happened. Unless something has happened in between the time of not just him, but other writers I've read. I mean, I'm confused.
I mean, most people who explain, like you go to Crash Course, for example, their economics course explains it the exact same way. I'm sure their sources would show you whoever
economics is not anthropology. Economics is notoriously bad at this, but that is a little concerning to me. Yeah, for sure.
But I'm telling you how we have archaeological evidence, so that would be anthropological evidence, would it not?
And I'd like to see that. That'd be great.
Okay.
The sort of barter system. I don't think anyone's denying that's kind of the system that people are taught in school. That's kind of the one that's commonly taught. It's like the intro 101 stuff. He's just saying there's not good evidence for that. And like I said, I don't have super strong opinions on it. I've never read into it, but I don't think it's something you can entirely dismiss. I think some of you have misunderstood his arguments at times. But
I mean, I could sit here and read a lot of the book too if you'd like. I don't think people want to hear that though. But
the more words he has to use to dismiss it, the less likely it is to be true.
I'm sorry, what?
The more words he has to use to dismiss it, the less likely it is to be true.
That's not what I meant when I said that. It's more like you don't want to hear me say a line here and then skim through it for a second to find it again because I haven't read this book in a while. I mean, that's what I mean. You don't want me to do that.
Mel, does that apply to the Bible as well?
What?
Oh yeah. I don't believe in the Bible. Yeah, totally.
Yeah. Like how many books do they need
right now?
Like he's actually really accessible. I think he's a really good writer, personally. He kind of kills it pretty fast.
Is the gold bug still here? Or
am I missing something? What book does he have in his hand?
Anson is gone. Yeah, what book is that? Keelan wants to know. What's it called?
It's called Debt.
The First 5,000
The
Years.
First 5,000 Years by David Graeber.
Okay, thank you.
He's an anarchist, if I'm not mistaken.
Good question. Mr. So smart. Why aren't they all millionaires, huh? Yeah, where's your God now, you Econo bros?
Do you not consider economics to be a
style of economics? So
other subjects?
you don't even have to take any math to know economics in the U.S. You can just get a BA, right? It's
That's not true.
Degree.
Well, like basic math, but
BA? You said BA, like Bachelor of Arts?
Yeah,
Isn't that basically
really just have to do like college algebra?
Isn't that basically?
I think for a Bachelor of Arts, you might only have to do college algebra. For further stuff, you're gonna have to do more stuff. But
Sorry, I was meaning like
just a
real
foreign
economics. You definitely need a calculus background to understand real economics.
I know. That's why I said in U.S. it's like you can get a BA, which is what most people do, and it's fucking worthless.
I mean, I think,
in my opinion,
there's a lot of people with 4-year econ degrees who
I had another question. Do you honestly believe economics is like its own subject and not just a mix of a bunch of different subjects?
I think any subject can be viewed
What do
as
you
like
mean?
technically just a mix of different subjects,
Wait,
but
what
it's
does that
useful
mean?
Like, how does economics? How is it self-contained? I don't understand how it is. It seems like it just pulls from too many different places.
Economics does have a lot of overlap in terms of like, because you essentially in economic, like in my field, it was like econometrics, right? So it was a little more math centric. It was statistical analysis, right? You're trying to take words and sentences and put them into numbers and put them in numbers and variables, right? And to try to do that means you're going to have to use things like psychology, especially when you do like surveys. I mean, there's a lot of other things that when you go to make a model in economics, or when you're trying to make these claims, or when you want to make a model that can do like a causal inference or maybe like a conditional expectation. The point is that it does have a lot of overlap with other fields, in my opinion, and that's why economics has so many different ones now. There's like behavioral economics, there's fucking public policy economics, legal economics. I mean, there's a lot of them. And
I think you said the main problem with economics is they don't dip into other fields.
They don't really cite from other fields. So economists, for some reason, and I noticed this when I was in school, they just think their shit doesn't smell. So they just never fucking ask anyone else to really help them. Like if an economist wanted to make a survey, okay, like I can think of someone like that fucking dude who was talking about the guy who went to Harvard, Steven Pinker, where the fuck his name is, right? He did that thing where he's like, the world is wealthy or whatever, right? And someone helped him make that model. But when economists want to go do models, when they want to do surveys and stuff, a lot of times they don't go and ask someone from an adjacent field, like a psychology adjacent thing, and go, hey, can you help me figure out how to make this survey so it actually gives me good data? They just go, fuck it, I can do it. And then they get the data and their math is good, but it's based on shit, because the survey question is like, are you happy? And someone goes, oh, yes or no. And they're like, I thought that would be good enough. Whatever, here's my math. So when it comes to things like that, economists notoriously do not use outside fields to help them get to their or come to their conclusions or their models, or when they do stuff. It's not like they never do it, but they're pretty notorious in not doing it when they should.
So, Sirkar, after doing a bit of interrogating with perplexity, to be fully clear, I think the discrepancy was that you are willing to define debt as like, I owe you a favor, which is fine. That I'm willing to accept that. But I saw that as barter. I saw exchanging favors as barter. So there's a bit of overlap in our definition. I think that's why we disagree.
Okay, yeah. IOU is debt, essentially.
So that makes sense.
So,
what you're saying makes a lot more sense to me now. I'm sorry that I pushed back for no reasons.
You're good. It's also, if you think about it, nobles giving everyone like gold currency or silver currency was just not a thing because of how expensive and how difficult it would be. And the fact that like if it had someone's face on it, like the king who, let's say like a regime change happened or something like that, right? Or king was overthrown, that money is kind of useless now. They wouldn't take it, right? So there's a lot of issues with trying to pay people out in that.
Okay, I'm trying to track though. Why then do we have ancient societies with faces on coins? Like what am I missing here?
Okay, I'm not saying it never happened. It's just not the truth to say that like we acted on barter in like a grand scale. Like it's
Are
not
you
like
sure it didn't
everyone
happen
just went to the
originally
market.
and then coinage came shortly thereafter?
Yes,
you know
that
what I
came
mean?
first, and then coinage in some manner came after. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's on a
we're
small
more
level.
like a gift
Everyone
economy.
has it. It's only a few people that have it.
I don't think having a face on it was a deal breaker. Like there was things like coin shaving. Have you heard of that?
No,
The
clipping.
That shit in fucking Rome.
Right. So it's what it's made of, more importantly than whose face is on it, because you can always melt.
Speaking of which, the cowrie shells.
depends.
That was I checked that. That is
Depends.
a real thing. And the reason they use that, I was wrong about that though. It's because they were hard to forfeit.
You mean fake? Yeah.
Like counterfeit?
Yeah.
No, he's saying to put a face on it or something,
yeah,
right?
Counterfeit.
Yeah, he said
Took me a moment to realize.
Yeah, I was confused. Like, you can't give them up; they're just attached to you. Well, it might be time to go to the video. Okay, it might be time to go to the video. I know some of you have joined for economic reasons, but the video that we're supposed to be watching is completely unrelated to economics.
Wait, I do have a quick question. If anyone wants to bite on it, I don't know if we should do clockwise, snakewise. Leave that up to you, Confluence. But do we think the rich should get richer? Because I'll just simply say no.
I don't think so. I think it's producing bad outcomes. There's a reason that we're in this fascist mess right now, and it's because everyone's upset.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone would actually disagree on that. I don't know if we want wealth further concentrated into fewer hands.
I don't think like the rich getting richer is like innately bad or anything. If the rich are getting richer as a result of stuff that like benefits everyone, I think that's fine. It would depend on the reason the rich are
non-fun. We're talking about ratio, right? I think that's implied in the question.
Sure, but I think everyone can be absolutely better off, obviously, if the ratio gets worse. And there are cases where, yeah.
I mean,
wait, yeah, that
important, though, right?
I feel like I'm Keelan pilled on that one.
Okay, this is
I feel like
that's
you would recognize like a society where everyone has.
This is a game. This is a game theory question. So it's a zero-sum game right now.
No, what?
If you're in the 1%, you're going to disagree, right?
If it is zero sum, then like by necessity, if
individual action, every individual action has a reciprocal action. Yes.
So I would agree that
I don't believe the whole economy is zero. So if you're asking me to assume it is,
if you have 50% of the wealth in the country and then you go to 55, what happens?
But that's a relative. But the size of the pie can grow.
The absolute value can change.
I know, but you can have 50%.
But it's odd to talk about ratio and then talk about the game theory part of it, because it's not really zero sum if the ratio is changing but the absolute value is increasing. Right?
Yeah, I wouldn't rely on anything being zero sum to say like it's bad for the rich to get richer. I would just say like wealth inequality as it is.
As an individual reciprocation to something else. So if someone is 50% and 50% and someone goes to 55, that means the other person goes to 45, right?
But it doesn't mean they're worse off though. It doesn't mean they're worse off.
And the country, and you could get the pie could get bigger as well. So like you have to factor that in.
That's what we're saying.
I could have 10% of the wealth and have nothing but my potato farm, right? Or I could have 5% of the wealth, but I could have a refrigerator, a TV, a big house.
I'm like lost in some other fucking topic.
But not fun.
The point is that if there's a point which is egregious still, right?
Yeah, not fun. Would you agree?
Generally, sure.
Like there's clearly a point where we can't have like extreme wealth inequality.
Yeah, I don't think we're close to that margin really, but
it's so funny. I agree with Sirkar that it's untenable for capitalism to continue if you continue reducing your.
I mean, there will be a point at which the revolution cost is there, right?
Then you inevitably go into fascism, which capitalism always tends to, and you get the good stuff.
It's a reaction. I mean, both communism and fascism are reactions to liberal democracy. And
oh my god,
communism doesn't exist.
But what is? You guys recognize like? Would you guys also say that like, generally, although inequality has to some degree gotten worse, we're going to disagree on the magnitude, sort of just like the absolute measure of people's well-being.
How about Saudi Arabia?
Probably.
Do you think Saudi Arabia has acceptable wealth inequality?
No, it'd probably be better off of lower inequality, I bet.
They're gargling in oil, right?
I agree that the shade, there's at least a point at which it's bad, right?
It'll.
Does it not look like the United States is getting more and more to that?
What, repeat that?
We're already there. They're destroying our lakes and ecosystems already.
In a way that it resembles something like Saudi Arabia.
We're already
there. Right now, we're there are areas where I think we're
not getting more
kind of like that.
Right,
but
is it not?
I think inequality has generally been increasing, but I disagree on. I think it's relatively small in magnitude compared to probably where you think it is.
I watched a video there the other day, and it was saying you should die in debt. So rich people shouldn't spend their money; they should get loans based on their money.
Well, that's because we live in a debt economy.
No,
I mean,
that's because
the problem is that they
the
don't pay taxes, but the bank will give them a new loan, and they can take their common stock and use a little bit of that as collateral, and then the bank will not. Well, they can use unrealized common stock as collateral, and then they never pay taxes on it, and then the bank gets to make a new loan. So that's a little bit different. I think we could fix that by just making the collateralized amount, make it realized, and they have to pay taxes on it as soon as they accept it in their balance sheet as a collateral amount. But that's a little bit
that's a feature of our tax system because we tax income and not wealth or consumption. I think it should just tax. Well, we do tax consumption, but not in the same way. I
mean, we could easily tax that though, right? Like if the bank is accepting it as a collateral risk, then like fuck.
I could easily tax it. You do a progressive consumption tax. I agree.
I'm sorry, what?
I said you could easily tax it by doing a progressive consumption tax and counting loan inflows as part of your consumption. Yeah.
But this is going to be invested in stuff. We're talking about like why Jeff Bezos can keep a effective tax rate of 1.1, right? Is he takes common stock, puts it up as collateral. The bank takes it as collateral. It doesn't ever get realized, never pays capital gains tax. He takes the loan, puts it into investments, doesn't pay tax on that.
Right.
So usually the loan,
the video.
Usually the loan that I hear these like billionaires getting, like if it's personal loans, my understanding is usually that is for consumption. Investment is typically done by
usually it's not for
the company.
No.
They might get a loan for it, but
they can do it on behalf of the company. They can do it on behalf of them. But why would it just only be usually for consumption?
Because if you're doing an investment, you're probably going to be using your company's either money that it has
you can use
saved
both,
up, or you're going to be doing equity financing, or you're going to be doing more traditional debt financing,
or maybe starting a new.
We should have done
like a new business, maybe, or a new venture.
Okay, we will be going to the video soon. But I want to point out that Anson is back and he's brought a dog with him. Okay, so
it's so funny that he has a pug when they like can't survive.
No weapons, Anson. No weapons on the panel, please.
Like that.
Yeah, you want to talk about degeneracy? That's some degeneracy right there. It's a pug.
Sure. My understanding is people's issue is usually that like personal loans billionaires take out, and that's usually not for investment. To the extent it is for investment,
I honestly don't care what it's for though. Non-fan. I just care that the bank thinks they can accept it as collateral, and somehow it's not realized. I feel like that's just insane.
Well,
that was the video.
In a sense, I agree with you, but I think the solution to that is just taxing consumption uniformly.
Do you think?
Why do you agree with me in a sense? But then I don't understand that.
Because I think our current tax system is too preferential for that type of arrangement. But I disagree with you merely because, it is an unrealized gain that they've kind of have realized that therefore we should tax it because I believe there's some things
the bank is accepting it as a risk inside of their, their balance sheet. I don't know how that's not realized. Yeah.
Well, but it's not. When I say it's not realized as to how our tax system understands the word realized, that's what I'm.
I know that. I'm saying it should be changed.
No, so when I say I in a sense agree with you, I agree with that. We should change our tax system such that those kind of are realized gains insofar as whatever the loan is spent on is consumption. I disagree that we should do, for example, an unrealized gains tax, like generally, or
it's not an unrealized gains tax. It is, again, they're using collateral of some common stock, right?
So what are you supposing that we're taxing? Like
whatever amount the bank accepts as collateral, which is now being guaranteed as like a pledge of repayment, right? Or it's like almost
the collateral.
Think of any asset you use as collateral. It's not taxing his unrealized gains. You're only taxing the amount that is up for collateral.
But that
to me, I think when the bank accepts it as collateral, then it should be realized.
Okay, sure. So how is he going to pay that?
What do you mean? How is he going to pay that?
Presumably, he would either have to have cash from some other.
It's probably going to be lower than the capital gains tax.
What I'm saying is, you recognize if I do, for example, if I do a tax on just your profits or whatever, that's like you have money that is sent to you and you remit some of it to the government. If I do a tax on like the collateral or what you're using as collateral,
he takes it out of his fucking account and then he pays taxes on it, bro.
Okay, we are going to wind down the economy talk. I will let you guys finish this, but I need my fucking dopamine, okay? I'm not getting any dopamine from this, okay?
You would have to sell the asset.
Confluence, you should be getting a ton of dopamine from this.
You would have to either sell the asset or use money from other sources.
Forever. I mean, these are like...
He should sell the amount that he puts up for collateral. There you go.
You know, they're basically sucking Mao's cock your entire panel. I don't understand why you're not getting dopamine from this.
Anson, you're retarded.
Confluence.
See, now I'm getting... Call each other retarded some more. That gives me dopamine, okay?
Tom, did you say the
I need to wake up.
Did you say the video was women with over 150 IQ? Is this another Bigfoot sighting video?
The video we are watching. Okay, so again, I know some of you came for the eco talk, but just as a little teaser, okay, we are watching Andrew Wilson and Brian Atlas versus 140 IQ woke leftist feminist hater. Okay, that's what we're going to be going into: social issues, feminism, etc., and Keynesian economics. Okay, I'm just kidding. No, please, no.
What is woke? I got other econ stuff to do on my stream, but I appreciate talking. I'm sure I'll talk to at least Seeker more and stuff. So I appreciate it. I'll see you guys.
Hey, thanks for coming.
Hope you come back, non-fun. Take care.
Anson, you owning a pug is such an ironic thing.
Why? It's my emotional support animal. It helps me deal with Chinese nonsense, since pugs are Chinese dogs and
but they literally
Chinese
they
nonsense.
can't survive on their own.
Yeah,
it's like the opposite of what I would expect you to want.
So this is not my dog. This is my ex-wife's dog that I'm watching for her while she's out of town living her best life.
So
damn.
Your friend.
No, I have a question before we walk this. I just need full understanding of what this video is about. What is woke? I keep hearing it, but I don't know what.
Oh my god! Let's look.
The video. I will say the video starts. It's funny. That's why I'm interested. That's what the whatever podcast is always. You know, it's my guilty pleasure. It starts with the woke feminist saying, "Wait, well, I'm not woke. I'm not a feminist, and I'm not a leftist." So video title apparently it's like I don't even know.
Yeah, they consider the Raging Tomatoes a feminist, which is funny because she's definitely...
They just title their videos, I think, to be like maximally like eye catching. Because it also says she has 140 IQ, and she's like, "Wait, I never told you what my IQ is." So.
Bro, the way she responds to that and her first answer, I'm like, "What the? She lied, bro. She definitely bought it." No way she's.
Yeah, we found out Zerka was doing some research. This is some like daughter of some what's his name, some author. I never heard of him before, but some rich guy. She's like a Nepo baby.
Robert B. Stone books,
or
something. I don't know why she's connected to him, but that guy's rich as fuck.
Yeah, so that's probably why she's on here. So we'll go to this. We'll go to this now. Okay. Whoa, not to me. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Here we go. This now I'm feeling the dopamine already. Just even seeing the whatever logo. God damn. Okay.
Streamlabs.com/.
Skip the intro.
Leftist hater.
Oh, here we go.
Is today by Andrew Wilson. He's the host of The Crucible. He's a blood sports debater and political commentator. Also joining us today is Jen Stone. She is a 140 IQ woke feminist leftist hater.
I'm not any of that.
Oh, sorry. Okay, well, do you want to introduce yourself then?
I'm not. Okay. Isn't that what my introduction speech is?
Well, you can intro yourself, and then if you want to just go
Jen
right
Stone.
Go right into your opening.
I'm not a feminist or what did you all say it was?
Woke.
That's untoward, Red Eye Crooner. That's untoward.
Leftist either. I don't hate anybody, and my IQ technically is at 140. So
is it higher?
143.
I apologize.
By the way,
please make the correction.
I don't think I'm smarter than anyone.
Her IQ is in fact 143 and not
143. Okay.
Erroneously stated.
I don't like labels. Labels.
Red page already hates
you corrected him on the label.
Your opening statement.
Sure. How can she refute labels if she doesn't like them?
This is why I'm here. The population
very pomo
likes
of
to
her.
give such labels to everybody. Like 50% of the population is either woke or a Nazi, and I think that's contributing to the downfall of our nation. Andrew said when I was on the show that he hates people like me the most who don't take sides, From the way I see it, I have a
Okay, that explains. So she must have been on the panel, I guess, which they do let. Okay, so maybe it's not such a nepotistic thing, Zerka, because if she was on the panel, which they do accept pretty much like all women that are in the California area, then I guess she said something interesting that made them want to debate her. So that makes at least a bit more sense.
Actually happening in the world. It's not like I agree with everybody on each side, but everybody has something to say that can contribute to society, and people tend to just like turn off something the first time they hear something they don't agree with and say bad things about people, but when they dig deeper, everybody...
Is this part of your opening, or is this part of
yeah, this is
the vocal fry and the is already sending me okay.
From what I see from my bigger perspective is, while we're fighting over bathrooms and the Super Bowl and all of that nonsense, yeah, crazy shit's happening, and it's been happening for a long time. It's on both sides.
Wait, Rage Page, did you see the panel she was on?
In the 1970s with Citizens United and Quid Pro Quo and
just Brian's ready to off himself. Look at his face.
Corporate taxes not really paying much
He's already realized his mistake of inviting her back for a debate.
It kind of seems like we're all fighting for the same thing. In Andrew's perspective, he wants to bring back the 1950s because there's less debauchery and family values. And the left wants a tax structure that's more towards the 1950s as well, which
oh my god, this hurts. This hurts, but in a good way. I'm having fun.
Yeah, taxes, which I don't advocate for completely that to happen, but they're basically fighting for the same thing and blame the other people for taking it away, if that makes sense. And both sides have good points. They just think each other's to blame. And if you look at the bigger picture,
this is the worst opening in the history of openings that I've ever heard.
Back to the past, we should strive to solve
fucking write it out next time. Holy shit.
With AI coming and stuff, like nothing is going to be traditional. We're in it's a new revolution, a new age. So why are we trying to bring back something that will never happen again? And basically, the last thing is, I don't care who you vote for. I'm calling it the Great Awakening. One thing we can is to stop supporting people who
a Great Awakening. Slow down.
Lots of donors from super PACs. Support people who want to change these flaws in our system that have created what some would say the deep state, the Epstein class. Vote out all the old boomers who are just corporate puppets. That goes on both sides, and that's really the only.
You see that Rachel Wilson chat that just showed up on her stream, the 140 IQ.
Just one really quick thing. I know Andrew has a bunch of notes that he wanted to jump into. At the very beginning of your opening, you conflated, for example, people on the right calling the other side woke, and that you compared that to people on the left calling people on the right Nazis. Do you think that that's an equivalent comparison? Because I think levying the label of Nazi towards somebody who's right-wing is like orders of magnitude a more egregious, perhaps mislabeling than just calling somebody woke. Woke doesn't seem to have quite the gravitas.
Yes.
And it's not quite as negative as Nazi.
I agree with that, but when they say woke, like he calls everyone Marxist and communists. Andrew. I mean, I think
Marxist and communist.
Huh?
Only Marxist and communist.
And you call them like what you always use the word debauchery,
degeneracy,
degeneracy, and
which is a Nazi term.
Only degenerates.
And just. Yeah, I don't call anyone a Nazi. That's why I'm saying I'm not.
Would you call a Nazi a Nazi?
And then calling people who are protesting
So,
domestic terrorists. I think it goes extreme on both sides.
can I ask you something?
know?
Because you're both citing it. What you're doing
I'm
is
not both siding it. I
you
lean
are.
more left.
It's called a.
I lean
what
more.
you're doing-
I'm a
False
libertarian.
Didn't she
Yeah,
just
I've
say she's
talked
not on
about
either
it.
side?
Okay.
That's
Okay.
what
What
she
you're
said.
doing is called both siding. It's the attempt to pretend that you have neutral positions when you don't have neutral positions. And that's what you're doing.
most
Both siding. For instance,
leftist libertarians
you said-
disagree with most other leftists. So
You're talking-
that
What?
makes sense. Leftist libertarians aren't that common, so it makes sense that she sees herself as disagreeing with the rest of the leftists.
Or you're saying
Yeah,
no?
You can lean
no,
in the
libertarians
direction of
are-
something.
Libertarians,
You can lean in the
libertarians,
direction of something and not be that thing.
Libertarians are predominantly leftist.
No, they're
Yeah, I was,
predominantly right
see, I was going to say Anson is
They're
going to
like,
say
don't
that
tread on
libertarians
me.
are all left, but
Yeah, they're
No,
don't
they're
tread
not
on
all
me,
leftists.
right wingers.
It's like 80% of them are leftists.
See,
I think
Anson,
this
you just
depends on
don't have a
what
good grip
era.
on reality, buddy.
It depends on what era, but it's mainly right wingers right now. The
No,
people who
it's not.
like
What?
laissez-faire.
Anson, just for clarity, Anson thinks everyone basically to the left of him is like a Marxist.
I spent about 8 years in the Libertarian Party doing activism.
I know you did, and it's crazy that you think of those people as left wing.
Knowing nothing. How did you do this and come out knowing nothing?
I know. I came out knowing who they were. Like it's not that I came out knowing nothing. It's like I have hands-on experience seeing who they are. Even at the national level, most of them are leftists.
I mean, I'm not surprised. You were probably too fascist for them.
You're right. I was too right wing for them. Thank you for
Confluence,
pointing that out because they were leftists. I
a few
agree.
neocons I've met who actually lives up to calling himself a neocon.
I'm not a neocon.
Based.
No, I never said you were. I said Confluence.
She's talking about me. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
Unashamed of my neoconservatism.
Call everybody a degenerate. Andrew, you call everybody a Marxist. No, I call Marxist. I call communist. I call degenerates. I ask you, would you call a Nazi a Nazi? Yeah. So what's the difference?
Nazis call people degenerates.
Some of the ways you describe people, I don't agree with. With that,
Is somebody
with
who
how you describe
participates
it.
in gangbangs nightly a degenerate?
Yes.
Okay. Is somebody?
But
is
the
some-
majority
hang on,
of
hang on.
people on the
Is
left
somebody
aren't
who-
doing gangbangs.
That's not what I'm asking, though. Is somebody who says that they're a Stalinist, communist, are they Marxist?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
No.
So, and then is somebody who is wearing a
Stalinism and
uniform that
Marxism
says
are different
SS,
things.
has a swastika on it, are they a Nazi?
Yes, but you're conflating.
Yeah, but if you're I don't know, we can Keelan is the one who's the most commie pilled, but like if you identify as a communist, you're probably also a socialist as well, right? You're probably also a Marxist.
Stalin was none of those things. Stalin didn't write really much at all. His ideas sucked ass. He was just like
I'm saying if you identify as a Stalinist communist, though, if that's your if someone's saying that nowadays, they're probably also a Marxist, right? They're probably
that would put you at
identify as
odds
that.
with your internal ideology.
No, if they're saying they're a Stalinist, they're saying they're a fascist.
Yeah.
No, that's not how that works.
He said Stalinist communist, though. If someone says that, they're probably going to also be a fan of Marx and Engels, right? Probably. Come on.
So if I
They'll pretend to, just like Stalin did.
If I say
Stalin-
H-man communist,
Stalin
it
was-
doesn't mean those two things belong next to each other.
Yeah, y'all are gonna just fucking quibble because y'all don't want to be called commies. That's fine.
We're not
Y'all
paying
quibble more.
You don't know what you're
I
talking
mean,
about.
there's different forms of communism.
Commie-
Like there's different forms of capitalism, and it's not that hard to understand.
Yeah, words don't mean anything. Got it.
Yeah, I'm kind of on Ans's side on this one. I don't know.
Okay,
Population
Confluence. What do Marxists believe?
as-
What do Marxists want?
I mean, it probably depends on the type of Marxist. They
I
want
can put it into
workers.
3 words. Well, 4 words technically. Cashless, stateless.
No, that's what. That's
moneyless, stateless, and
cashless, classless, cashless society. Yes, sure. The thing that everyone says, blah blah. But
Do you think Stalin lived up to those values?
Yeah, he did. He lived up to
He had
Marxism
a
perfectly.
Stalin. You're saying, Anson, you think Stalin had a classless, stateless,
No,
and
I think that your
moneyless
definition.
society?
No, I think that your definition.
Oh,
of
okay,
Marxism
cool.
is too narrow
That makes
because
plain.
it doesn't
Okay,
include the
like I said,
fact.
no,
It
Stalin
doesn't
didn't have
include
that.
Marx.
Isn't that a definition
Marx
of communism?
himself. Marx himself wrote that in order to achieve global communism, you had to have the dictatorship of the proletariat, and Stalin fit that 1,000%. That was how he fit into it. And the reason why you don't like that is because he did it really well, and the communist people wrecked their shit and fucked it all up, because communism is a utopian system that can't be achieved. And it gets your fee-fees all in a wad when you hear that, you little commie.
Well, no, my
didn't Lenin lead the October Revolution, buddy?
No, you're making it up.
Yeah.
Lenin is who led everything, right?
But I think the forms of communism, and I put that in air quote, that have existed in history, which aren't really communism, they've all been different processes of trying to get to communism, because there hasn't ever
Marx
been.
died before he could actually write all of his thoughts on communism, right? He gave us Das Kapital, which is great.
Yeah, and it still doesn't prescribe like how to do communism.
No, it didn't. It was about capitalism. It's a great book about capitalism.
Yes.
But he didn't really write a book on communism. It's all came from later thinkers like Rosa Luxemburg and Anton Panenko, and they all have a different.
Before him, he comments on like what different forms of communism are.
He didn't invent communism.
When Khan goes quiet like this, he means he agrees with you. That's why he's staying quiet.
The guy that wrote the Communist Manifesto didn't write about communism. Did you just fucking say that? Are you a fucking
Communist
retard?
Manifesto is agitprop, you stupid idiot.
You're a fucking retard. I got it. Okay, good
It's
work.
political agitprop. It's like a
it's not about
fucking
communism. Using your words, Marx didn't write about communism. Yeah, I'm
That's
a retard.
not what
too,
he
if I believe
fucking
that.
said, you retard.
Yeah, no, that's exactly it. He's implying that Marx didn't write about communism. All he did was write about capitalism.
His thoughts
like
on
I'm
it,
a
man.
fucking
He never actually
retard. I don't
died.
have like the ability to read what he wrote. Like I'm
No,
not
you
a
actually
fucking
don't
retard. I'm
seem
not
to
gonna
have
believe your
that,
fucking lies.
Manson.
You're a bunch
So,
of
like,
fucking commies. Got
stop
commie
coping.
panel tonight.
Turn down the cope from 11 to like maybe 1.
Just because I read Marx doesn't mean I'm a communist.
Yeah, okay. Commie.
Anson, he's not saying he didn't comment on communism. He's saying he didn't come up with it, and he didn't write what it is like entirely.
He died too early. That's why.
Yeah.
I mean,
He didn't
probably
write
wanted
an
to.
entire book called The Communist Manifesto describing it in
It's
detail.
literally
You're
2
right.
pages, dude. Are you that?
It's
you
not,
don't
it's
know
not
what it
literally
is?
2 pages. I've got a copy of it. You want me to go get it?
It's 40 pages.
Yeah.
It's 40 pages.
It's fucking
Yeah,
short, bro. It's an
it's not
agitprop.
2 pages. Thank you, Keelan.
No, 40 pages is a
Read it.
huge book for Anson, okay? He
Yeah,
struggles with
It's literally made to be agitprop.
Okay.
You know what agitprop is, right?
Yeah.
What is agitprop?
Yeah, no, it's just propaganda to get people all riled
is.
up. It's
It
for
is
political
propaganda, you're
purposes. Yeah, I got it. I understand they were just a bunch of communist anarchists.
So that
to
means
begin
there's
with.
no meat to it, right? There's no substance, really. It's just kind of like, an actionary, writing. It's meant to. It's like a pamphlet.
it's hard
you
to
drop from the air
write
that
about the
goes,
perfect
now.
society. Yeah, I got it. Yeah.
Come on up, Brandon. Brandon says, by the way, I know a guy who defends Marxist labor theory of value. If you all ever want to debate that.
Good luck with that.
Oh yeah, that's. I just don't want to get too deep in the weeds because I'll fuck something up. But
I'm not even into.
I mean, every theory of value can be subjected to some criticism and be dead in some manner because it's all just manifestations of certain properties that an economist wants to talk about, and then they make it how they want it to look. So you just describe any labor theory of value as just a made up thing. I
think it's crazy that you guys are trying to say that Marx didn't write about communism.
That's
I understand. We didn't say that. I have a question for Sirko real quick.
It's what it really sounds like,
shit
especially
degenerates into
we're-
fucking chaos.
especially-
I have
I'm
one
sorry.
question, please.
I'm sorry,
one
I just
fucking
came
question.
back. I'm sorry, I just came back. Okay, I just want to say, I just
You
think
made
it's
up some
insane.
Bullshit while I'm trying to ask your curse.
I think it's insane.
You can make up your bullshit all you
No,
like.
I'm sorry, Mel. I'm sorry, Mel. I'm gonna
Yeah,
say my
thank you
point.
for letting
How
me
about
talk.
that?
You're sorry,
I'm
you
gonna
let
say
me
my
talk,
point.
right?
Okay? No, I'm gonna say my point.
Marx did not get around to writing an entire novel like Das Kapital about communism.
I understand, but we're trying to minimize the Communist Manifesto. I mean, even you said it's like 2 pages. Oh, it's 2 pages. Agitprop. We're trying to use these words to lessen it. There is material. I fucking read it like 6 months ago. It has a lot of criticisms of capitalism. It also has a lot of prescriptions for his communist wet dream. I mean, it just does. And so yeah, you can say he didn't make a fully fledged, the giant manifesto about it. That's fair. But it sounds like we're trying to say, oh, he basically said nothing about communism, which is just not true.
I didn't say that. I said he didn't really explain it. We don't know a lot about his ideas because he died too early. The people who
I know, but you're really diminishing it by saying it's 2 pages, saying it's just agitprop. I mean, it has a lot of prescriptions in it about what exactly Marx wants. It's not fully fledged, but it just sounds like we're trying to.
I can show you right now the political writings of Rosa Luxemburg. Okay, a Marxist who followed in Marxist footsteps, right? Was in the Vanguard Party with Lenin, and I can show you what actual knowledge or like prescriptions looks like. I mean, she kind of wanted the eternal revolution of the individual, right, with the stateless society thing, and that's not really there with Marx. He just died too early, man. I don't know what to tell you. Like
it is. I just read it. I mean, it is there with Marx. It's just not as fledged out. Just because it's not as like robust of a prescription, it doesn't mean he's not making prescriptions. It doesn't mean he's not giving his ideas on what he wants.
Prescriptions were simply just like the one-line sentence that Melanie said, which is not really enough to say a lot.
It's not a one. I don't know when the last time you guys read the Communist Manifesto was.
Confluence. If I say you should go to the gas station, you're like, "Where's the gas station?" I'm like, "You should go to the gas station." Have I given you any good directions at all?
Yeah, that's not, again, Mel, have you read the Communist Manifesto? I'm assuming so?
Totally.
Okay, so then I don't understand how you guys are saying this. I don't understand. Like, did we read the same fucking thing? Did you guys read the ultra abridged 2-page version of the Communist Manifesto?
No,
if you really want to know more about
compared to Das Kapital, it is like a pamphlet, basically.
If you want to know more about historical materialism and more of what Marx is better at, The 18th of Brumaire is a much better book if you want to know anything from Marx, personally. But it's not really meant to give you any knowledge of communism. It's literally agitprop again. It's political propaganda.
I know you keep saying that as if to dismiss it and as if to say, "Oh, just don't pay attention to all the stuff he said about communism in the document called the Communist Manifesto."
Most of communism was fleshed out by people after him.
I know. That's fine. That's fine. So I guess if that's all you're saying, that's not what it sounded like to me.
I have my isolated question before things inevitably devolve.
Yes, go ahead, Mel.
Sirkir, have you ever heard of a field? It's not really economics, but you could say it is. Called social ecology. Murray Bookchin's a big name from there.
Social ecology, is that about like the similar? I mean, I'm sure it covers like ecological disaster that happened with the Nazis, right? Ecology is in like the
it's kind of post-communist
ecosystem, right?
Yeah, it's talking about bringing us back to that kind of gift sort of exchange of favors economy.
Okay. This probably seems like some Ancom and I talked about.
Yeah,
I'm trying. He gave me a few books to read, but I'm a little ignorant on it.
Oh, okay. Well, at some point, I'd like to hear you respond to it and see what you think. Okay.
What was the book?
All you need.
Shoot. I should know his books names offhand, but I'll put a link in the side chat.
Okay.
There's a lot of free audiobooks online.
Yeah. I'll double check them. I'm supposed to get around to reading them, but I haven't yet.
All you need to read are Asimov and that's all you need. That's all you need.
I don't know. I think
the one thing I actually can't agree with Keelan on is that you do need some type of strange sci-fi post-scarcity.
Are you fucking with me? It's not strange. It's not strange.
I think it's a little far-flung, but
the word you're looking for is utopian.
I think it's utopian.
Oh, and Sirkar, this video that I'm posting is only 39 minutes, so this is a relatively short pamphlet from him, I guess.
It's basically 2 seconds if you think about it.
Let's fucking go. It's in private chat. Don't lie, Anson.
One thing, and half the population is something else.
When have I done these?
I've literally watched.
When have I done
all
these
your
things?
interviews? Not all of them. And you literally say, I know I'm Christian, but I hate the left.
I do. It's true.
Yeah, I mean,
I do fucking hate leftists.
Yeah, it's.
God will one day punish my eternal soul for the fact that I just cannot bring myself to not hate fucking leftists.
Well, okay, then you shouldn't be preaching morals.
And come give me this book.
Why not? Because of false.
Preach the morals, just don't do it in the name of Jesus if you're going against what Jesus says.
So just be perfect.
Don't be perfect, but you.
So how imperfect am I allowed to be?
Vain. You're not supposed to be vain.
How is that vanity? That's me. That's the opposite of vanity. Me saying I have a moral failing, right? An aspect of my own morality that's very difficult for me to a demon that's very difficult for me to surmount. which is I know I'm not supposed to hate people. I know that. But I also can't fucking help but hate leftists. I can't. And by the way, that's a struggle that Christians all over the United States have every single day. Wouldn't it be the opposite of vanity if I say to people, if I were to go, hey, I'm fucking perfect in every conceivable way. I'm without flaw. I am awesome in every conceivable way.
Isn't this guy a Christian
That's
nationalist?
vanity. With the opposite of vanity being me saying, look, I know that I have a high moral standard. And I know I myself at times don't live up to that high moral standard, which is part of Christian
put
ethics.
other people to it?
Isn't that the opposite of being vain?
He usually does internal critiques of
No, I
other
think being
people's belief
vain is
systems instead of being
not
subjected
working
to
on it and then openly
criticism
saying,
of your
because his
like he
defense
did to
is
Charlie,
weak,
I'm
in my
better than
opinion.
you, and calling her dumb and stuff like that. I don't think that's the correct way to go about
She shouldn't have
things.
opened her stupid mouth about my wife then.
That was before that happened, actually. It was right.
Wait, who are they talking about right now?
A
Does
trans
anyone
person
know?
who pointed out that Andrew's wife in his personal life has been married 3 times and had children with 3 of the different men.
Enema Charlie.
Oh, you're talking about Enemy Charlie. That was untoward what she did. That was untoward. I actually think that was bad. That was bad taste.
I mean,
that he is a bit of a
I mean,
hypocrite.
he kind of espouses the worldview that women are sluts if they get divorced, right? I mean, isn't
No, he's not a red pill guy.
He's not. Yeah, I don't think he is.
Marriage thing.
It's all based on his definition of degeneracy. You note that like his definition is never
Yeah.
men doing that stuff; it's women doing that
No,
stuff.
Yeah, it is.
No, I disagree. I disagree with this. I don't think. I mean, Andrew Wilson. I mean, Look, I have a lot of complaints with him, but he's never been like, oh, if you're a woman and you've been victimized or someone has left you, that makes you a slut, or if you've been abused and then you leave the marriage, that makes you a slut. He doesn't say that.
About how women should live in life, how they should act, and how many people they should sleep with, those types of things.
Right.
Yeah, we're not saying Andrew's a slut either.
No, but what is that? But how? What is that saying? What is him saying that people shouldn't like sleep around outside of marriage? How does that correlate to if you're like in a divorce and that's what Enemy Charlie brought up. She brought up his past marriages and all from what Rachel Wilson says. And I mean, I'm not gonna like say she's lying, right? That there was abuse going on. There was like a bunch of bad stuff. So it's like Andrew Wilson's never said that.
I'm totally fine with it. I don't care personally. I wouldn't bring it up if it wasn't coming from someone who espouses a worldview in which they do bring up these things.
But Andrew doesn't bring up those things. Like that's the conflation that you're making, which I think is
no, he does.
troublesome.
I can pull it up for you if you'd like. I definitely have watched enough of him now to hear him say these things.
That he says that if you're like a battered woman, that you shouldn't like.
No, I didn't say battered. I didn't say battered.
But that's what Rachel Wilson's history is. Right? I mean, she didn't choose to divorce somebody.
How come he doesn't think about that when he's subjecting other women who aren't his wife to this that he knows the personal history of?
Well, I mean, yeah, I guess I don't know. But my problem is like thinking that he's like this red pill guy that is like, oh, even if you should just endure, even if you're like a battered woman, and that makes you a slut if you like have remarried again. And that's what Enemy Charlie was like bringing up. She's bringing up the fact how many like baby mamas or baby daddies Rachel Wilson has, which is just like totally irrelevant, I think.
So in the Bible, it does say, right, that a woman is not technically divorced when they are divorced, right? And if I'm not mistaken, it's in let's say Acts, right? I think it's in Acts.
Yeah, but even if this is all true, it's irrelevant because it's just an argument from hypocrisy, right? You're saying, well, he's doing a bad thing, so he shouldn't have a right to say other people are doing bad things, and that's just bullshit.
I'm sorry, what?
So no, we're saying that the reason that Enemy Charlie
It's not a
brought it
bad
up
thing.
is because
It's not really a bad thing to get divorced. If like what
Yeah, no, you're calling him a
Constance
hypocrite, and you're saying that his value
from
in terms
someone
of
who
making
uses
an
the chewing
argument
gum analogy
is
a lot.
lower.
For someone who often uses chewing gum analogies, for example.
What the fuck are you talking about, Mel?
I don't know what that
Like chewing gum, the more men they're with, the more it's like taking the gum, and nobody wants
So, like, when
wants
he
to
says
chew
things
pieces
like that,
of
it's
it.
kind of
True, yeah. Like it doesn't make it any less true when he says stuff like
Tends
that.
to victim blame and
just
say
because
battered women.
he
it's
doesn't
their
have
fault.
an ideal life.
I haven't heard that, Mel.
Oh,
See, that's what I mean. We say like normal stuff of what Andrew says, and then we like slip in like, oh, he actually thinks that if a woman's abused, it's like her fault.
Sorry,
Like,
you haven't seen it, but I've seen that.
So like Andrew's a Christian nationalist who thinks the Bible's inerrant and he wants to enact like the biblical nature of everything on everyone, right? I mean, to me, it is really annoying to hear someone, because I find it really annoying when I hear people say that they want to espouse this type of framework on other people. It seems like unwittingly, right? Because you don't know the personal aspect of them at all. And then at the same time, you just kind of live a life that is messy. There's how humans are, right? And it doesn't feel right to hear someone act and put a framework on other people, and they just can't live up to it themselves. Like,
yeah, but this is my issue, is like the framework you're combining, like what Mel is doing with like the chewing gum analogy. Okay, but that's talking about, you shouldn't be promiscuous. That's a different category than like what you're allowed to do in Andrew's Orthodox, what constitutes divorce, who you're allowed to remarry, right? Those are like separate issues, right? So there's not even hypocrisy in there.
Well, is Andrew not?
I think like even what you talked about the Bible. Andrew is obviously Eastern Orthodox, but even the Bible, right, says that the condition for divorce is adultery, right? That this is what Jesus says in the Gospels, right? And so that is a valid condition for divorce.
But what if they don't commit adultery then?
Well, then, I don't know what. Yeah, I don't know what Andrew's church says. Again, he's Orthodox. We can't just like this. I mean, I'm a Protestant, but I feel like we have to at least respect that if someone is in a tradition like that, then it's like if their church, I don't know what the Orthodox church says. If they say that abuse is also a fine category for divorce, then it's like, well, then that's not making Andrew a hypocrite, right? Your issue is with the Orthodox church.
No, you see the pit. No, I don't have an issue with the church, but you see the pitfall with how now enacting Christian nationalism becomes something that is a continuum. As in,
no, there's no pitfall. It has a better outcome because most people can't exist in a system without a higher power.
That there's no Christianity that is the same, and it's just another thing that Andrew does where he wants to enact this framework of whatever he thinks is okay from the Bible, right? It's just, this is a pattern to me, but I'm gonna watch the video so I don't derail it.
No, you're fine, and I don't even disagree. I don't even
confluence.
That's not. Yeah, see, that's the nonsense argument. I don't know. I don't know what. Wait, what? Maybe I misheard what you said.
What you preach.
Oh, I don't. I mean, probably. I don't. Not like direct. Not as a direct quote. Probably not. But maybe.
I think he did.
But in so much, I don't know if it was like directly that, or if that's just like kind of a summary that we give. Yeah, I think that idea is, but again, that's a different thing. Like what Zerka is saying, I actually agree. I mean, I'm not for Christian nationalism. But for many of the reasons that he said. But then we're adding all this stuff together because now we're saying, is he practicing what he preaches? I think he is practicing what he preaches. I think what he preaches is a little scary sometimes, and so I don't know necessarily know if I want him to be impacting that. But
if I was given a chance to explain myself, and it was that easy to explain myself, I wouldn't be super mad that someone brought something up like you guys seem to think he is.
So, as far as I can tell, Andrew hasn't done anything that's inconsistent with his faith, because in Orthodoxy, you're not really married if you marry and divorce someone before you become Orthodox, and that's what he did with his wife, right?
Yeah, well, you roll negative on perception.
But she was married 3 times.
Yeah, no, she wasn't. Not
adultery in it.
No.
So technically, she is not his.
No. That's not how that works.
You should read the Bible then, man.
No, I don't think you understand how Orthodoxy works, Zerka. I think you need to go talk to
the Bible
a priest.
Explicitly says this.
No, you're confused in trying to interpret the Bible, and you're not interpreting it in the way that
I'm trying to interpret the Bible. I'm literally just reading off the words, and you can interpret.
Yeah, but Zerka, that is like, again, and I'm a Protestant, so I'm more on the side of read the Bible. But for the Orthodox and the Catholic Church, right, that's not how it works. Right, they have their Catholics have annulments, right? So that's not something I really accept. I don't really think that makes sense. But yet, and I can't find that in the Bible. But yet, that is something in RCC Church, and so I'm not going to tell them they're a hypocrite because they're following their church.
I was just pointing out a pattern of framework I find with Andrew, where he applies the framework to other people.
Yeah, like an internal critique.
Chooses what he likes, but watch the video. I'll find quotes for you really fast to prove the feminism things.
Yeah, we'll keep going. I think I always think bringing up family is untoward, and so I like Enemy Charlie. I personally enjoy her, but
he brings his wife. That was not good.
I know, but
you can't have it both ways.
It's impossible to make an argument within which, especially as much as Andrew does, where you're not going to eventually be a hypocrite in some way. Right, because there's no way to perfectly adhere. There's no way to perfectly adhere to any belief structure or ethical structure that you have.
No one
right?
asked him to be perfect. They asked him to stop
No, but
being
that's
an asshole
what
about
you're
being
trying to.
perfect.
You're trying to say, oh, well, he doesn't have the same moral standing to stand on because he doesn't practice what he preaches. He doesn't do what he says.
Yes.
Yeah, you're making an argument from hypocrisy where you're saying, well, he's not perfect, so how dare he judge anybody? And it's
I never
ridiculous.
said anything about myself.
No, but it's the implication of your argument. Okay, I'm putting
you're
words
just
in your
assuming
mouth
that
because
argument
you're
from
too much
hypocrisy.
of a fucking pussy to put them in your own mouth.
Who? What?
I was pretty clear. I called you a pussy.
No, but what did you actually say though? I didn't really hear anything.
Yeah, I said I'm putting words in your mouth because you're too much of a fucking pussy to put them in your mouth.
Play nice.
Yourself,
Play
right?
nice.
I said what it
Come on,
is,
guys.
dude. I said what it is. I think he's insecure as fuck.
Yeah. No, you're not implying anything else with your words. No, of course.
There's no
not.
argument. There is no argument from hypocrisy. That's
But we have a donation from Avarice himself. Avarice, thank you for the $10. Avarice says, "Hey panelist, just checking in to say hi. Been busy, but still here supporting." Good to see you, Avarice.
Yeah, I would have to be the one
Little labor ice.
perfectly casting that, right, for that to happen, Hanson.
Yeah,
Right?
I don't.
You know
Are you
how it works?
casting spells?
Apparently, if I'm making an argument from hypocrisy.
You're casting spell. Where's Marilyn at? There's no spell
Right,
casting.
Harry Potter.
Circa.
Yeah, okay, no casting spells allowed. Okay, no dwelling, no casting spells.
But
No,
it's
was it?
just yes, it was.
No, it wasn't. It was after. I'll bet you $100 it was after.
I know for sure the stupid thing came before.
Well, perhaps we shouldn't have a meta conversation about.
No, well, no, that's true. I called her stupid, but
Yeah.
stupid has nothing to do with. Was I attacking her family? No, I didn't do any of that. Me saying you have a stupid position, or that's idiotic, or that's moronic, right? That's light stuff.
Well, like, blessed are the meek, blessed are the peacemakers.
Oh,
and the thing about Christianity is just supposed to be.
I do personally love when non-Christians will quote the Bible to me. I do personally. That really gets me going. You know, it really gets me going.
My favorite is Moses tied his ass to a tree and walked 40 miles. Ouch.
Actually, Zerka, are you? Or just for the con, are you Christian? What are you? You're muted. I don't know if you know you're muted.
I'm an agnostic atheist. I'm not like an anti-atheist though. I actually really like talking about religion.
Okay, great, good. We like it. We accept agnostics. You know, even those that happen to have an affinity for Islam, for example. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to pull you up, Keelan. My mistake.
The way I perceive Jesus is literally trying to get to discipleship, which means like following all of the commandments and not using like being forgiven as and being
Paul says you don't have to. Come on.
as an excuse to keep doing it. You have to always work towards being better instead of just accepting like, oh, this is me. You have to work for that. And it doesn't.
I've told this story many times. The story of the monk. I don't know.
There we go. Finally, the chat came through.
A monk who was an alcoholic his entire life, and then when he died, people were crying. And one monk said, "Why are you crying?" He was drunk his entire life, and they were so happy because he had cut his booze consumption down by half. Just meant that the entirety, he was trying to overcome that demon his entire life, and he couldn't quite do it. Okay,
this is a good.
I get it.
like this.
I understand. Right?
Why
if
can't
you
you
think
apply
that
it?
I don't struggle with the fact that I do have heavy hatred.
That's true. This is like I think Andrew was hinting at this, but you know, when Paul talks about the thorn in the flesh, you know, from Satan. I mean, okay, nobody's perfect. Okay, nobody's perfect.
Heart for leftists. You're wrong.
And some people's thorns in their flesh is a strong desire toward Christian nationalism. Okay, just that sometimes people want that.
Struggle with it all the time. I understand that I'm not a perfect person. I've always understood I'm not a perfect person. I also understand these people do everything that they can to make sure I fucking hate them too. Everything they can do to make sure I hate them.
They're
the most educated people. They're the
on
most,
both sides.
They're the most educated people on the planet.
Who the OnlyFans girls you have on the show?
No, leftists.
Yes, and you think with more education comes more wisdom, or
that's what your point just was 5 seconds ago. 5 seconds ago, you're like, it's lack of education.
No, I mean the people on like this that comes on this show is what I was talking about.
Most of them have more education than I do.
that's why I see things from a bigger picture. Our educational system
look
is
at
fucked.
that.
Like, I watch this show and
I'm
I'm like,
smarter
wow,
than you.
where's the world coming to? But I also watch on the left when they ask similar questions about history and stuff.
I said you
and
were.
Government, and they're just as clueless. So I that's why I think I have an advantage.
No, they're just monstrous.
Of
they're just monsters.
Seeing the bigger picture of like. I mean, we're all fucked.
That's a little crazy. That's a little crazy.
And instead of fighting each other, maybe we should just work on fixing the issues.
Yeah, the problem is that we can't even agree on what the descriptors of the issues are.
Well, I think we should start with just
love the one you're with.
What do they call it? Table issues. No, we don't.
Okay.
We all can agree.
Give me a table issue.
A good economy. We can all agree on ending corruption.
Okay. Oh no, we're back to economics. Oh shit!
This, like a good economy.
God damn
Would you
it!
agree with me that it would lower housing prices if we were to deport every illegal immigrant tomorrow?
Yes.
Yeah, it would.
Okay,
Because
great.
everyone would
Do
be
you
more
think that the
poor,
left's
you
going to go
idiot.
along with that?
No.
No. So I don't understand
Well-
how. So how is it that when you have a table issue, you say, okay, here's an issue. I want a good economy. Okay, great. If we
Andrew,
start
let's
with,
start
hang on.
that.
Let me finish the point.
Okay.
Okay. How is it that if I can't find any common ground with these people, how are we supposed to surmount these ideological differences exactly? Can you tell me how to do that?
There are, if you stick
take an
to the
English 1
basic
class?
common ground, first of all, like most, the housing market issue isn't an issue of like it might contribute, like the legals might contribute a little
This
bit.
is what's
but,
wrong with the Democrats.
She changes
yeah,
the subject.
that's
You
just
see what
a
I mean?
tiny
We can't
little
even
chunk.
agree on descriptors. So if we can't even agree on descriptors of problems, how is it that you expect that we're
You
going
have to look at everything as a full
hold on,
picture.
let
You
him-
can't.
Wait,
okay.
stop. Let him finish.
Yeah.
All right. I'll tell you what.
What the
Let's do it
hell
this
is she
way.
saying?
Tell me the full picture.
I'm not sure.
The full picture.
She's saying we have no real
in
idea.
my
She has no
imaginary,
fucking clue.
perfect situation of how to fix things is the first thing we need to do.
She's
is
saying she hasn't been
vote
called a
out
dumb
all
bitch
the-
enough in her
the
life.
puppets and vote.
Hang on. Who's we?
We the people, everyone
people.
on both sides.
Exactly.
Forget the
Exactly
culture.
it.
Just have a small truce until the agreed upon terms are agreed upon, and then we can get to the cultural issues.
Okay. And who are the puppets we're voting out? What are their names?
She's talking out of
What
her
are the
ass.
puppets' names?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's not just one person. It's the corporations.
Okay,
It's the CIA.
The corporations aren't names of people. Who
No.
are the puppets we're voting out? What are their names?
Oh, just vote based off of the PACs that have contributed to their funds.
I know, I'm
based-
asking about names. What are the names of the people we should be voting
Alex, long time no
Honestly,
see.
all of them.
So she's basically saying get money out of politics.
some-
and
Hey,
using
Alex.
that
I can't
moral
find the
economy
name.
as the
I can say
prescription.
who to keep Thomas Massey, keep Rand Paul.
Okay, based. Holy, based.
Hey, what's up?
We all agree. Keep Thomas Massey. How's it going, Alex?
Hey man, good you?
Not too bad. This is the first smart thing this girl said. Keep Thomas Massey.
Confluence, do you think we should get money out of politics?
It depends what you mean by that. I think like
Like the
I think
voting,
like this
like the electoral process, particularly, and the ability
We
to bribe
definitely need to regulate it more.
politicians.
I think that like the super PAC stuff I think is a little bit not great. Like I think it's fine to have individual contributors, but then when you start forming these PACs and stuff, and then I think that's where shit gets fucked.
Gets a little sus.
I
It
agree.
gets a
We
little
need to-
sus, yeah.
I agree with you, Mel. We need to get money out of politics and regulate it so heavily that people don't vote anymore.
Hey, as long as
secular
nobody
happen,
vote,
dude?
I'm good with it.
That was the most
need to get rid of
magical
the
not
popular
secular I
vote.
think
So
I've
we
ever
put a
heard.
tax on voting.
We need to get rid of
Like
the
you,
popular
you
vote. and
skipped
the
all the
electoral.
letters in the alphabet. You
How
went
about
from
this?
A to
If
Z,
you don't
dude.
pay,
what the fuck are you doing?
If you don't pay 25% of your net income from all sources, whether it goes to the stock market or anywhere else, then you don't get to vote. We'll just do that.
We need to get rid of the electoral college and the popular vote, and we need to move to ranked choice voting, and we need to count it using the border count.
The what?
Yeah, I think it's actually it'd be better if the person who owns the government
We need to
is
prevent
the one who's
women
allowed to vote.
voting in federal elections.
But you don't want people owning the government, right?
Yeah, I do.
Why would you want that?
Well, I'm
And
support
since
of
a monarchist, remember, so
Well, the monarchies don't own the government. They just
You're a
are.
monarchist, but
They
just
just
why
rule
don't you just
without
say you're a
government,
fucking
yeah.
fascist? What's going on?
No, because I'm not a fascist. I'm not a socialist.
Socialism and fascism are unrelated, friend.
I have a question.
What the
Did y'all hear
if
that
Sirkar would think this would
Andrew
work? Sirkar, what do you think of? So, like, there's this whole thing, like, vote with your dollar. I don't believe that, but I do think it'd be interesting if we did voting a bit differently, where we did the opposite of that, where we take the person with the most amount of money and they say, okay, that's how rich everybody could theoretically be. And then however much of that they don't have is how much votes their vote is actually worth. So the poorer you are, the stronger your vote. And the richer you are, the less significant your vote.
I don't really think that's a good way to represent
That's the
stuff.
dumbest thing I've ever heard you say, Mal.
I actually don't have a good answer to that in terms of why. I'd have to think about it because it's kind of thought provoking. But
I mean, I get the concept.
That's not thought provoking. Don't humor that. Come on, Zerka.
The board
It's not totally serious.
Really have a
I'm
good
not
reason
gonna
why
lie.
I'm saying no. I really don't
See,
know why my brain's
Mel's not
I
even
just
taking
think
this as
it's
a
an interesting
serious
thought.
thing.
It's not.
The
No,
board
it's
account-
semi-serious. Like if it could work, I think it would be a cool idea. I'm
Is
not
it
going
like
to be
the
able to
SS?
make it
honestly,
work.
it's not that stupid, guys. I honestly feel like I don't have a good reason why. Let me think about it for a second.
That the
I think
less
there are
money
other
you
ways-
have,
What's,
just
hold on,
to be
what- hold on,
clear,
what's not stupid?
Her question. I mean, it's not
that the
it
less
doesn't
money
sound
you have, the
stupid.
more voting power you should have.
I think my brain is going to go inevitably to like, how would you even go about regulating this in terms of like donations and the way associations work anyway? Because personal money doesn't really get donated that much. A lot of it's done through in different means. Like when I had my company and I worked with Long Beach, like the city, I saw a pretty good glimpse into how money gets funneled into politics, even at like a local city level. I did
So
a
what
video
if
for.
What if we say however much money Elon Musk spent last year, that's like the most theoretical amount of money anyone could spend per person.
I get what you're saying, but that's not actually the problem with money in politics. Is not buying a vote. It's about the exposure to the ideas, which then influence people who have a vote. So if poor people are still going to be influenced by the alternative means and still vote in the same stupid, uninformed way. Because really rich people are going to buy the ideas.
Hold on. We could just allow people to buy votes. That would be
then
a
the
great
rich
way
would
to-
have
That would be a
overrepresentation.
great way to transfer.
What are we
wealth
even
from the
fucking
rich
talking
to the
about?
poor.
There's a
That would actually be
mathematically
one hell of a wealth
proven way.
transfer. Just saying.
There's
You're
a
saying the opposite of what I'm saying
proven
now,
way.
because that would lead to more representation for the rich, which is
That's
what I'm
fine,
trying to
that's
counter
fine.
that.
That's fine.
So let me ask you this:
But
would
the
it
rich
be
would get
fair
less
if we
rich.
had a round robin tournament for people being elected? Would it be fair for the person who wins the round robin tournament to be the president?
I think we do that in Canada, sort of.
A round robin.
Around,
tournament,
like
what's
just
that?
pick at random.
Yeah, like each candidate had to have you vote. Would that be fair?
Each candidate has.
No, it's
a
first
race.
past the post here, I think.
It's first past the post in America too.
Okay.
I'm asking a hypothetical, and I'm gonna tie it up. You're gonna see how it ties up. Round robin tournament. You get each candidate versus each candidate. We all vote for each candidate. Whoever wins the round robin tournament becomes president.
Why can't we just have candidates fight to the death?
I feel like how many people would be in this tournament?
It doesn't matter. Any number of people.
Don't they have to meet every participant in a round robin?
I'm just asking you, if we had candidates facing each other, each candidate facing each other, and you vote between them, whoever wins the tournament becomes president, would that not be fair and represent the will of the people?
I'm not sure.
I think I saw a number file video on that was trying to argue it was the most fair way to vote or something.
Like the executive branch?
Yeah, you're voting for the president. You vote between every possible candidate for the presidency, head to head.
Can't we just do ranked choice voting?
Answer the question.
I think no.
You wouldn't want the round robin winner to be president.
No, only because, again, I feel like the problem is we don't let people run who don't have money anyway, especially the qualifiers.
That has nothing to do with what I'm asking.
I don't think I'd be opposed to it, Keelan. I don't think I'd be opposed to it.
I'm not sure. You're
skipping the point.
Like Keelan's saying, you have Trump versus Kamala, and then who wins on that? And then you have Trump versus someone else, Biden, and then you have Trump versus, and then you match up all the pairs, and then see who wins most amount of times.
Yeah.
So
no, I don't think so. No.
You wouldn't like that person to be president.
No, ranked choice would solve that without having to do all the extra shit.
That's not what I'm asking. That's not what I'm asking.
I would say no, I don't like it.
You don't like the round robin winner being president.
No.
What's your argument for that
it's
being
like college football playoffs? What it feels like.
Why is that better than round robin? I'm actually just wondering. Or I'm
Ranked
sorry,
choice?
not round robin. Ranked choice, yeah.
What the fuck are we even talking about? I was gonna land a plane and say the board account always gets you the round robin fucking winner using ranked choice voting, but we're like, oh, we don't want the round robin winner because we're retarded. What the fuck are we even talking about?
I mean, I guess the outcome, like, maybe. I mean,
I don't know. What was he saying? The board? I don't know what he's talking about with the last part.
I'm not familiar with
anyone know?
Robin that much. So.
Round robin is everyone competes with every other person, so it's not like it's not a bracket system. It's like every one person.
I wasn't actually mad, but the board account BORDA is mathematically proven to always choose the round robin winner.
It's
using ranked choice
type
voting.
of ranked choice voting because I know there's different types, right? Or no?
It's literally ranked choice voting, but it's how you count the votes.
Yeah. So it's different types of ranked choice voting. Yeah, I sorry, I don't know what round robin is, okay, but I know there's different types of ranked choice voting. So
it's like
some
a
of them are
Swiss
better
chess
than others.
tournament. A Swiss chess tournament also gets you the round robin winner.
So instead of that really long, okay, extensively annoying fucking passage that we did, why didn't you just say that?
I did say it, and everyone's like, "What's the board account?" And I'm trying.
Make it purposely annoying to make me look stupid.
Trying.
Sorry, bro.
I'm trying to illustrate. I'm trying to illustrate voting theory because it's like we're talking about the board account, and I'm like, "Oh, it's this mathematical thing." Nobody cares about math here.
I care about math.
I thought every style of ranked choice voting had some drawback, though.
I have one criticism of the round robin thing. It sounds like it would take longer. It sounds like it would take longer for the elections
we're
to
past
happen.
that now. We're past that. The only
He's like, I don't want to answer that.
Well, I was trying to wait my turn. I would just
Trump's
like
already fucking said he's won. Okay.
So the only issue with the board account is like you start getting into these questions of, do we really want the will of the people dictating who's in government?
No.
Why not?
Yeah, that would be the drawback then, right? I guess.
Hold on. Why not? Why not?
I mean, the founding fathers explicitly represents the will of the people directly.
We never answered the question from last time. Should stupid people be allowed to vote?
No, you shouldn't vote, Putoy.
Yes, they should. Yeah.
I don't. That's any solace.
Thank you, Futoy.
The funny thing is, man, is really intelligent people can also vote like fucking morons. Never forget that. Okay.
Yeah, being smart does not mean that you have a good that you're gonna vote well, right? Like
yeah.
But the point is, like, we can mathematically show you who's gonna more accurately.
A clinical
represent
psychologist can also be an abuser who understands all of what she's doing. You know, it just doesn't really matter.
So
you can't game the board account. You can't game it.
My problem with ranked choice voting is that it
voting?
In terms of if I must accept the degeneracy of voting, ranked choice voting is the worst kind because it forces everything to be in the center, right? It automatically forces you to appeal to the majority, and instead of having situations where outliers. Instead of having situations where
that's not ranked choice voting. That's our current plurality system.
No, you choose what you say out of like a fucking rabbit hat, bro. It's just like a bunch of fucking random notes.
Yeah,
or something.
it is.
It's a gishgalop, yeah.
So I have no idea what the hell you just said.
Gishgalop?
Jensen, I get what you're saying, but that's not a problem with ranked choice voting.
People say it differently.
Keelan, should the head of the Jedi Council be a round robin
scenario? Shut the fuck up. Answer. You don't appeal to the majority.
He needs to nerd out so badly. His dopamine is just
it's not
in short supply.
He's a
It's the center. Isn't it just the uniparty then? Isn't it a monarchist? Isn't that what you want?
You can't game ranked choice voting.
Yeah,
you can game our current plurality system.
It in states where there is ranked choice voting, the electoral process doesn't create any better outcomes than there are states without ranked choice voting. It's been tried in our system. There's not a discernible difference.
Are you talking about state legislators versus the executive?
Okay, we have
like what outcomes do you mean? How do we know a good outcome?
Okay,
versus
for example, California.
You do know states have qualifiers, right? And they have no one on the ballot still,
voting, right?
What the fuck?
But Anson, just to help me understand, what outcomes do you mean? Like, how will we know a good outcome from a bad outcome in these sort of tests?
Some states have ranked choice voting, some don't, is what he's comparing right now. But he's also just stupid because there's state qualifiers that keep political parties from coming in.
Difference in
there's
people
not a
into the
discernible
polls.
difference in the quality of governments with ranked choice voting and the quality of governments without.
Okay, now I have no idea what he's talking about. I was
that's a really hard thing to discern, though, Anson, right? Like, because like
it's not, because if there were some sort of difference that was discernible, it would be obvious, right? If this
So
is
what kind of difference are you looking for?
And the problem is that when
are you
you look
looking
at ranked
for?
choice voting, it's exceptionally more complicated. The voting tabulation is much less transparent. And it causes a decline in faith in the system. And if you're not one of the people whose candidate
there's
was
not like there's a
selected,
huge amount of faith on his side, anyways.
Oh my
Anson, what are you looking for? Like as far as I can tell, California is way different than Wyoming.
Oh, terrific! Yes.
What do you mean? There's no
California is
discernible
different than
difference
Wyoming,
between these governments?
I think what he wants to say is
62 jurisdictions.
The whole point of ranked choice voting, right, is so we have multiple parties and candidates, right? That's the whole point. You're not going to see any governmental change because the state qualifications that actually run on a ballot are pretty strict. You need need to be an institutionalized party.
Yep.
It's one of the big problems we have in this country. So I don't know what you're trying to say, Anson.
No, I agree with everything you just said. So the solution to the problem is the deregulation of the barriers to entry for non-traditional candidates.
Getting rid of the state qualifiers, I agree with 100%.
Yes. That's
but ranked choice voting is not the bad thing here, right? Like
ranked choice voting is irrelevant. It's like window dressing.
No, it's not.
Thanks for showing us your pussy, Keelan.
You know what the best way to reduce the barrier of entry is? Get rid of the two-party system.
Well, you can't just get rid of it without breaking
don't
the
get
Constitution.
rid of the
and removing the
fucking
First
two-party
Amendment, right?
system. Oh my
Like
God.
the way you get rid of two-party
just add
system
more
is to
parties.
allow the incentive.
You can't
incentivize
create more
other
parties.
options.
You can't fracture.
We
the
have
Democrats,
more
the
parties.
DNC.
What the fuck are you even saying?
Melanie,
So break up
Melanie,
the
you cannot just
DNC,
get rid of
break up
political
the
parties.
RNC.
No, you cannot do that.
Create smaller parties. The
cannot do
RNC
that,
is already
okay?
fractured.
The only way you would do that is
Hey,
by
we had
First Amendment.
Jill Stein. Okay, we do. Keelan's right. We have more than two parties. It's just no one gives a fuck about
There's a
them.
lot of psychology
Our
on this. Okay,
election
the
system.
psychology here is that even if you get rid of political parties, okay, people are going to form them anyway because they are inevitably going to happen just based
I'm
on.
not saying to get rid of
psychology.
them. I'm saying break up the RNC, break up the DNC.
How would you
along
do
the
that
line-
without breaking the First Amendment's freedom of association?
Who cares about that? But Sirkar, you're wrong.
Who cares about the Constitution? Who gives a fuck about the Constitution?
He's not wrong. He's not wrong.
You're looking at people's
that's a
behavior
dangerous
through
thing
the
to
lens of
do.
what
What
is
we
and
need
say
to do
that
is not.
that's
It's
how
like
they
telling
are
an addict. Okay, it's like punishing an addict when they have a drug problem instead of like giving them.
Here, can I give an answer at any point because you're just going to keep
I don't know.
rambling.
You're a fucking idiot.
Sorry.
Well, if the DNC, for example, were to set the precedent and show that more people are more willing to vote for those fractured parties, because and take away votes from the RNC because now people have more options, then the RNC might feel pressure to follow suit.
See the thing, I like what you're saying. It's just not going to happen in reality. The problem with doing that is the SWO and then the right wing authoritarianism that comes with the SDO and the SWO. So this is just kind of psychology on the subject. Okay,
that is based.
These are psychological terms and how political parties form and the nature of
I'm not saying
social dominance orientation.
I'm not
You are so goddamn bold.
American Section 230, you little shit. How dare you say plural Canadians?
Okay. So like the DNC can't just like get rid of and fracture itself and allow the RNC, especially right now, holy crap, to like organize even more and then consume this fucking country. That wouldn't be in their best interest. So
in like a blue state like California, they can't try this out.
If they did, it would be bad for the total outcome of the country, not just the DNC.
You don't think that all the cities would still vote blue just for maybe less coherent parties?
Again, The DNC is not going to do it voluntarily, and we can't do it with some sort of amendment change for like association.
My argument's not that it's feasible. My argument is that it would be better than a two-party system.
I agree. We want more parties, but the feasible route is to incentivize parties to happen naturally, like more parties.
So why?
That's the way we should do
it. Yeah.
You
so
change the voting system. You remove money from politics.
How do you actually do that?
You remove state qualifiers.
Well,
you remove institutionalized state qualifications and federal qualifications, and then you probably regulate some fashion of money. And I don't have the answer yet, but I can.
I know the
think
answer.
of one more time, but
yeah, you want to know the. So at one point in time,
it's not gold, motherfucker.
At one point in time, the United States had viable third parties. Like 100 years ago, there were three candidates who got like over 20% in the presidential election. Right. So what changed in between?
That still is not frequent, though. It's not ubiquitous.
No, it used to be.
History.
What changed?
It's not ubiquitous.
What changed between then and now? Back when it used to be more frequent, like when the Republican Party was a thing, and it was a third party that basically came up out of nowhere. What changed is that the political parties used their power within state governments to increase regulations and barriers to entry for third parties to prevent them from having ballot access. All we have
a little bit of that is true.
All we have
said
to
something
do
that is coherent. I'm thankfully
all we have to do is fix the state laws that have been created to prevent competition from existing for the third parties.
State qualifications and federal qualifications being removed would be pretty good. Yeah, that would be actually a good move.
I'm proud of you, Anson. That was really good.
But ranked choice voting would be another big way too, because then people could vote for that third party once the qualifications
ranked
are
choice
out.
voting is as irrelevant as convention of states.
It's not, man, because right now, because of the states,
all I gotta do is
states right now. The states are either
streamlining the runoff process.
The problem.
No, it allows people to actually vote for a third party.
Doesn't that also run into the feasibility issue of how are you going to get the DNC and RNC to cooperate with this?
You're not going to, and that's the problem.
No, that's the problem we're running into right now is ranked choice voting whenever it gets into a state ballot is being denied. Like California,
so it seems like the issue is that we have two parties, like I was saying.
Yeah, the issue is that we have two parties that have a stranglehold.
It's not impossible, though, right? It's not impossible. But yes, that is an issue. That is definitely a thing. You're not wrong.
They're the ones who make the rules, set the.
It would be harder though to expect them to actually neuter themselves with some sort of amendment to change the Constitution and stop them from existing. That would be much more unlikely.
Well, the anything we try and do to make third parties viable is going to do that to them anyways. They're not going to allow it one way or another.
I think people naturally, all of us in here feel the same way, and over time, and it's one of the reasons we're in this populist state right now, either fascism or Bernie, who would have been, I don't think, communism, but he represented that whole identity of change, right? Populist change. People want stuff to change. So I feel like there is a chance of something like that. I mean, a lot of states have ranked choice voting already. It's reasonable to assume that it could get passed in other states.
Do any full states have it? I just looked it up. I thought it's just in certain jurisdictions.
Like Wisconsin, I think, has it actually. Some Republican states actually have it. If I'm not mistaken.
Wait, no, that's not. Okay, no, that's not. I'm from Wisconsin. That's not. That's not. I don't think that's true.
If Wisconsin has ranked choice voting, I've lived here.
I can't remember. Don't quote me on it. Okay, I know that. I remember looking at it and being like, "What the fuck."
No, I think you're thinking of Minnesota, maybe, but I doubt Wisconsin does. I don't think Wisconsin.
Minneapolis does. I don't think even all of Minnesota does.
Oh, I just looked it up.
Alaska does. Alaska does.
Yeah, I think Alaska and Maine, I think, are maybe the two states.
Anson, what's wrong with Alaska's government?
Utah has it. Utah has it in local jurisdictions.
No discernible.
Well, a lot of places have it in local jurisdictions. Same with Minnesota, but not at like statewide.
Is there anything right with Alaska?
But Anson, don't most Alaskans report a higher degree of satisfaction with like the government and their state?
Yeah, there's no income tax there. There's a whole lot of things going on in that state that are unrelated to ranked choice voting that make it
subjective on your part.
There's less control from the federal level because it's so far away. People are paid to live there.
No income tax, Anson. If the state will still tax you some way, buddy.
Sure.
You're aware of that, right?
I'm not a utopian. Of course, I accept that. I've never made the assertion that you're not.
No, I mean, like, just saying no income tax. They tax you on property then, or something. Like Florida.
No, Alaska's got a unique system where people are paid to live there.
They do have a payout from their stupid, kind of like what Sweden has. I know that, but that's irrelevant.
Anson, we've all seen the Simpsons movie.
Yeah, good. I happen to have no idea what you're talking about. But okay, so Alaska and Maine are the ranked choice voting states. And as far as I can tell, there's not really a discernible difference between those states in terms of government quality and other states, except for maybe Alaska being more decentralized and less populated, and so it being a better government, right? Like as far as I'm concerned, it's just a window dressing.
We have not changed the qualifications.
Like the deck chairs on the Titanic. It doesn't make.
We have not changed the qualifications like you mentioned earlier.
Okay.
But you also have to admit then, right, that it doesn't make like a state worse to have it.
Yeah, it's irrelevant. Yeah, exactly. Thank you for making my.
That's why he said the deck chair thing.
It's not irrelevant because it will allow people to vote for other third parties when they're actually on the ballot and feel like they're not actually losing their vote, which is what's happening right now. I feel like I'm losing my vote because I have to vote Democrats, even though I think they suck ass.
Yeah.
Keelan, you gotta stop doing that. You gotta stop doing that, Zerka.
Keelan, are you doing red light therapy, or is it just red light bulb?
Shitty economic policy in government is like a little bit better than fascist fucking craziness. So
yeah, in the midterms, I think a non-vote is very powerful in signaling to your party, that they can actually lose your vote. They don't do what you want.
Okay. Nazi Germany, okay, 1933. Do you guys know how much the vote percentages that the Nazis they won with in 1933? Do you know what the vote was?
I think it was like 37% or something.
33? Yeah. 33.14. And the next two biggest parties were the SDP and the Communist Party, okay? And that was about almost 60% of the country.
Yeah, but that's a parliamentary system. They have totally different method of
no, it was
together.
Weimar Republic was modeled exactly after our Constitution. What the fuck are you talking about?
No, yeah, okay. Then how did the Nazis get power then?
They did the Enabling Act and suspended the Constitution with 2/3 of the vote. The same thing our Constitution has.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to.
Yeah, wasn't that the bull? What's it called? The beer hall pulse or whatever.
It was the Reichstag fire. It was the Reichstag fire at the Parliament building, and then they blamed it on a communist. Okay, and then Hitler moved it across the street. That's it. And then he had his SA stand outside the building, and then they didn't let the communists and SDP come in to vote.
What's the beer hall thing I'm talking about then?
That's something else. That's something earlier. It's when he went to prison when he tried to take over a local town.
Oh yeah, I mean, what's wrong with not allowing communists to have a vote? That sounds like a good idea.
My point is that there's a lot of people in Germany. Okay, that Hitler didn't take control with the majority. Okay, he took control, and 80 million people died because of people thinking that way. And some things are literally more dangerous.
What, you're going to blame all 80 million on him? That's kind of steep.
I am not just saying Hitler's literally the one who killed 80 million. I said 80 million died as a result of the downstream effects, World War II.
Yeah,
That's
well, no, okay, you are blaming it on him. Okay, good, yeah.
But yeah,
he had to invade Poland after annexing Czechoslovakia. My point is that it's dangerous. I can't tell you whether or not Trump will kill 80 million people, bro. If you're looking for that, I can't give you that. But I can tell you something.
Be pretty sure he won't.
No. I'm sorry. The uncertainty of fascism is one of the biggest problems with fascism.
See, that's where you lose. That's where you lose everyone, Zerka. That's where you lose everyone.
Let me tell you this then, okay? I don't need 80 million people to die to tell me whether I know that something is bad and whether it could lead to that.
This literally has only happened once in all of human history that we've killed 80 million.
Fascism is a relatively novel thing, man.
I don't know. Mao killed like pretty close to that, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, y'all are using a much higher number than actually exists. 80 million. What do you like?
80 million is the total deaths in World War II.
On Hitler now?
We're saying that given that he started the war, every death in the war is a result.
I'm not really sure what's hard to understand here, man.
Are we comparing Trump to Hitler?
No,
somebody.
Trump will be something else.
Zerka's kind of doing that a little bit.
I'm showing you the parallels. Okay, so there's the thing about like fascism, right? Like, if you want me to point you to an end state, then it's already gone. It's already lost.
So you think Trump's fascist?
I know he's fascist. I can argue it really well.
Yeah, he hates democracy for one thing.
I mean, he satisfies almost every one of the minimal generic fascist tenets from Paxton to Griffin, and then I have my own thoughts on this, and I think he satisfies literally every single machination of fascism.
Yeah, I can make the same
even if it's
argument.
unwitting. Even if
Circa,
it's
that's
unwitting because he sucks
stupid,
ass,
man.
he doesn't know what he's doing. It
That
doesn't matter.
That's fucking ridiculous. Are you just gonna get up here and say I could make the same argument that FDR was a fascist because he centralized the government?
I
Did a whole
would
bunch
love
of
to
other
see you
shit
do that, Anson.
that had
I bet it
fascist
would make for
tendencies, and when
great
he left,
content. Please go ahead.
when he
Tell
left,
us
there
your
was this
definition.
massive bureaucratic complex in place that removed the individual rights. I could
Are you
make
trying
all
to
this
describe
fucking
corporate
stupid
fascism
arguments.
with the
That doesn't
Italian
make them
fascism right
true.
now?
You're
Because
just
you're not doing a
making
good
shit up,
job.
Circa.
Do you know what trade syndicalism is or trade syndicate? Do you know what syndicate means in Italian? Do you know what corporate fascia is? Do you know who Gentile is? Do you know any of this?
Instead of acting like you're a smart
He
guy for
doesn't.
saying big words. Go ahead. Explain
I'm
your big
acting like a
words.
smart guy right now because you are acting like a dumb fucking guy.
Okay, go ahead. Insult my intelligence instead of make a fucking point, dickhead.
Then make a point. Tell me how.
No, you're the one
I'm
making a
wrong.
point. I asked you to explain your fucking
You
jargon.
just triggered
You're
him.
acting like,
You
oh, I
triggered
can't
him.
explain my
I
jargon.
will
I'm gonna
tell
call
you
him an
why I
idiot
think Trump's a
instead.
fascist.
Fuck
Okay,
I mean,
you.
it's really not hard.
I'll tell you why I
Fair.
think Trump's a fascist. You want me to tell you?
Anson triggered.
Yeah.
Shut the
Anson
fuck
triggered.
up, boy.
How rare.
Shut the fuck up, rage bait.
I mean, the first thing about fascism is going to be hyper-nationalistic palingenesis, right?
Yeah.
The rebirth
Rage bait.
politics.
Piss off and bring your mother back. It was more entertaining.
No, keep explaining FDR more.
Fuck your mom, dude.
Could I
I can
actually
run
just
through it
make a
fast
quick
or if you want.
distinction? Just because something
Yeah.
Confluent said bothered me. And no, we're not saying that like the turbo fascism that you saw during Italy and Germany is the same as the fascism we're seeing under Trump. Neo-fascism and turbo fascism are two different types of
I think Italian fascism is almost identical.
I'm saying the fact that Zerka is saying that it's an unknown that maybe Trump will end up killing 80 million people. I think that's insane. That's like insane. Unless you're just saying it's a non-zero percent, in which case, yeah, it's a non-zero percent. I might kill 80 million people.
Let me tell you this, Confluence. If everyone in 1933 knew what Hitler was going to do in 1942, they wouldn't have voted for him.
It's not true.
Do you understand that?
I don't think.
They still would have voted for
You
him.
understand what I'm saying?
So.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I get what you're saying. I've heard it before. I don't think it's a strong argument to compare to Trump. I also don't even know if it's actually that true. I think we pretend that that the average German citizen didn't know what they were voting for and stuff, and I think they kind of a little bit knew.
That's another argument
but
that's
here, let me give
exactly
you
like
another example.
FDR.
I've written about this a
FDR
little
lied
bit.
about being a small government guy, so that's an
I've written about this just a little bit. Okay, imagine you're an SS officer, okay? And here's one of the problems with fascism and why it's kind of, in my opinion, makes me a little bit unsettled, is that it makes good people do horrible things.
You just made Anson come in his pants when you said, imagine you're an SS officer.
True.
But anyways, imagine you're an SS officer, okay? And have you ever seen the movie Schindler's List? Just so I can preface this a little bit. Do you know, like, when the people come out
Have
with
you
the
ever seen
boards and then
the
they
little
take
boy
everyone's
in his
name?
striped pajamas?
No, I'm just when the Jews are being moved.
We
between
let him
camps, okay?
finish.
When the Jews are
I
being
realize
moved
he ever
between
gonna
camps.
fucking finish? He's got to.
She's really dumb, Sarkar. Just excuse her.
Thank you. I mean, it is important to me, so that's fine.
Yeah. No, go
on, keep going.
We saw Schindler's List. You ever seen Little Boy in the Striped
Schindler's
Pajamas
List
movie?
is
I've
a good
seen
movie to
movies,
show
yeah.
this. I'm sorry. I know you don't. Maybe I'm bringing up a movie. It doesn't matter. The point is that they come out, they take the names of Jews, and they rotate them around different camps, right? It's almost like machine-like. It's like a job. None of them know that they're going to die, for sure. They may hear rumors.
Like the boy in the striped pajamas.
Oh my God.
Right. Now, here's another scenario, okay? With that in mind, it's kind of machine-like. Imagine you're an SS officer who works at like a labor camp. You're not stationed at a death camp like Auschwitz. A lot of the death camps were pretty far away from Germany, guys. So the state's pretty close, and it's also really far. It's a really important part of it as well. And you're completely employed and devoted to the state. So you come out of the Great Depression. You essentially now know that you're entitled to a job from the Nazi regime. They treat people in the regime really well all the way up leading to this moment. And let's say you have a wife and a few kids, completely employed by the state, and you frequently see the mistreatment of Jewish people. Sometimes you've seen them get killed. But the truth is that you don't really see that on the day-to-day. You're in a concentration camp, right? And one day you get orders to receive and put Jews on one train to another camp. What is the likelihood that officer is going to now just stop doing that? Does anyone know?
Non-existent.
It's non-existent. And the truth is that he may know this train might be going to Auschwitz. Who fucking knows? But the uncertainty there is what paralyzes people. He doesn't fucking know actually if they're going to get killed.
9.
This is like a banality of evil argument, though, and I don't know.
This is actually how historians not one bit of anything you just said is relevant today.
No, this is how historians understand what the Nazis did.
People know a whole lot more about what their government is doing than they did.
They don't know for sure, Anson. They don't know for sure.
Yeah, like people are being detained without due process, without us knowing where they're going, Anson.
And stop them from doing it when you don't know for sure.
What does Jews being killed 100 years ago have to do with anything?
History of the German people.
I'm actually. What did I tell you to do, Anson? I told you to be the SS officer. Imagine yourself.
Okay, what does that have to do with anything right now?
He can't. He's never actually.
The paralyzation that happens from uncertainty is a real thing.
So okay, but what does that have to do with Trump being a fascist? That's related in some way. I can possibly grasp onto this magical
It is not. If you're looking for a moment, when Trump magically becomes a fascist, dude, it's the end state already, and it's too late.
Yeah,
there's no way to diagnose fascism then.
So you're just saying he hasn't done it yet, and that's the proof that he's going to do it. That's the dumbest fucking argument.
No, I'm telling you about the architecture.
That is fucking retarded, dude. Are you a retard?
No, I'm not.
Dumbass.
I'm telling you about the architecture.
That's the proof he's going to do it. Are you fucking serious?
He didn't say
that. I didn't give you my definition.
Will do it or not.
So I didn't give you my definition, man. I can give you my definition, and you can try and work your way around these words.
Definition, I'll laugh at it.
His brain will turn off after the second syllable.
Sure. Okay. So hyper-nationalistic palingenesis, rebirth politics, the mythical nation narrative, right? Blood and soil. I'm sure you're aware, Mr. Monarchist. It's going to be centered around a strong leader who is a populist, who is going to abuse things like political liturgy, weaponize patriotism, and ritual politics, and make doubt feel like betrayal. Kind of seen that today with Trump's response to the Supreme Court, if I'm not mistaken. And there's going to be an enemy construction and a shrieking radical circle and in radical exclusivity at the same time. So that means that there's a really nice, warm, taken care of spot in the middle, and people who are on the outside are going to be essentially excluded from not just the ones on the inside. So it's a radical exclusivity, though. The state does not like you at all if you're on the outside. But it does give a permission structure over time. So naturally, it influences the way people act against those on the outside. Then there's constraint breaking by permanent emergency, which I brought up with Tyler. I'm sorry, what? What?
She said, derp, derp,
we need to just have the states deal with it themselves.
That didn't work out for Germany.
What you're saying is basically...
No, I'm not done yet. If you want me to finish.
You don't want to answer anything?
I want to answer. What's your question?
Damn it. I invested so much time trying to get in. I forgot. I swear to God, I remember it. It's on the tip of my tongue. I'm just going to
let me just finish real fast, Melanie. I'm sorry. There's epistemic capture, and then there's also corporatist theorem. So hyper-consolidation of private and state.
Oh, yeah, I remember. Confluence. How can you be possibly sure that he won't?
I already said if all Circa means is that there's a non-zero chance that he could kill 80 million people, then yes, I agree. There's a non-zero chance I could kill 80 million people. So you're right, Mel. That is my answer. I can't be sure that he won't. There is some epsilon chance.
Between the two of you, what Trump does. Sorry, I just want to get in here for just half a second more. Confluence between the two of you. Who's more likely at the moment?
I would say Trump.
Thank you.
Yeah,
but that's
I think you're diminishing the actual actions Trump does. Trump is very much fulfilled a lot of these.
Keelan, I think this is TOS. If these are the lyrics to Erica.
What are your examples?
So I'm gonna delete those if they are, because I don't think I'm allowed to have that.
One of your examples of Trump's possible current fascism or fascist tendencies is that he disagreed openly with the Supreme Court. Like every fucking president hasn't said things in disagreement with the Supreme Court. And FDR even wanted to.
He's literally just fucking refused to follow the Supreme Court. So I don't know what you mean by just disagree. I think we have different definitions of that.
No, did he do anything other than to the Supreme Court? Other than use words at them? No, he didn't.
Literally circumvents law and order. The court say you can't do tariffs, and what does he do?
He's already saying that loyalty becomes personal. right?
Yeah, it is. He values loyalty.
It's
That's
not.
a very
Your
well-known
loyalty is to
part
the
of
fucking
Trump's
country, dude.
personality. What's wrong with valuing loyalty if you're a leader?
Yeah, you're supposed to serve the
I
country.
guess over your country, though, right?
Well, okay, loyalty over country. Yeah, I would actually
That's
agree
part of
with
the
that.
oath he
Yes,
took, right?
Yeah,
Anson, is that not part of the oath he fucking took?
What oath? Yeah, he
When
is.
he was
is
sworn in
really
as president.
oath.
You know, the
What
one
does
that
that have to
every
do with him
single
disagreeing with the
These
Supreme Court?
tenets I
American
just said
in
are
the
not
world
like
takes,
magic fucking
they'd go
boxes
to
that
any
you can
kind
just
of federal
check
office.
and check off. Okay. The point is that if you want to actually understand what fascism is, you need to know the architecture. Okay. And he fits it. I can't say whether or not he's going to be some dude who ends up killing a bunch of people, but what I can tell you is his actions. I listen to people when they talk. Trump every day tells you who he is, dude. If you don't want to listen to him, that's a you problem, not a me problem. He literally comes out and says he's going to invade fucking every country on the planet.
Thought you're done.
I think that's, but Circa, you have to agree, and I'm not saying this isn't optimal. Like, this is what I remember. Ben Shapiro. I remember Ben Shapiro saying this. Wait, I want to hit you with something, Circa. I remember Ben Shapiro saying this, that you end up having to play a game of divination when you're listening to Trump talk, and that's suboptimal, to be sure, but it is also true. So when like Trump makes like his threats against Greenland, I think it's rational for me to sit there and think he's not going to actually invade Greenland. That's not going to happen, and then I'm right.
Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that though? Why?
Because half the stuff he says he doesn't follow through on at all, and it's just some like weird things. Well, again, it's suboptimal, but we also can't take him that every word he says that he's going to do. That's just like insane. He's not.
So he's normalized this. You know that, right? He's normalized this.
Yeah, but
the
yes,
only reason you can't take anything he says as for granted is because he's.
I listen to people when they say things, especially political.
But that's a skill issue. That's a skill issue because if a leader has done it over and over and over again, and you can't take their words literally.
He does do the things that we think he won't do.
He doesn't do everything he says, though, is my point. And so we're being willfully autistic if we're like, well, he said these exact words, he's going to do these things. No, we're forced into that game of divination.
If someone tells you they're going to kill someone else, okay, and you just go, well, he didn't actually get around to doing it.
The whole documentary series by Adam Curtis, Hypernormalization, is about this.
Yeah, but I'm actually going to respond to Circa. Yeah, no, that's fair. If Alex tells me he's going to unalive someone and then he doesn't do it, okay, I'm a little worried. If Alex says that every day to me, then I'm like, okay, he's probably not like serious when he says he's going to unalive people. He's probably just like the kind of person who just like walks around saying that. And that's still untoward. It's still not optimal.
Hold on. What if I sometimes
let's take it to other stuff, okay? When Trump says things like, I am going to invade Canada.
Well, sure.
Sometimes do it.
And then Trump says, I'm going to invade, or let's say maybe go into Mexico and target cartels. And he puts a massive military force on the border. To me, those are things that are leading up. Okay, they're steps. Now, I know you don't really understand what I'm trying to say because it's hard to predict the future. Again, it's a game of like, I can't really tell you when fascism is 100% going to happen, or else we'd all know. I mean, it's literally... But you can't just rule it out as being undiagnosticable. Like, we can't just like say we can't diagnose the moments in which you can lead to fascism, right? Trump has essentially done all of them. So every single reason to think that he won't just continue, we have people who are citizens being murdered in our street by ICE. What else do we need? We have people being literally like, even if they are illegal immigrants are still entitled to the constitutional rights. Okay? That's a fact.
Correct.
We're just like disappearing now.
Confluence, why do you have Alex and I turned down? I just checked.
First of all,
you have us turned down.
First of all, if
we
Alex,
have National Guardsmen being
first of all, Mel, you're again so many skill issues. First of all, Alex is literally maxed, so nice try. You're also maxed, Mel. Fucking retard. Okay,
well,
you're both maxed.
Yes, you heard me say test, right?
Trump has tried to overturn.
You're both maxed. What do you want me to do? Turn up your own fucking mic, Mel. I have you maxed.
Yeah, I think you're
Trump has tried to overturn the 14th Amendment with an executive order, right?
I'm turned up all the way, Mel. I don't know what you're.
Get closer to your mics.
Like
Alex, I have Alex max, and I have turned you up, Mel, because I couldn't hear you a long time ago. I turned you up max. I can't go above 200 on StreamYards. You have to fix that on your end.
And did a test.
Like Trump has tried to overturn the 14th Amendment with an executive order, right? Yeah.
Say again.
Know that? Trump has tried to overturn the 14th Amendment with an executive order. You guys know that?
Yeah, I think that's one of probably the worst things that he has tried to do.
So what's the problem with that, though, right? Like, we can't just say that he hasn't done it now, right? He has.
Yeah, in that case, yeah, there are. I'm saying the most extreme things he hasn't done that he said he's going to do. Like
that is an
extreme thing. It's not the most. I would say like turning Gaza into the Riviera of the Middle East, invading Greenland, annexing Canada. I feel like these are more things that when I hear it, I'm like, I don't think any sensible person, they shouldn't take that seriously. And again, we shouldn't be in a situation. We should be able to like treat our leaders, their words seriously. But we've been dealt this card called Trump, and we have to accurately divine that. That's the boots on the ground reality. It's stupid to think that he is actually going to use military force on Greenland, for example. That was just dumb. That was dumb for everyone to think that.
It's not stupid.
It is.
No, he sent his administration there to try and talk to people in order to like do subterfuge.
Oh yeah, okay. Well, welcome to America for the past 60 years.
No,
but that's not the same as a military.
Never happened in this manner. I'm sorry.
Really. It's never really. The CIA hasn't been freaking nation building for the past God knows how long.
That is not nation building, man.
I'm sorry. What do you call it when we go and we take out South American dictators and all these people and we establish our own government?
And sending his administration and the things that the CIA did, okay, are two different things for one. And then also the secrecy around it. It's not like we sent the CIA there, right? He sent his own personal administration. That is different.
You'd rather we do shady ass neocolonialism that actually fucks people over?
I'd rather we do neither, but one of them is fascist, one of them is not.
One of them is worse. The I'm a neocon. Let's see, the neocon stuff is a little.
So also Canada. All right, Canada has just came out recently that I'm sure you guys know about Victoria, right? Victoria is like wants to fucking secede from the rest of Canada.
He put the.
What are you saying? What are you saying, Zerka? Victoria is a city in Canada.
No, the province.
British Columbia.
What's the one next to British Columbia?
Alberta is the one that has the secession thing going. Yeah.
Alberta. Yeah. I'm Canadian. I should know this. For fuck's sake.
Wait, what? Wait, I was giving you some credit because I'm like, okay, Americans don't know about Canada. God damn it!
It's not like I've lived there. My dad's Canadian, so I should know that. But Alberta, yeah, has talked to the Trump administration personally about secession, right? Which is totally fucking insane. But
not insane according to Canada, though. To be clear, I mean, Quebec has been trying to do that in Canada for the past like 40 years. I mean, they held a referendum on that. Wait, what do you mean? Come on! I mean, that's true. I mean, they almost. It was like. That's no. Yeah, they secede.
Wants to be annexed, bro.
Okay, I'm sorry. How is one more damaging than the other? Both involve key provinces with ample resources and ample economic benefits leaving the country. What does it matter if Quebec joins America or if Alberta just becomes its own thing? They're both like toxic things.
I mean, outside of the tangent,
you just don't like one because it's like involves Trump. That's the real truth.
Involves America. One is an internal strife. The other one is externally involved as well. That's the difference. But tangential stuff aside, okay.
That's a distinction without. What's the thing I'm trying to say? It's fuck. Yeah, distinction.
We don't have to take part in enabling that. You know what I mean?
So I have this crazy idea.
Mel, you're still quiet. Again, you're maxed on my end, so I can't turn you up more.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're loud.
Unfortunately.
Okay. So listen, I have a question. Do you think it's a bad idea to have like National Guardsmen be, I guess you would say, deployed into each major city in each state? Like the ones that just can't seem to handle their own shit locally?
Are you asking me really if the National Guard should be deployed on American citizens for, I guess they can't handle shit? Is that the reason?
It would be the fact that the state seems to not be able to do their job correctly.
What does "seem"
and the
here
local
mean? Can you be
seems to
more specific right now?
corrupt.
That we're talking about using the military on American citizens, fundamentally anti-American. I need you to be clear in what you're about to say.
So who is supposed to handle it then?
Handle what?
Handle the American citizens who don't know how to follow the laws of America.
And what are you describing right now?
With the judicial system and due process.
Okay, so if Anson was
What
here,
are they?
he'd be
Are
able
they
to give
murdering
better-
everyone, running around? What is happening in your brain right now?
I'm saying, like, for an example, the BLM riots and all the shit that happens in cities, all the cities that are just falling apart because the local area is not handling what they should be handling, which is making
Okay,
sure
so
criminals are in
BLM
jail.
is a reaction to a video, right?
That was just a random example. You know what I'm talking about. Don't act stupid.
I don't, because
and
you're
act
not
like
being
you've
clear.
never
You're asking
in
me
your
if
life
I want the
seen
American military, fundamentally anti-American, I hope you know that, to go into cities
Then
to
let it be
what, do law
fundamentally
enforcement?
whatever the fuck you claim it fundamentally is. I'm simply saying, who is supposed to be fixing the cities that are turning to complete shit?
If you just
because the
presuppose
police
this
are
fixing
scared to do their
necessary, I
job
guess you can do
because
whatever you'd
of
like,
people
but
like
I
you.
disagree. I think the American military should not be used on American citizens for like your vibes and fifis.
Yeah,
Can
posse
we all agree to that?
comitatus is the law that says you can't
Am
do
I
that.
not? Am I not speaking English? Is
No,
that
you're
anything
speaking
what I
vibes
said?
and fifis because you didn't give me an actual reason to use the military on the fucking like U.S. citizens. What are you talking about?
Because
They're not
the
trained in law
state
enforcement. Do you want to do law
police
enforcement?
I
and
too
the
want to use the
local
military on
police-
my
if you-
political enemies.
If y'all would shut the fuck up and listen to the words I'm saying, the state police, the local community parishes.
Why aren't they asking for this
county
then? Why aren't the state police asking for this?
Because it's becoming too big of an issue for them to
If it's
handle.
too big of an
because for
issue, you
some
think the state police
reason,
would ask for it, don't you think?
They have been.
They have?
Yes. Have you watched any of the Congress
which
or the
ones
House
are you
meetings?
fucking referring to right now? Which ones?
Which
Which
ones
state
what?
police? Which governor is asking for
well,
National
okay,
Guard
I'm
right now?
saying Atlanta. How do you fix Atlanta? How do you fix New
It's
Orleans?
poor.
How
It's
do you
poor.
okay? So how do you fix that?
Paige, why didn't you answer
You
his
don't
question?
throw the National Guard at them and expect them to not shoot them or do law enforcement.
Let me ask you this: if you're a criminal and you're breaking a law and you know
She's
that
gonna
you're
keep
just going to
asking
get a slap
questions.
on the wrist and go to jail and be out in the morning, do you think that that's acceptable?
So you're
don't know
pro
how you
martial
think that's
law,
happening.
is it?
I'm
It's not
pro
happening.
keep the motherfuckers under control. That's what I'm pro. I'm pro break the fucking law, you will break your fucking jaw kind of concept.
Okay, well then why
That's how
isn't
it
Trump in
should
jail
be.
then?
Because people are
right?
just all
You wanna
willy-nilly.
use
Oh, it
National Guard
don't
on
bother
Trump?
me. I'm only going to spend a night or two in jail. I'll be out next week,
Rage
homie.
page.
I'll see you
Rage
later.
page. Rage
It's a whole
page.
fucking thing.
Rage page.
It's not.
What?
It's not. You're just making
Do you
it up.
like
You're
the police
falling
state?
victim to vibes and fifis, dude. I'm sorry.
That's
You
what it
just need to
sounds
stop
like,
doing
Rage. You like martial law.
Have you
Do
been
you
to
like the police
Chicago?
that.
Yeah, I've been to
don't think you
Chicago. I
have.
live like 3 hours from
I don't think
Chicago.
you have.
How nice
Rage
is
page.
Chicago?
It's a nice fucking city.
It's kind of nice.
Because they've got people on every other block.
It's
with
been
vests
nice for
and machine
years.
guns.
What the fuck are
That's
you talking
beautiful.
about?
Rage. Rage
That's
page.
beautiful. Nobody's running around shooting anything up, are they?
Rage page.
If you go to
The
Chicago,
National
you're not
Guard is
just
not
gonna
gonna
get
fix
shot.
that,
Like they don't
dude.
just shoot you,
You know
for
that,
stepping
right?
foot in Chicago.
That's
The
what
National
I'm
Guard's not
saying.
going to fix that.
Rage page. Do you,
How would it? What?
do
What?
you-
What?
do you really want to set the precedent that the president can send the National Guard to whatever state does things he doesn't like? Or
It's not things he
doesn't
doesn't
deal
like.
with things the way that they want him to deal with things?
It's not about what he thinks or what he feels. It's about how do you
Rage
create
page. Have you been to
order
Chicago?
in a magnitude of chaos? How do you create
you been
order
to
when there's
Chicago?
chaos?
Like this is
Have you
just
been to
what
Chicago?
conservatives do, right? Like when they're losing in the polls and shit like that, they're like, "Oh no, the police state! I'm so scared of it. There's a Democrat as president." But as soon as their guy's president, then they love
I
the
don't give
police
a
state.
fuck who's the
I don't want
president.
to. I don't want to say if she's conservative or not. It honestly doesn't really matter to me. It's just, have you been to Chicago? Because you act like you've been there.
I have been to
confused.
Chicago. In fact, I've slept
Were
on
you
the
scared
streets
for your
of
life?
Chicago.
You-
I have personal connections with the things that I am speaking about. Yes, and I'm passionate about it
Okay,
because
I'm
it's
sorry to hear
fuckers
that. But
like you
are you
that go
really
around
saying
and
that
say, "Oh,
everyone
well, this is
in
fascist
Chicago is
and this is this? No, it's fucking not. We need more order, not less.
Okay, so Chicago is just a mess. Everyone's got a fear for their lives and they're dying every day.
Because there's a fucking motherfucker on every corner with a vest and a machine gun to pop off
Rage
if anybody
Page.
even blinks
You're
wrong.
a fucking idiot, Rage Page. You've never been to Chicago. You're talking like you've never been to fucking Chicago. Like, this makes no
I have
fucking
been
sense.
in Chicago. I've slept at the train station in downtown fucking
How
Chicago.
fucking dangerous do you
would
think
have been beaten up by
Chicago
the
is? It's not
wait. She
dangerous.
just said
It's
something
normal.
crucial. You would have been beaten up by the National Guard, according to your logic.
Yeah.
No, is what I'm saying.
Oh,
I'm saying
no one.
why
But does
we
that
need
make you an expert, Rage? Like,
I'm
what
saying
are you
that's
saying?
why we need them. Like New Orleans. New
Because of people
Orleans
like Rage
should
Page, yeah.
have they should have SWAT on every other fucking block. As
Yeah, you
they
can talk
should.
about Bourbon Street.
You want to
all
live in
fucking
a
want, but it
fat, like a
doesn't sound like you've
fucking
ever been
police
to
state, man?
Chicago
Go
the way
live
you're
in
talking.
Somalia, Rage Page. Fucking have fun with all of that shit, dude. Sounds fun to me.
Somalia is garbage. They need to get rid of the Somali
They got men
immigrants
with
that
guns
keep
on every
coming
corner,
from
Rage Page.
Islam.
Isn't it supposed to be better?
Are you pro-Islam?
Men with guns.
What?
No.
Okay. So then what the fuck?
I know, but they got
Somalia
men
is
with guns
irrelevant
on
to
every
me.
corner, Rage Page. You can finally feel like you're free and safe.
What are you talking about? I'm not talking about
Isn't that
Somalia.
You want an end to
Saying that
chaos,
there's
so
guns
he's
everywhere,
saying
and
that
you'll
the
figure it
places
out.
that have guns in every corner are places like Somalia.
Yeah.
That's
Into
the
the
complete
chaos, but
opposite.
still.
Rage, I wouldn't
Wow.
feel safe if you had a gun and you were standing on a corner.
No,
I wouldn't feel safe.
Stop memeing, please.
That's what I'm
Look,
saying, Plutoy.
Rage.
If you had a gun standing on a corner.
Rage.
That's what I'm saying,
The problem with
Plutoy.
putting a gun on every corner.
It went over her head, Futoy. It's fine.
The problem with putting a
No, I'm saying I shouldn't need a gun to defend myself on the street corner. There should be people who are
Holy
trained
shit.
to do so.
Yeah, I gotta step in. I gotta step in for a second. I'm like freaking getting sent while I'm trying to get us in and grab a pee. Y'all are glazing Chicago. Like Chicago is like it's a nice city. It's also an incredibly dangerous city. I don't you're asking if Rage has been to Chicago. I want to know if any of you fuckers have been to Chicago. Its homicide rate is like 30 per 100,000 people. It's like a massive. No, but you guys are acting like Chicago is like so safe. Chicago has like an insane amount of homicides and violent crime.
Percentage is that?
Bro, how many homicides a year does Chicago have?
It's like 30 for 100,000 people.
Los
Yeah,
Angeles.
That's
What if it's not-
0.3%.
It's double Milwaukee.
3%
It's double
likelihood.
Milwaukee.
You have a
Milwaukee is a third of the
0.3% likelihood
size.
of that affecting you. I think.
No,
you're
no,
out of
no,
time.
no, Keelan, I'm talking about a per capita. Chicago has a double the homicide rate of Milwaukee per capita.
That's
And
because-
Milwaukee is already like
That's because
sketchy as all
Milwaukee's largely
balls.
Rural. That's
Mil-
natural in rural
My
areas.
friend.
Milwaukee is not. What are you even saying?
Yeah.
Milwaukee is
It's
largely
it's
rural.
one-
I don't even know what that means.
Hey,
I think that the
hey,
industry
hold
that
on.
Milwaukee
It's
serves
1.3
point is-
for every
Hold on.
100,000.
Hold on.
1.3 for
Okay.
every
Hold up,
100,000.
guys. Paige,
No, not 1 point. No, not 1.3. What are you saying?
It's
Hold on.
1.3 for every
Would,
100,000.
martial law fix
No, it's
the problem in
not.
Philadelphia?
Yes, it
It's
is. In
th-
June 2025. It was
What are you
1.3.
What are you
The
reading?
National Guard solve the
This is
problem in
Council of Criminal
Philadelphia.
Justice. My point
Part
is
of this-
that a lot
Yes
of
or
it is
no?
gang violence.
I don't know what the problem
Your
Really
point,
really
Zerka. This is a key point. You are so off. It's not even funny. It is
said-
30 times the number you're saying it is. 30 times.
I know,
said
but you're still
No,
talking
30
about
and
800,000
100,000 is
in 1
not
month.
30% conflict.
It's. I'm not saying. Listen to what I'm saying.
June only. June only.
Okay, June only. Okay,
Yeah.
there we go. I'm comparing it to other cities. New Orleans has like the worst homicide rate ever. Just let me finish, Alex. New Orleans, and it's 50. It's roughly 50 per 100,000 people. Chicago is 30. It's an incredibly dangerous city, and y'all
Now, how
gaslighting
many-
Rage
how
Page
much
by
of
saying
it
she
is
hasn't
gang
been
violence?
there.
How much of it is gang
They
violence?
should shut down Louisiana. It is
How
the
much
most
of it is gang
dangerous fucking state.
Yes. Double
Get everyone out of there.
English.
Get everyone out of there. Shut Louisiana down. Take
So-
everyone out
How
of
much of it is gang
Louisiana.
violence?
So if Confluence, if I gathered
Yeah,
100
most of it.
people, if I
So
gathered
it's not going
100
to affect
people,
you. It mostly affects gang violence. Gang.
test.
No,
Not the gang.
there's no gangs in New Orleans, you dumb fuck.
No, I think he's talking about.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Bro, what is wrong with this?
No, there's literally no gangs in New Orleans. I swear to fucking God, there are no gangs in New Orleans.
New Orleans has the highest homicide rate in the country. Rage.
Dude, New Orleans has gnarly gangs.
New Orleans has a lot of gang violence.
It takes one person will kill 15 motherfuckers. We don't
make
do
a statement,
gangs.
A Suicide Boys
Please
song.
make a statement.
We don't do gangs
Please,
here.
God,
It's
please make a
individual violence. Thanks to the
Please let me make a statement.
You have to understand that Louisiana is
You're
the worst
talking
state in
about
the United States.
573 people in 2024.
Bro, she literally just quoted Suicide Boys.
I
saw one person.
Because you're retarded.
Hold
You
on,
have
hold
no
on, hold
fucking
on, hold
idea
on.
what the fuck you're talking about. Is my
Ray,
point.
of reality comes from movies.
ChatGPT says there are several gangs in New Orleans.
Of course there are. Rage. I don't know why you're saying there's not gangs.
Because okay, what's a gang? 3 or more people? Is that a gang? Or is a gang like the fucking
The 39ers. You want to name the 39ers, okay?
What Louisiana is that from? Not New Orleans.
To gang violence.
Have you never seen a biker group in your life?
So you don't have to worry about it as much. Gang violence doesn't really affect people on a gang.
39ers are specifically in New Orleans, Rage.
Guys, hold on. I have the facts. 39ers gang, 110ers gang, Beard gang, D Block
Now, are these in the prison
gang. So hold on.
These are street gangs.
Wait. It says there aren't just fictional groups. Law enforcement identifies several real street and criminal organizations historically and currently active in the city.
What do you mean?
They're gangs. The 39ers.
I'm not going to dox myself. I'm not doxing myself, but I'm going to let you know from the inside. There's no legit fucking gangs. I promise you.
Rage. Every big urban center in the goddamn country has gangs. Every large urban center has gangs.
But it's not the same thing. That's like saying a group of 12 black people who live in the same neighborhood who do crimes together is a gang.
Kind of.
That's not. But that's not.
You see? I'm telling you, it's
12
different.
black
It's
kids
not
on the
the
street,
same concept that y'all are thinking. I
kinda
know what y'all
you're
are
dying
thinking.
on about it.
It's
You're
not
looking for is
organized like that. And
You're
when
dying
it's
on about
corporate,
it.
If you're looking for like the Crips, okay, in every single corner of this country, you're gonna be looking a long time, Rage.
that's not what I'm saying.
Louisiana has
What are you saying
terrible
then?
food.
They have gangs everywhere in America's gangs. Come on.
Plus, I'm going to send the National Guard to go fucking take control over some streets with like black poor people.
Can we agree that we should have in every major city with a crime problem, there should be some type of higher professional type of
Does my microphone not
security?
work? No.
Like hitmen?
Like a police?
Well, there's different types of police, Rage, right? So there's police who are drug enforcement, there's police who are focusing on gang activity, police who focus on high crime. We have this already.
Mardi Gras just passed.
You're asking a question that's
You
going to have a
can't
lot of
bring in
information.
the army and say shoot a bunch of people. That's not the problem.
There's all the different fucking types of police you could think of, and there's
Right.
one on every other block. But it's only like that for 2 months out of the year.
Rage, you can't say bring in the National Guard, shoot a bunch of people, and the problem solved. The problem's not going away like
Okay, Rage isn't saying that. Rage
She
isn't saying
is
that.
saying that. She is
She's not
exactly saying that. That's
she's not-
exactly what she's saying.
that's not-
Bring in the
that's-
National
that's-
Guard.
Yeah, but she's not saying she's not saying shoot everybody, okay?
Well, what would the National Guard do that the police can't?
The steel man is that, right? If you have a stronger police presence, then you're going to have like less gang violence. You're going to have less homicides, and that is true. Now, bringing a National Guard is a different case.
Yeah,
Not true.
they're
There's
not
no-
law
most people who are
enforcement.
murdered
They're
are
National
murdered by
Guard. They
people
don't
they
shoot-
know.
shoot a bunch of people.
I just hate the fact that the only time New
Police
Orleans
do not
ever
stop
feels
violent
safe
crime
is
conflicts.
during Mardi Gras, and it's still more dangerous.
Police don't
because
stop-
there's so many
yeah.
people.
Says the guy that said Chicago's the homicide rate was 1 per 100,000 people. Okay,
1.3 in June.
Yeah, he specified that after I called him out like 16 times.
I said it in the beginning. Compliment.
That's actually
Hold
on, please.
Maybe I missed it then. Maybe I missed it.
The reason you need local police and not these national fuckers is that the national fuckers don't know enough to know like where the actual crime is happening. We don't need someone in the middle of downtown Chicago.
The National Guard is often filled with people from the area and where they're going. So the states have their own National Guard, and they're usually live in the state that they are going to be sent to.
They're not.
They're kind of actually in the community.
Regular policemen.
That's why
They're
I
not
was
like
saying
in the
National
community. I
Guard
think that's what you're
over,
trying to say, right?
other
Because usually
fucking
police work is better
Yeah.
if someone's closer to the community they're policing.
Yes.
Yeah, like National Guard aren't law
But
enforcement.
unfortunately, the police is so close to the
They're there
community
to
that
shoot
it
people.
becomes corrupt.
Okay, so
Wait,
Confluence, I have a question. You said so. We're going to go off 30 and 100,000, right? So if I gathered 1,000 people randomly throughout Chicago, was it as unbiased as possible, all things else equal? How many people, based on your average statistic, do you think I would find who have been a victim of homicide?
On average, 0?
No.
Yeah, because they're a victim, they'd be
Gotta
dead.
be at least a real number.
No.
Zero.
So just say pull names out of a hat,
like a
right?
victim in their
It'd be like
face.
30 divided by 100. So 3 over 100. So yeah, something like 0.03. I think if I'm getting my decimals right.
Right. So it
Yeah,
seems
I
like
understand. I
seems like
understand.
it's actually very uncommon.
Yeah, but it seems like it's one of the highest homicide rates of the fucking country.
You tend to find gangs
also
in
have to
places
remember,
with
Confluence.
higher population density.
Who does it affect, though? Who does it affect? It affects gang communities. Mainly.
It's not
majority.
It's not just there was. I don't want to dox myself either, but there was a school that I was going to go to in Chicago, and it's like there was.
We know it's not just gang violence, Confluence. We get
But the
it.
majority of it is.
Right, but a lot of times gangbangers target people that aren't in gangs as well, right? If you've ever been to like any of these places,
Sometimes, yeah, I know it happens. It's
Yeah.
it's bad. It's tragic. It's just
These
that's not
have
the
a whole
majority, so the
gang
number's lower
initiation.
actually.
Where the
don't have to
members,
worry as
in
much.
order to join, would have to go and just knock out
Oh my God.
random people in the street. It was called
Here's
the
a-
knockout game. That's
here's
what
a
they
fun
did to get
story.
initiated. So you have these people all throughout downtown.
We're gonna have vending
all
machines in every
city and City
classroom.
Park. It was fucking horrific.
Here's a fun story.
The boy
There's
out of
day.
Dayton, when this happened, actually got knocked the fuck out and had to get his jaw wired shut.
There's this dude who runs every street in Chicago, and he does it like late at night and stuff, and they all love him.
yeah, I'm not like. It's just I don't know what we're arguing about. Like there's a lot of homicides in these cities. And yes, it's like yes, every city has safe areas and not safe areas, and you know, like
To reaffirm my point, by the way, I looked it up, and based on research into gang dynamics and victimization, gangs are significantly more likely to target other gang members, affiliates, or individuals closely associated with them. rather
wow,
than random,
who would have
non-affiliated
thought?
people.
Wow,
Yeah,
I'm so
I know,
glad
but
you
it's
looked
wrong.
that up, Mel, because yeah, that's definitely what anyone here was saying. Fucking listen, Jesus Christ.
What it does though is it makes the percentage lower. It makes the percentage lower than.
I'm on your
0.03.
side.
No,
It
but
makes the percentage lower than 0.03.
information. Shut the fuck up.
guys,
about it.
She's saying she's bringing it up to correct me on something I never fucking said.
It means
So she's just bringing it up as a fun fact.
It means unless you're closely associated.
You shut the fuck up, Rage Page. Don't do me dirty like that.
It means unless you're
So,
closely
if
associated
I
with
can,
a gang,
if I can,
the likelihood
if I
that
can,
you're going to face being
please, if I
targeted is way lower than if you're in a gang. So if,
I can.
Guys,
if you want
what,
to
what
deal
gang?
with Chicago,
What gang should I join when I come to America?
Don't be in a gang.
What gang should I
Yes,
join?
that is good advice. Don't be in a gang.
No, you gotta be in a gang. What gang should I join when I come to America? Please tell me.
Bikers.
Join the
always the bikers.
504 boys.
The
As
HA.
far as lifting weights,
What about Hell's Angels?
Yeah, bikers.
That's
always
what
the
I
bikers.
said.
They're not the
Don't
only
do
bikers,
that.
but you could go
Don't do
HA.
that.
Finished this morning.
why is he lifting weights right now?
I found a nice self-catering
Yeah,
apartment
yeah.
for my holiday.
Check
2 weeks in Kensington, Philadelphia, for only like $400. Good, right?
Kensington Market in Toronto.
Yeah, great.
Let me know when I can talk for a second.
Yeah, go ahead, Alex.
I didn't say you could talk yet.
Anyways, just to be clear on it, we're talking about like 500 people a year, right?
500 people a year. What?
People being
I mean,
killed in Chicago.
Is that not a lot?
Like homicides are rare, but I'm saying it has one of the highest homicide rates, right, in the whole country.
You think that's gross or per capita?
Pretty mid.
Oh boy.
That's more than
Is
a
it
person
high
a day.
gross or per capita?
Okay.
It's per capita. I'm saying that Chicago is one of the highest homicide rates. It's like 30. I think the highest is New Orleans at 50. At least last time I checked.
I think we should use the
Obviously,
National
it's
Guard
better if you
on
get it lower,
states
but let's be
and cities.
real. Like it sounds like
500 people.
you're
a
very
year.
unlikely to be killed.
How many people die from sharks in a year?
It depends.
In Chicago, probably very few. Very few, Alex. Probably in Chicago, very few. And probably very few in America, actually, in total, to be honest with you. I think shark attacks are like quite rare where they actually kill people.
That was more of a significant talking point in the 90s.
Maybe he meant loan
You're
shark.
more likely to die.
I did
from
mean
a
loan
mistake.
sharks. I did mean loan sharks.
Oh, yeah. Well,
I have one question for Confluence, and you'll probably know this too if you read some of the same things. How many deaths or missing persons do you think are not included in that 500?
Missing.
Missing persons are obscenely high. Deaths probably very few.
Yeah, didn't they find like hundreds of thousands of shoes in some desert, in some caves in some desert? Just shoes. It's weird.
You remember about y'all
It's
ever heard
not
about
really
the missing
weird.
411 shit?
Unfortunately, it's not
David
weird.
Politis.
It sounds American to me.
Yeah, Red Eye Gooner's asking, what about shark on shark violence? That is a good question.
There's probably more sharks that kill other
Can
sharks.
We need to send the national shark to make sure that we can.
Keep the sharks under control. God damn it.
Most people are killed by sharks when they're crossing the transatlantic.
Have y'all really not heard of the missing 411 shit by David Politis?
I don't think I have, no.
That's fucking wild. You have, Alex?
Yeah, I have.
What do you think about it? I think it's fucking interesting, at least.
By the way, missing people. Can I just point something out real quick?
It's definitely interesting. I don't really know what to think about it most of the time anymore, just because it seems so fucking crazy. But
Missing people has been a thing for a long time. We just keep better track of it now. And what used to go missing a lot more before we're children.
That's what's weird. Is like it seems like it's the national parks.
yeah, it's heavily.
That's because they were running away because they wanted to, Melanie.
I just think it's wild. Like no trace within like seconds of disappearing, or they end up coming back miles away from where they could have possibly been with no memory.
Some people just want to fuck off too, right? Like that's why some
Not
people
like
are missing.
toddlers. Like this is like a 3-year-old, 4-year-old kid ended up like 7 miles away from where his parents last
Well,
seen him.
3 or 4-year-old kid gets lost because they just can't keep track of their directions.
I know, but the
They're
amount
like dementia babies.
it's like Alex knows what I'm saying. Like the distance of travel.
No, I know. Yeah, the distance itself is kind of fucking crazy.
Yeah, guys,
It
I
makes
mean-
me want to think that someone is just lying or they're full of shit somehow, but it's really hard to believe that given the facts themselves.
That's the thing, and it's like people are investing
stopping
so
Confluence
much
from watching
time
the video,
into
man.
trying to figure it all out.
You know what? This is really
Do we
putting me
really
off
want to watch that?
eating
Village? Like,
turkey.
that woman was stupid.
I don't think I'm going to eat turkey no more. Too many missing
143 in
people.
my ass.
I'd walk on the highway 7 miles out to my grandfather's farm.
I think Paige is our resident woke roitoid.
I don't know what that means.
Roitoid or rightoid?
Roitoid.
A roitoid?
Yeah,
hemorrhoid.
Greatest doesn't make sense to say, so I said rightoid.
Hemorrhoid.
How come so many trans people have their bodies mutilated every year and no one complains about
Shut
that?
the fuck up. Why do you always have to turn it to something stupid? We were having a good conversation, lay him.
I feel like that was like he was waiting
Rage is
so
mad
long
tonight.
to say that.
I'm supposed to be in bed already, so I'm kind of rebelling against myself because I should have been in bed like an hour and a half ago.
And I do have Rage Page's angry emote ready, okay? There we
need to send the
go.
National Guard. We need.
This is
order
when
in
we
Rage
really
Page's
need to
house.
disavow something really badly, okay? That's what this is for.
We need order in your house. Send the National Guard.
Order in the
I'll take it.
Okay, we're going back to stupid women, okay? We all gotta come together.
We need a soldier
I'm
in
not
every house.
coming with you on anything.
Can we send the National Guard to this podcast?
Did you hear about the guy
we
who
probably
was
should.
Did you hear about the European doctor who was doing bottom surgery for trans people without a license in Miami?
Why are we talking about trans people?
Wait. I had an intuition. I think El Him heard about it. Am I correct?
The guy was from the Ukraine, Dr. Kuchikakov.
Oh my
He was
God.
all over the news.
You mean Adonai?
Oh,
Somebody looks at the news. That's crazy.
hilarious, the dude.
We're proud of you.
Paul.
You say Elohim? Is that biblical?
I'm sure she's gonna come back.
No, he just called himself Elhim, the dude.
left,
He's the dude, yeah.
What's the dude that was?
His name is Elohim?
But it also does sound like Elohim, yeah.
Mobile puppets that we're going to come together to get rid of.
There's easy ways to look at this.
Okay.
There's websites where you can look at their campaign fund contributions, and you can actually see how they vote on certain things.
You should start a podcast.
It seems directly correlated to like money or PACs like
You see the
for
vagaries?
Israel.
Do you see how vague you are?
It's not vague.
Well, hang on. You're saying what you're doing is you're saying it's us versus them, we versus
Rare
those.
W by Andrew.
Okay, I understand that, but who's the we and who are the they?
The we are the people deciding to.
Well, these are people.
Whoever's on your side, if you elected them and they promise all these things and they're going directly against what you elected them for, plus have PAC contributions from like corporations, and if they're getting rich,
tax corporate contributions, tax
creating stock, that sort of thing, then maybe they should go.
Yeah, but the problem is that we
Who are
live
the
in
people?
democracy. Democracies are set up in power structures, and the power structures are set up based around people's interests.
She has
People
way
learn
too
to
much hair.
create the treasury by having X
Look at
amount of
that
people
fucking-
representing their
Way too
interests
much
in
hair.
office.
She does have a large amount of hair.
If that's exactly
Three horses died to make that
unbored
work.
amount of hair,
I'll
honestly.
explain how your point's contradicted. Because there is no we.
This is why women
There is
shouldn't
no
have a
collective.
platform.
What there is there's
Agreed.
a whole bunch of different power blocks all competing for
Including
their
Mel.
own interests in the United
Leave
States
Mel
for
alone.
power.
Yeah. I
That's
agree
what's
with that.
happening.
I agree with
So
that.
when you say we should put our petty differences aside, well, they're not petty differences. They're massive differences. There is no collective we. There's groups and blocks of people who are competing for power, utilizing the democratic process. That's what's happening. So how do you plan on surmounting that barrier? How
So,
can I go?
vote for people
Oh,
who
vote. We're going to vote harder. We're going to vote our way out of this.
She
We
has
send
no
the
idea
National
what
Guard.
or revolution.
And we
That's
voted
just
our
my
way in,
attitude.
right? I don't know what he
This
expects.
is
Who are we,
Shoot
who
'em
are we
up.
having a revolution against? The voting bloc is just as bad as the elites they put in power. So who the fuck are we
There's a
supposed to
stupid
revolt
Well, then it
against?
sounds like the
Am I
elites are
supposed to revolt?
representations
Let's
of
say
the-
I
of the
did. Let's say
people.
we did tomorrow. We revolted against the government. Let's just
Right?
say,
The same thing.
right?
Yeah,
Am
this
I
is
wrong?
We then, which power block is
No
revolting
pow-
against which block of government in order to get power? Which one am I supposed to support? Because the
Support-
way that the democracy is set up, it's not a monolith. It is independent power interests, and they're all voting
I get
against the
that.
interest of other people
That-
and in their own
That's
interest.
why we need to hire people who have taken PAC money
You know,
and their biggest objectives
that is a good thing.
to start.
The insolence of this girl to return for a one-on-one with Andrew Wilson is shocking, almost commendable in a way. Like,
Do you guys feel like he said that as a bad thing? That independent interest competing is a bad thing? It feels like his tone was meaning it was bad.
Yeah, he doesn't. Well, he wants his interests competing.
I wonder if he realizes that it's a good thing to have competition, right?
I've never been as unwarrantedly
Is it-
confident as this woman is. I'm jealous.
She
I don't
is
see
confident
anything.
as hell.
Actually, I don't see anything behind her voice or eyes. She just feels like a flat, burnt potato chip. I don't know what you're talking about.
She looks like
it's
a
more the
first-generation
audacity to like
stepmom.
show up and think that this would go well. Like, this is off to such a bad start. We're only 20 minutes into a 5-hour fucking discussion.
She's owning him, man. She's owning.
No, dude.
I mean, the most confident thing she said was 143.
That is actually the most confident thing she said. Yes.
She was drinking and then complaining about how she was doing medication and drinking, and then she's stuttering, and then she's crying because they're making fun of her stutter, and her brain doesn't work right.
we talking about her?
Is she
Yeah,
trans?
her. No, she's new to the whole like getting
She
clout.
really likes the hair dryer. I think that's what.
She
So
she's got some synthetic.
Oh my God! All you
5
men should
hours,
just
bro.
become her fucking hairdresser or gay friend and be like, you should get a haircut, girl. Like that hair is getting out of control or something.
Yeah, she's got
Because
great hair.
I've never heard
Right,
men
right.
care so much about hair in their fucking life.
What's wrong with that? Hey, I care about women's hair. What's wrong with that? Nothing wrong with that.
I'm sorry, like positive gayness is showing.
No, you realize that guys care
5
more
hours,
about hair
I'm
than
assuming,
most
with the hair
fucking people in the world, right?
It looks like she put on a weave, but forgot to take off the original one. That's
It looks
what
like
it
she
looks
just
like.
doesn't put a lot of
Yeah.
effort into her
only
hair.
female
It's
on the
fine
panel.
for a
Can
woman
we
because
shut
men
the
don't
fuck
put a
up
lot of
about
effort
her
in their hair either. So you don't
Not
have
in their
those
own
fucking
hair, but we
standards.
care about women's hair.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you
I have
As the only
phenomenal
woman,
hair,
can you
Mel.
shut the fuck up?
Yeah,
I
you
have
love telling
phenomenal
women
hair.
what to do. You hate doing it yourselves. We get it.
No, it just doesn't look good on us when hair's really long. I don't know.
I think a shaggy mane looks great on a guy. So you're fooling yourself.
That's fucking no.
Guitarist hair? Ooh,
legit,
baby.
That's legit. That's a legit false right there.
What about an afro?
No, Afro's either. Sorry.
Yes, Rage.
Yes, I'm racist.
I gotta go to bed. Good night.
All right, 07's Rage. Take care.
Good night, Rage Bait.
Fuck off, Futoy.
That's how everyone has to say goodbye to Futoy.
That
With repealing the laws that got this situation here to begin with.
Yeah, but the problem, you can't do that, and here's why. If you have PACs and super PACs out there right now who are supporting abortion rights for women, right?
Can we watch Hassan instead?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm mad enough
all the
already.
people who
Okay,
want
I'm
abortion rights,
more
all the
mad.
people who want abortion rights. They want those PACs donating. They think they're benevolent. They think that's good. And so on the other side, the people who are anti-abortion, who think that you're murdering tons and tons and tons of children, right? They support PAC endeavors, which are designed to put politicians in place, which will put local legislation against things like abortion.
I'd say no PACs. What
I hope he
would
doesn't
do
have a
in
biblical
perfect
argument
world
for abortion,
is
right?
Get rid of the PACs altogether.
Okay.
And
Now
use
you're trying to
government
trigger me,
funding
Zerka.
And give them all the equal
I mean,
amount
it's
to
not in the
campaign
Bible,
on and take that out of.
So you're going to give all the
Them's
power
fighting
to-
words.
I think it
Yeah,
is.
me and
Welcome to-
Confluence. Me and Confluence first bonded over the abortion topic.
Yeah,
That's not in
kinda
the Bible.
creepy.
The only time it's mentioned is in Exodus 21 with laws concerning property, and it explicitly says that a fetus is worth less than a slave.
Whoa!
I don't think it.
Whoa!
I mean, that's
Whoa!
what it says.
No, it doesn't say that. That's a misunderstanding of that
kinda
passage. It doesn't.
it's not.
It doesn't.
I don't mean to say that the Bible.
You're confusing jurisprudence with ontology, first of all, right? If you think about it, and you must.
There's no need to bring in jurisprudence. It's something that's.
Well, that's what it is. It's not. It's not talking about the worth. It's talking about what do you do in these legal cases, right? So there's nothing about ontology. So,
Okay, so
there
here's the part.
it is a specific passage about jurisprudence. It is
No, Exodus
definitionally.
says, if two men are fighting and they injure a pregnant woman so that she miscarries and no harm follows, then all that will happen is the man can request some shekels, and it's not an ordained sum.
Right.
Now, if any harm does
You're
follow after
describing
that,
to me a law, right?
If any harm follows after that, then Levitical law takes place. So what does that say?
Right. It's. I wouldn't punt anywhere into ontology for that personally.
The fetus died. The fetus died.
Yeah.
And yet it doesn't
Doesn't it
mean life for
classify that
life.
as harm, given its other harm?
It says follows, any harm follows, and that means the mother.
Oh, the mother. Okay.
And then right after that, it says
So wait,
a
doesn't
law
even consider the
concerning
fetus dying a harm?
slaves.
No,
And
don't
if a
listen
slave-
to Zerka. He's wrong. He's wrong.
Well, I mean,
I'm not wrong.
This is your
Well,
chance
easy
to
to prove then,
log
right?
in.
Can we bring it up?
Yeah, it's Exodus
I
21.
feel like it should be easy to prove then.
Laws concerning property. Now, I was about to say, Confluence, that I can't go on and say the Bible actually believes that a fetus is worth less than a slave. It's irresponsible to do that. It's just mentioned in Exodus. That's it. I think it would be irresponsible to be like, yeah, the Bible says that fetuses are worth less than slaves. But
Wait, didn't you? Wait, I'm sorry. Didn't you just say that?
I was about to finish, and then you.
No. I mean, like 3 minutes ago, didn't you say that?
I said the only time that abortion is mentioned is when in Exodus it says that. In Exodus, I didn't say the Bible says that.
And
Just because Exodus says this doesn't mean that the Bible presents the.
Well, the Bible's a book. The Bible's an anthology of books, right? So if Exodus is saying it,
right?
Well, I'm a Christian, so I personally think it is, but I kind of nuance that a little bit, to be honest with you.
Every Christian does, so that's the problem, is that it's not written by the same person, and I can't say the rest of the Bible would say that.
Well, it's not written by the same man. I mean, that's obviously true.
So it's not univocal. And the point is that...
No, that's not... No. See, you say stuff, and then you just move on as if you're right, and that's why you're triggering so many people. Univocal doesn't mean it had to be written by one guy to be univocal, right? There is debate over its univocal. Yeah, exactly. That doesn't mean one specific person wrote it, though, right? If you think about it, Zerga? Is that what... Yeah, but then you're declaring victory when I'm like, oh yeah, it's written by multiple people, and you're like, well then it's not univocal. Moving on, and it's like, no, hold up, not moving on. That's not what univocal means.
I'm just letting you know that the Bible does not mention anything about abortion. The only time it does is in Exodus, and that's when it says that a fetus, judging by the context of the verse, is worth less than a slave, which is property. Now, I don't really like going on to say the Bible says fetuses are worth less than slaves. I feel like that's, again, it's just irresponsible.
Disingenuous.
It doesn't feel good to me. But that's what Exodus says.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, I'm reading it right now. If men strive and hurt a woman with child, so that her fruit depart from her, and yet no mischief follow, he shall be surely punished, according as the woman's husband will lay upon him, and he shall pay as the judge determines. Yeah,
King James is cool.
I like the King James. So I mean, so it's saying the opposite of what you're saying. There is punishment if she miscarries.
This is Levitical law. This is Levitical law we're talking about. It says right afterwards, if any harm follows, then there shall be eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. This is famous Levitical law, Hammurabi Code.
Yes, if
the fetus was worth the same as a life, there should be Levitical law applied here.
Okay, so the fetus is worth something, though.
It's worth less than a slave, though.
Okay, again, that's the ontology thing. But even if we're using that, then abortion would still be bad because it's still then the fetus is still given value. And yes, you could say, okay, according to this passage, you're taking it to mean that a fetus is the same as a.
Are not treated in the Bible as giving Levitical law, right? That's the whole point. So it's not.
Where in the Bible does it say that trans people are an abomination?
It doesn't. And then, other than that, outside of this passage here, okay, guys, where does it actually say abortion is anything?
Well, we would look at passages like when it talks about, like, you know, I was knit together in my mother's womb and foreordained and all that stuff, right?
That is not
would be
about abortion.
Well, no, but it's saying that there's value in the embryonic state, right?
That is literally a prophetical nature of him describing. Okay, it has nothing to do with the fetus having any.
That's your interpretation, and that's fine. But
that's the biblical.
Yes, it is.
That you just said, that's the interpretation that it's about being a fetus. That's not what it is. That is, if I'm not mistaken, it's Daniel, right? Who does that? Or Jeremiah?
I think it happens twice. I think once in Jeremiah, and I think once in a Psalm of David. I think there's two instances.
Reading of that has nothing to do with the fetus or having like some incredible personhood or life. It's about Jeremiah fulfilling, trying to show other people that he was believing in the prophecy before everyone else, believing in God, as in like identity signaling. Nothing to do with the fetus having personhood.
I found that it's debatable. Interpretations depend heavily on translation and theological tradition. Some translations suggest. Let me finish. It's soon over. Some translations suggest a fine if miscarriage occurs, but life for a life if the woman dies. Other interpreted as applying equal penalty if the child is harmed.
Except it's not equal penalty. It explicitly says not equal penalty.
But this is from Book of Exodus, right?
It is in Book of Exodus. Yeah. What are you reading?
Injury to a pregnant woman from Book of Exodus 21.
Where are you getting the external summary from, the annotations?
ChatGTP. That's my go-to.
What is
Okay, so
ChatGPT?
probably
Is that
wanna
like a
look
new
up
thing?
It's Futoy's
some biblical
special
scholarship.
Yeah.
Timu version of ChatGPT.
It sounds better to me. It rolls off the tongue better.
But it explicitly says, okay, if you go to the NRSVU, not the NIV. The NIV is, in my opinion, it's fine for this passage. Actually, the NIV is fine for this one.
Yeah, it says if man fight and hit a pregnant woman and she gives birth prematurely, penalties apply depending on harm. Book of Exodus 21, 22, 25.
No, it's not depending on harm. I don't know what,
Well, that's what it says
translation you
here.
read. What translation you read?
Book of Exodus 21, 22-25. Sorry?
What translation?
It doesn't say.
You don't know what translation?
It's in
because he's reading an AI summary, so that's why he doesn't know.
So in the Hebrew interlinear, okay, which is what Exodus is in, obviously. It explicitly says it's just a sum. So the man can ask a judge or some other consult. That's what back then. That's what they would ask, to pay a sum. It's not a ordained sum. For the slave, there is an actual number. It's 30 shekels. For this case, it's just a sum. And then if there's any harm to the woman, it explicitly says any harm follows, then you enact Levitical law. That right there is telling you that the fetus is not given Levitical law.
I don't know how obvious this is. So this is the NASB, which I think is a good translation.
Yeah.
Okay, and so if men struggle with each other and strike a woman with child so that she gives birth prematurely and yet there's no injury, he shall surely be fined as the woman's husband may demand of him. So there's one reading of this is to think that she gives birth prematurely and it's just a premature birth and the baby didn't die and it's not a miscarriage.
It says two men struggle, it's fighting, so they accidentally cause her to.
I know, but you can get punched as a pregnant when you get punched in the stomach, and that can cause you to go into a premature labor. So it's right, but no, not like a miscarriage. Like you can go to premature labor and the baby can survive. Right?
I'm pretty sure.
So I'm saying there is like some ambiguity, at least in this reading. And I've been studying this one in Hebrew, so I'm not sure.
I'll give you the interlinear really fast, okay? That way you can look it up. So the
I can pull up the interlinear for all of us to see if we want.
Yeah.
Is this that Bible Gateway?
No, this is Bible Hub. You know how I feel about Bible Gateway, Keelan.
Yeah.
Okay, what passage is? I just lost it. Okay, 22.
22, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, and if fight men and hurt a woman pregnant, so that prematurely she gives birth, and yet no follow. So what is this? So prematurely gives birth, right? So okay, so if we open both of these. Okay, so this just means, boy, child, son, something born. Okay, I don't know how much we're getting from that. And the other one means bring out, carry out, bring forth. It's used. So, there's nothing here intrinsically, even from the interlinear, that's specifying that the baby died.
Do the premature.
This is the premature. This is what I clicked on. Yahtzee. And
so
it's just coming out, bringing forth, flowed. So it's saying basically combining the two words, right? It's saying there's a boy that has come forth. So if someone strikes a pregnant woman and the child comes forth, I don't know if I can read. It doesn't say that though. You asked to go to the interlinear. It doesn't say that. It could, maybe that's what it's implying, but it doesn't say that.
You expect this is saying that the child is alive?
I'm saying, how do we know? It's not. There's no word for death here. There's no word for miscarriage. It's a word for just baby coming out, basically. So it could be that then the next thing, no harm follows, is that okay? The baby has been birthed prematurely and the baby's fine.
What is demanding from the judge then?
Well, because it's still obviously very untoward to make a woman have a premature birth. There's birth complications with that. It's obviously there's development issues. I mean, we know that from even like modern stuff, right? Earlier, preemies suffer more. Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, they probably had some idea back in the day that if you, got hit in the stomach and gave birth ahead of time, maybe the kid ends up a little more retarded than he would have been otherwise. I don't think that's that much of a stretch to think that they could have understood that.
I'm going to be honest.
That kid would wind up moving in with a Taiwanese couple and starting a YouTube channel.
biblical scholarship on this is pretty in line with how this is supposed to be represented. It's meant to be miscarriage, so it's the fetus is dead. But I don't
maybe that's true.
I'm not
sure.
I don't really like going on to say the Bible again says that I don't really like saying that this means the Bible says that a fetus is worth less than property, because again, it's just an Exodus one time. It doesn't. Notably, there's not a lot.
Yeah, the Bible says the opposite. In fact,
the Bible has a lot of filler.
The Bible says the opposite.
The Bible says fetus known by God before birth. Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Book of Jeremiah.
Wait, before we move on, before we move on from this, I just want to say, Zerka, the way you're presenting it, it's not. I mean, so this is the commentary section, right? So this one is this commentator thinks that it's triggering an early birth. It says the text differentiates between birth that ends in life and birth that ends in death, showing divine concern for outcome. So they're like, commentators are not unanimous on this. Okay, this one, Ellicott is saying that he thinks, it's a heart producing a miscarriage. Okay,
it's not scholarship, man. I'm sorry, Confluence, but I really don't care about the comments.
Wait, what do you think a commentary is?
No, I mean like scholarship on it, like the consensus for it, right?
Well,
okay, so you don't know what a commentary is, okay? Because commentaries are written by scholars that are evaluating stuff.
It's not on this website. You're not going to get scholarship, okay?
Yeah, but it shows that there's not a consensus.
That's just not true. That's just not true.
It shows
that's just absolutely not true.
If the baby died or not, right?
There's absolutely. I don't even know what you're arguing right now, Zerka. You're just saying some crazy shit.
There is. Can't possibly.
I mean, it never gives.
He's a narcissist.
The same weight of Levitical law.
Who's a narcissist?
So I'm not really sure.
Fuck Keelan.
I'm saying crazy shit.
The serious.
I don't think that I think it's obvious from this that there's not consensus on this, and it seems like people interpret this in a different way. I'm not even saying
I'm sure
that I'm like confident on my interpretation
in a way that is how do I say this, undogmatic, especially if you assume like things like univocality. So it'd be hard, I guess. I don't think so. I think you can invalidate a lot of things in the Bible or renegotiate it, and it doesn't invalidate faith whatsoever. Personally.
That's fine. It's weird that you're the one that's like making an aspersion of dogmatism when I'm at least open to saying that this passage, maybe it means one thing, maybe it means the other, and you're like, no, definitely it means this, and yet I'm the dogmatic one. I think that's kind of crazy is all.
Can we take a moment to appreciate that y'all are talking about biblical accuracy and the chat's talking about Marilyn's nudes? The dichotomy is amazing.
Wait, is the chat talking about Paige was saying that you have sent out more news? Is that true, Marilyn? That's not true. This is not true.
To move on though, right? Like the abortion argument, right? Like it doesn't actually say. Let's just move on from the 21, 22 because we can look up the scholarship. That'd be a long time. I don't think we want to do that. Now, Jeremiah's passage is not about fetus personhood. That is essentially.
That's again. It's just like you just say this. You just say this stuff. Just because you say something, it doesn't mean it's true.
But it literally says, Circa, it literally says, "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you."
What is it about, my friend? What is Jeremiah doing here?
Have you read talking
any
about
of the context of this?
Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you.
He's signaling
I don't think you can interpret that in different ways.
Going to be.
What?
This has nothing to do with fetus personhood. Nothing to do with it.
I think it's everything. Okay.
You can put what you want into the Bible, man. This is the problem. Like you can't just extract what you want out of it.
I think people do that though.
That's what people do. That's what I'm telling you. People do that, but the actual passage in Jeremiah is not about that.
And you don't think the Psalm? You don't think the Psalm one is either?
The Psalm one?
You knit me together in my mother's womb. Book of what's that word?
Yeah, Psalms.
Yeah.
Again, Psalm 139:13. I mean, like I understand. It's. I feel like you're just gonna say the usual atheist rigmarole and just be like, "Well, this is a poetry book," and so even though they're saying that he's written together in the mother's womb,
I'm telling you, biblical scholarship is Christians as well, man.
I went to seminary. Okay, I understand and I respect biblical scholarship.
Not biblical scholarship.
You don't know what the word seminary means. Then, with all due respect, okay.
It doesn't matter what credibility you have. He has more of it.
Apparently, because what do you think I mean by seminary? Just so let me ask you. You've been pop quizzing everyone all night. What do you think I mean by seminary? Because you seem to be assuming what I mean. What do I mean by that?
Theology, so I know, and it's usually done through Christian ministry. It's going to have a.
No, it's not. It's an accredited university for a degree in divinity and/or pastoral
care. A seminary, by definition, is a school of theology.
You can't speak without affect, and all of a sudden people assume you're intelligent. It's actually pretty unbecoming.
Where do you think you go to get a degree on biblical scholarship? The school I went to, you can specialize in Dead Sea Scrolls, you can specialize in hermeneutics, you can specialize in all sorts of stuff.
Scholarship. I mean, yeah.
And that's what I mean. So you're assuming when I say seminary, I mean some like rinky-dink, unaccredited Bible school or something, and it's like, so that's what I mean. And
I did, yeah.
So I appreciate you acknowledging that. I'm getting a little triggered.
Why are you so smug?
Hey, no, come on, dude. I think I think he's a pretty good panelist.
We've all been heated. We've all been heated. Okay,
yeah,
we've all been heated. I've been heated.
He's a good panelist. He's intelligent, articulate. I don't see the problem.
What I have a problem with, my friends, okay, is that taking let's just assume, okay, that what you're saying is true about Jeremiah's little message here. In no way, shape, or form does that mean we just go on to assume some legal framework in the world we live today on the topic of abortion, where thousands of women are dying every fucking year, and expect me to not just say I'm smug. You realize what you just said, right?
What are they dying from?
From complications of pregnancy. We're mammals. We have awful, messy pregnancies, dude. And now we have
can you name one difficult
that are based
pregnancy?
off of
Can
what
you name
just
one
said,
difficult
I guess,
pregnancy?
on Jeremiah.
Can you name one difficult
which
pregnancy?
is not even about what you said it was.
Ectopic?
Come on,
Can you name
we
another
cannot
one?
legislate that way. That is fucking retarded.
No, you're speaking
all right,
beyond your
Circa,
domain of competence.
tell us what you think, Jeremiah, we're talking about.
Domain of competence.
Sure, I'll give you it. Give me a second.
What is your interpretation on that, Jeremiah?
I think
it's my interpretation, and if I'm remembering correctly, I'm going to go look it up again to make sure, because I like to do that, is that it's signaling to God a prophetical, and it's essentially telling him that he believes in if I'm not mistaken, it's about Israel specifically. But give me a second, I'll look it up for you.
The Jeremiah one, I think you have a stronger argument to say that it was some talk about like God's foreknowledge and that this was preordained for Jeremiah to be a prophet to Israel and stuff. The Psalms one, I don't see that. And again, you could say it's a poetic book, which you didn't say that. That was just my guess of what you might say.
I'm pretty sure you're talking about a specific one, right?
It was just the one that was on screen. It was just the one that was on screen. The Psalm, this one. For you created my inmost being, you would knit me together in my mother's womb. I mean, this, at least to me, is enough to think that fetuses have value.
It doesn't give personhood.
Well, I mean, the Bible is not talking about, like, the Bible doesn't give us a definition of, like, personhood in the way that you're wanting it to. Like, personhood is, like, kind of a modern... This isn't enough for me to show ontological value. That's what I would say.
It doesn't give you enough to say that abortion should be illegal.
It does for me.
I don't know how you could possibly do that from Psalm 139, man.
Because I think it's showing that fetuses have intrinsic value to God, and that human life obviously is valuable to God in the womb. Now, maybe you could make some argument that it's less valuable in the womb than outside the womb or something. You could say that, but I think this shows that it's not just like after birth, then God all of a sudden starts caring. I think even from these passages alone, and I agree they are like few and far between. Like, I'm not trying to overstate my case here. I'm not saying we have the book of anti-abortion or anything like that written by Paul that we can really go to, but I think we have enough to show that God cares about the life of the unborn and that they have some type of ontological worth. And so, how we map that onto laws is more of an open question. I agree with you there.
Silly question to Seer Car. If a woman said to you, "Oh my God, I'm so sad. I lost my baby. I can't believe my child is gone," would you correct that woman?
I'm sorry, what are you asking me?
I've been accused of being many things. Inarticulate's not one of them. If a woman,
I just didn't hear you. I never even fucking said that. So why don't you just repeat it for me?
Oh, listen, baby arms. I don't need the attitude.
You guys have a good night.
07's Alex.
Good night, Alex.
Later, man.
If a woman,
I'll turn myself down. Let's
child, If a woman lost her child and said, "I can't believe my baby's dead," would you correct her?
Like a fetus?
It's not a fetus; it's her baby.
Yeah, like let's say it's a stillborn or something like that.
Not correct her. Absolutely not. Obviously.
Why not?
If you think that's a gotcha, you're sort of mistaken,
that's
bro.
not a gotcha. I don't think it's a gotcha.
You're setting it up like it is, and it's not.
I'm not passive aggressive and effeminate. I'm very direct in my wording. I'm just asking you a question. I'm trying to get a feel for where you stand on
the
something.
question is not actually proving your point. I would definitely
I'm not trying to. I'm trying to gather your perspective on things.
I already answered the fucking question.
Oh, you would never talk that way out loud, tiny man. Chill the fuck out, feminine boy. Chill the fuck out.
So if he said yes, what would your response have been?
Try me.
No, there would have been no response. I would love to, man. I would happily do that. I just wanted to know because some people would. Some psychotic people would actually correct a woman.
Why the fuck you would do that? Why would you do that?
Because it shows me that you're a more moral person than some people who share your opinion. There was no gotcha there.
I act like one. Yeah, I know, but this is not relevant to the conversation here. I don't get it.
It's character assessment. That's all. I will happily hear your opinion if you're like, no, of course I would show decorum.
Yeah, I'm not like an anti-theist, man. I'm
right.
Just
you thought I was trying to set you up with a gotcha moment. You thought I was trying to set you up with a gotcha moment. I did, yeah. Asking a question. That was the only question I had. Would you show decorum to a woman in the wake of her losing her child? Some people won't. Obviously. That's all.
I mean, to her, every abortion, by the way, that's usually done is obviously a personal decision, and it's weighed heavily. That's obviously true as well. So
I wouldn't say every. I know this is anecdotal, but I've met people that are very comfortable just getting it, and at least on the surface seem callous and uncaring.
Do you really want someone who that's an easy decision for to even have a child in the first place?
I don't want what I to see as an independent human life to die because the mother's retarded.
Yeah, Melanie. The problem with that is this is about whether or not people believe it's murder or not. So engaging on the supplemental stuff is not really something that's going to get across to someone on that.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, yeah,
it
like the whole
sense if you're thinking about it, because these people don't even know what a good parent looks like. I want
but it's
irrelevant.
No, but it is. Someone gets murdered.
I want children to be raised in a household
where
they're actually wanted, because that's actually what shows to give children better outcomes.
Right, but no.
Because you can't murder people.
You people give up once they're born.
Who are you calling you people?
You people. The people I'm talking to.
First of all,
after they're born.
First of all, stop assuming shit about me like you always do. I'm pro child tax benefit. I'm pro all this like support for single moms and new moms. So don't assume shit about me. First of all, second of all, it's a bad argument because obviously we could extrapolate it outside the womb. You could say, well, a 1 day old, is the baby better off dead because the mom's going to be bad? No, of course not. And so if you can understand, at least put yourself in my shoes, where I think that a 6-month-old is the same as a 1 day old, then.
Here's my point. My point is that children who are born into a wanted household have better outcomes.
Again, Melanie.
So you should murder them just to make sure. I don't get that, Melanie.
This is the argument they'll make, okay? And I don't agree with it, but you cannot murder babies on the chance that maybe they might have a bad life.
Yeah. Now, come on. They should have this chance, right?
Pointing out that there are certain people who make better parents than others.
But you don't murder the fetus based on that.
Those are usually the people who would have a hard time deciding to have an abortion.
They think it's murder, man. You can't just let that happen. Is the problem?
The people who
can you have this conversation in good faith?
Abortion. The people who have an easy time.
You keep saying their argument is going to be that's the opposite of good faith, sir.
Forcing them.
No, that's not fair. He's helping Mel understand like what you and me would be thinking.
Yeah. I'm not arguing in bad faith.
Like literally nobody's getting to finish anything. How about we just start with letting each other finish our fucking sentences?
Because I want to hear the opinion on motherhood from you. That's where I'm at.
Do you think that somebody who wants to be a parent would be a better parent?
Of course.
I think
some people change when they have kids too, though, Melanie. You never know. Like having a kid is like a inspirational moment. I don't know.
But what are you saying, Mel? The person who doesn't want the kid, we should murder the kid because the parent doesn't want it?
No, we leave it up to choice of the person carrying the child. Have you been keeping up with the point of the conversation?
No, Mel, with all due respect, you haven't, because again, this is what Circo's trying to tell you. Then you, under that thing, what we would think as pro-life, we would think that then, well, you're arguing for infanticide because a day after they're born, then why not just snuff them out as well?
Yeah, but that's what somewhere it doesn't belong.
I know, because you think there's an ontological difference between a baby inside a womb and a baby temporally outside the womb, and pro-life people don't see that, and you should at least have the theory of mind to understand that that's where someone like me and the dude are coming from.
Or that you're so easily convinced by a slippery slope fallacy that you already wanted to hear. But the fact of the matter is, we don't just start killing children after they're born postnatally. This is strictly about when it's in the woman's body.
They think a fetus deserves personhood though before.
What about the point of viability, Car? Can we agree that once it's at the point of viability, it is at that point infanticide?
No, and the reason being is because it's not very clear when that point is.
I have a medical degree. I'm actually probably the leading expert on the panel in this specific realm.
A medical degree in what, if you don't mind me asking?
I have an advanced practice degree in nursing.
In nursing, okay. So the developmental stages of a fetus we can agree on are pretty complex, and some of them last all the way until birth, right?
Yeah, but like 8 months is like there is a consensus on this.
I mean, some of them develop faster than others. Some of them, I mean,
I know, but
how important is like fully developed? I mean, this is the problem with.
I understand, but there is a line of viability. This is why they will induce like this. You're acting like this is an unsolved issue, but you can go see your OBGYN and they will decide when you can induce and whatnot. So that would I guess that would be a question if they're at the point where any doctor would be like, yeah, it's safe to induce. Maybe you have preeclampsia and so there's some risk. So if they're willing to induce, would you say that at that point, then it has personhood, or is it really the actual temporal location of being
third trimester? I mean, if what's this guy's name? I don't know. If he's a nurse, okay, then how many percent? What is the percentage of actual third trimester abortions in this regard that we're talking about?
By the way, there is no consensus even among medical professionals of when viability.
There is not. Yeah, it's development all the way to the end. Some things develop.
That's not what viability means, right?
That's not what viability means.
That's not what viability means.
I'm telling you right now that it doesn't matter to the argument. It doesn't provide a clear distinction between being fully fetus and not. Okay,
that's fine. But you said there's no. You guys both said there's no consensus on viability. There absolutely is a medical consensus of viability.
Each fetus a little bit.
It does.
So how are you going to define that?
First of all, it's already been defined, and even if you're saying an individual case that can change, you can go. Like I said, I gave the example. If someone has preeclampsia and you're trying to figure out if you can induce, then right. So that could be a standard. If your doctor is saying, okay, it's safe to induce, they've done the ultrasounds, the baby is ready, and they can be a preemie and they'll be fine.
How would you realize there's still a risk there for the child that's greater than like a normal
any preemie always has more of a risk.
Well, for their argument, the risk is fine because the life can be saved, right?
One question.
Keep in mind.
So by that thought, Mel, should we just get rid of all neonatology units across the country?
You really don't understand what my argument is. That's crazy.
Well,
that's also a crazy pronunciation of dude.
What's that, Collins?
There's a crazy pronunciation of neonatal.
Neonatology is the study of neonate.
Yeah, he pronounced it fine.
How would you define viability by day?
I thought he said neonatal units.
7th month or something?
Neonatology is the study of neonate. I'm sorry, Sirka, I was being rude. Neonatology is it's like nephrology or hematology. Neonatology is the study of. But thanks for trying to make me look stupid.
It was stupid because it didn't have anything to do with what I was saying.
I mean, again, how would you define legally the day that viability happens, even though viability is different between each fetus?
What's the earliest birth that was ever? Was it 19 weeks or something like that? I think
but
23 to 20.
Fetuses are not viable at that day.
Let me answer. If you ask me, that's what I meant by good faith. I'm not going to say that 18 weeks is the point of viability because it's not. Generally accepted, I'm going to guess somewhere between like 23 and 25 weeks is when viability is generally accepted.
What day exactly, though?
I just gave you a time frame somewhere between those days.
We can't do time frames, man. We're talking about the legality here. It's got to be clear. We're giving personhood. We're prescribing the description of government rights on something. It's got to be clear.
Quick poll. If you support abortion, say nothing.
I don't support abortion.
Something.
Something.
I honestly believe that the minute the sperm hits the egg, the spark of life, that's it. Game over. You gotta just carry it through.
I mean, life existed before that. Non-life cannot make life. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. The argument from potentiality is not really a good one.
Anyone who thinks that an incestual sexual assault pregnancy should be carried to term is crazy. Anyone who thinks a woman with a life-threatening I'm not that far out to the right. Actually, as a matter of fact, I don't even think that it should be
I don't think
illegal.
it's a left or right issue. Yeah.
Say again?
I don't think it's a left or
Dude, it
right
can be
issue.
complicated, but it's never the baby's fault. The baby has done nothing, dude.
No. Let me just. All I was going to say is that I don't even think. I find it insane to think that we have a law that, like, we have an argument over, like, hey, is it okay to terminate our offspring in utero? Like, that's.
Yeah, I think it's crazy too. I think it's absolutely crazy.
You see the problem with choice.
Have a law, then it's
the freedom of choice,
effectively
right?
legal to do it whenever. So you actually do want a law.
Forced. If you like forced a 7-month, if you don't have a medical emergency, you have to give birth type mentality, then the entire idea of freedom of choice is now taken away.
Yeah, but that's it though.
So
like
even during, like even if it's close to medical emergency, the woman has no choice no matter what anymore.
The choice is murder or not murder. So
yeah, I disagree with that. I think it's murder.
Life.
Right? Are you killing an organism?
Futoy, the people who get abortions do not have the mens rea for murder.
Okay, well, murder is a legal.
Yeah, it's a legal term, but I'm speaking morally.
Mens rea matters. Yes, that's why
it is a legal term.
We're mammals, man. Mammals have extremely messy pregnancies. If we were able to shit out eggs, it might be easier, but we don't. We're mammals.
Yeah, it's very complicated. I don't have an answer. I can't come up with an answer for.
Nobody on this panel can actually answer this question.
I don't think we should legislate
carry a baby
in the way that we're saying.
Listen, I don't have an answer for if it's a choice between the mother and the baby. You got to kill one for the other to survive, right? I don't have an answer for that.
That
I
is
can't
not
come up
how
with an
it
answer
always
for
works
that.
out.
The person who's already.
I think the medical decision on it is who has the greatest chance of survival, I guess.
How
Why
about
don't
the
you
person
treat them
who's
like
already
Somalis and just
how about
consider
the
them
person who we can all
undocumented
agree is definitely a person
and give them amnesty? They're just undocumented residents. They're not illegally inhabiting a womb.
Right.
We can also just say, like, there's one person who we all agree is definitely a person and one person who might be a person. Let's start by saving the person.
No, I don't believe that. I don't know what person. Their life. It's life. I'm not religious. I'm not religious. But if I was gun to my head and told, give me a miracle, I would say it's life. It's the spark of life. When the sperm hits the egg and life form comes out of it, for me, that's a miracle. That's a miracle. If I have to define
you
miracle,
gave a trolley problem, right? You gave a trolley problem between the fetus and the mother, right?
Right.
My solution to the trolley problem that you gave is by saying one already has personhood. None of us can disagree with that. One, we disagree over who has personhood. Let's start by saving the person. Let's start by saving the person who we all agree has personhood.
No, but what if they're a shitty person? And the person that the baby could turn out to be a great person.
It'd be hard to legislate on that.
No, not legislate, but not legislate.
With abortion laws in general,
Do you want the answer to your question?
Well, you kind of already answered it.
I want the answer to the question.
Okay.
It doesn't matter if you're a shitty person; they don't deserve to die.
Look, man, the women who suffer from like complicated pregnancies do not ask for it. I can assure you, dude. I can assure you that.
And generally,
that's obviously true. And I mean, even the Roman Catholic Church and stuff says that if the mother's life is at risk, then you can terminate the pregnancy. So like I don't know if I've ever met a pro-life person that's like, if the mom's going to die, you still can't terminate. I don't know if I've ever actually met someone like that.
Like this, just
that's
saying
not what I'm saying,
that legally representing it in our laws is impossible because of the way we have pregnancies. Okay, we cannot figure it out.
You see,
I know we can approximate.
Or they die.
So they're both persons.
We could approximate it at least. Like there is like I understand what you're saying, Zerka, but you could have something that, let's say, if 5 physicians sign off saying yes, there's a high likelihood of having severe organ damage or bodily death. It's imperfect, but it's a possibility that we could do.
In some states already, and you know what happens is they just watch them go until they're in sepsis. And I'm sure our friend here, he just left, but
yeah, that happened.
All the time.
That happened in Texas, but that's a skill issue on these medical stuff. A lot of these cases that I personally looked up, at least, they're too afraid. Yeah, they don't want to be charged.
Yeah. Like Mel,
but they could, and on a lot of these cases where they there was that one famous Texas case. Looking into it, all the doctors were just retarded. It was obvious under the wording of the law that they could have terminated the pregnancy. It was clear as day.
Obvious if it keeps happening.
It's
Texas stopped for a year and a doctor, and you have to
sorry to interrupt, but may I hear what Futoy was going to say, because I think it was actually somewhat interesting. Futoy, what were you going to say to me?
I was going to say, what if the fetus turns out to be like somebody like Einstein or somebody great? You know what I mean?
What if he becomes the next Adolf Hitler, though? You ever think of that, Futoy?
Yeah. But what are you going to do? Kill it just in case it's going to be
That should only affect our decision if we can predict the future. Also, did you say that they're both persons at some point? Did I miss
I did. Yeah, absolutely. They're both persons.
I think when you define personhood as something that you automatically get the moment you're conceived, you've worn personhood down to something that is no longer meaningful.
When did personhood become a word, except for when psychotic left-leaning people just started adding shit to Webster's?
Personhood is biblical, actually, if I'm not mistaken, but
I don't know if it's. I mean, ruach is like the usual word. If that's what you're thinking
when
of.
you can give rights to a human, it's essentially just, prescribing the rights from a description of a government, right? So that's a person.
But like the woman got pregnant, right? It's done. It's done. Why try to solve it afterwards? Just deal with it and do best for both. Right?
Because we are mammals, man, and our pregnancies suck ass. I'm sorry. That's just the answer. It's
happened.
Do you have a scientific background, Seacar?
No, I studied econometrics.
Also, another point is that humans aren't fruit flies, right? We're not just here to reproduce. We have other components to our lives and our satisfaction, and whether or not we're ready to be parents.
Yeah, like chopping our dicks
off. It doesn't matter though with the argument with killing babies.
See, Mel, you have to understand how psychotic that sounds from a pro-life mind, such as myself, to be like, I'm not ready to have a kid, therefore I'm going to kill it. That's like, it's one thing, at least with all the the arguments about like mother's health and stuff like this and stuff like that. But all of the I'm just not ready. I don't feel like fiscally responsible. Fuck that.
Is it her body?
Yeah, it's a body inside of her body. It's like a fucking Russian nesting doll. Okay,
it's her body.
It's her body, and it's a body inside her body.
Hey, young Christian.
Something's a part of your body. You have the right to decide what to do with it.
That's a statement you're making.
I have one serious question.
That's a statement you're making that is not self-evident, and you're acting like it is self-evident.
Mel, is your opinion coming from that do you consider your opinion here to be one of a woman?
I feel like it.
Do you consider your opinion to be one of a woman?
Can I not cut a mole off of my skin? Should I go to jail for doing that?
No, a mole is not a separate being.
The mole won't eventually become a person.
That's a crazy comparison.
So I'm just mentally ill comparison. Let me land my plane because I'm going to get mad that you're not listening to my whole point. You said that it's not self-evident. My point is that it clearly is evident that you can do what you want with your body.
God. Is your opinion coming from that of a woman? I genuinely am curious how you stand on this.
But also, your fetus isn't your body anymore. It's a fetus. It's a new person.
That's the thing. It's the way the pro-life people see it, myself included. It's a body inside your body. So yes, you can do with what your body you want, Mel. But the whole argument is that it's not just your body anymore. It's a body within your body.
Yeah.
So it's two people in one meat sack.
Yeah, and if the fetus can count to 10 or not is irrelevant because eventually it will be able to count to 10.
I'm responding to confluence. Do people normally take up space,
are awesome.
let's say casually in other people's body?
Do people do what?
Obviously excluding sexually, but in general, casually speaking, do people generally take up space in other people's body?
Yeah, I've done it.
Yes, it's called childbirth.
Yeah, the sex issue.
How about
would allow me to
surrogacy?
have made the sex joke, but
Can we add the word surrogacy to that?
But no, I mean pregnancy. Yeah, pregnancy is a special thing, but I mean it's kind of fundamental to how babies are made and stuff. So
Well,
I mean,
might have answered without knowing the
it's hard to
full
think of
point.
another circumstance where someone is temporarily located within someone else's body besides the sexual act. But I mean, I don't really know what that proves one way or another.
I agree that how do we operate principles of personhood on somebody who's inside somebody else aside
Personhood's not a word.
Personhood is a word.
I mean, it is
Dude, you have a degree in econometrics. I'm not going to come here and tell you about the Nikkei or the Tao. That would just be arrogant. The hubris would be wild.
Al-Him, do you have a degree in
I don't have a degree, by the way, in econometrics. I said
Do I have a degree in what?
Linguistics?
I don't have my degree.
No.
I said I went to school for
Oh.
econometrics.
You don't have a degree.
Why are
in
you telling us what's not a word?
This is absolute dick waving.
It's anyone else on this panel multilingual?
What does that have to do with whether or not personhood is a word, dude?
Mel, could it be argued that the fetus is more important?
I find it weird that you would ask someone.
be. I don't know if
As in the fetus hasn't committed any sins or done any wrongdoings. So this fetus is pure, a pure soul.
Well, that's the thing. I don't think we should assign personhood based on how pure someone is. So that wouldn't tell me that they're more of a person.
Well, they're both persons, but
it's leftist jargon. Personhood is leftist jargon. Stop even giving it any attention. It's leftist jargon.
It's specific to when you can get rights. That's it.
There's a fucking person on the panel triggered over a word right now. I can't. Oh my god.
Oh, that's nothing new. Welcome to Confluence.
I'm not getting triggered.
Yeah,
I don't know why he's asking me about.
Yeah,
my
but
degree,
it's your
dude.
fault, Confluence. Yeah,
Just because I'm the host of the panel doesn't mean every untoward thing said is my fucking responsibility. Okay.
I mean, it has legal meaning. That's what it's for, which is how we do stuff. So.
The same as I think you should have the right to chop your dick off and wear a dress. I think that kid should have a right to be born.
We
You
just,
support
like-
things you don't like.
Why do we have to go to the trans thing all the
Why
time?
would you argue in bad faith and then act like that? What the fuck?
Can we just give him what he wants? Though maybe after I give him a good tongue lashing, he'll give up.
Whoa, save that for the DMs, okay?
wanting to cause harm to a baby is fucking evil.
I never want to cause harm to a fetus. If I didn't think that mammals already have, and don't even have to think, it's just evident. You're a nurse. You should be able to tell me that it's difficult, right? Mammals do not
I
have
no longer
clean,
work in the
easy
field
pregnancies,
because
man.
it was too heart wrenching. I moved over to business. I no longer work in the field.
So
it's fucking
what the
terrifying.
heck are you saying?
Yeah, but that's a natural effect seeker, is it not? Where you're taking the life of a baby who probably has.
Children's dying of like a disease because we didn't have antibiotics. I'm just what?
Oh, agreed 110%. Agreed. The death process is ugly as mammals, not just the birthing process.
Okay, so how about this? If a child develops something that's like, maybe you could help me out, Elham. I mean, you're the nurse here, right? I mean, so to keep bringing it up or something. There's defects that a child can have, a congenial defect where they can be born and then
any sort of
kind of know that they don't have a liver or
X.
something like that, right? They don't have a liver or something. They're not going to develop it or something, right? Do you know the word for that? I can't remember.
Just some sort of congenital defect, whatever. But go ahead.
So, is it moral to force this fetus to go to term and then be birthed just to watch it die?
No, that's I said that 5 minutes ago. Where I'm with you. I'm not as far right as some of these people where there's never a reason for it. When it's medically necessary, I'm with you.
This is the dilemma, though. Medically necessary is really hard to prove with legality, and that's
one of the hard things is I think someone brought up ectopic pregnancies. There actually have been a few ectopic pregnancies that have actually been brought to term. It's like I think it's like 3 or something. Like it's like literally like single digit numbers. Like it's literally in the whole world. Single digit number.
2% of women get ectopic pregnancies, right? It could be higher if you have cysts, up to like 8% or something. I can't remember.
What's an ectopic pregnancy?
It's when the egg implants in the fallopian tube instead of in the uterus, and in the 99.999% of the time it'll be fatal and fatal to the mother as well. But there is like a couple of rare occasions where it lives.
That's the problem because it's
right. So this is, I mean, this is a complicated. Yeah, this is. I'm sorry. This is. I agree. There is complications there because theoretically it's possible that the ectopic pregnancy can.
If we could literally just change it to where humans could just give birth without any complication and it wasn't a mammal pregnancy type thing, I would be in agreement with you guys, because obviously we could just clearly define personhood for them. Just right when you get pregnant. If we knew
what
that
I don't like,
would happen.
What I guess what I don't like, I guess, about what I think you're saying, Zerka, is that if you're with all these examples, right, there is like complexity and nuance and stuff, but I feel like you would also, and correct me if I'm wrong, be fine with someone just aborting just for the sake of convenience. They don't feel ready to have a kid yet. And that's not the same now. And now I feel like there's some trickery going on because not you necessarily, but a lot of these pro-choice people use these edge cases, and they're not all edge cases, but these more emotional cases of like, does the mom die? Is the kid going to be a Harlequin fetus? All this stuff, and it's like, yeah.
I don't consider a fetus to be a baby or have personhood yet, though. So.
Right, so that's what I mean. So going into all these examples, it's like you're trying to pull on the heartstrings of conservatives and pro-life people and stuff. But the reality is, you would kill that kid just because you don't want it at all. Just even if you're just like, I already have two, I don't want a third one. Boom, I'll do it anyway.
I never gave my opinion. I would not do that. No, but I do think that someone should have the choice. I never said I would, though.
But you said wait. But you said you don't consider it a person. So then why wouldn't you?
I have to for the governmental sense, but no. If my girlfriend, got pregnant right now, I would not abort the baby or the.
Why not? Can I ask why?
Because I wouldn't want to.
Well, he doesn't have a choice.
Does it just end there?
Wait, you're not.
You just wouldn't want to. Why would you have a preference either way if you don't think it has any type of like, and when I say personal, I don't mean governmental, I mean like philosophical. If you don't think it has any like philosophical personhood, then why would you even care at all?
If I don't think there's any philosophical personhood,
you just said that it's up to the woman. So he just said,
I'm still emotionally tied. Women are still emotionally tied. I mean, I don't really know of the existence of a woman.
Would you be emotionally tied?
Yeah, absolutely.
Can we get a woman who can have kids on the panel?
Oh, come on, guys! Stop that nonsense. Come on.
It's not nonsense. It's actually a valid point.
I would not abort a kid for no reason, man. That's just not right now. No, that's just me.
I really want to know why, though. I want to know why.
Should legislate it, though, man. That's the problem.
I know, but I'm curious why. If you don't think it has any philosophical personhood, then wouldn't you think it basically is, to use kind of the low-brow thing, like a clump of cells, right?
I can claim that there's a philosophically moral inaction or an immoral action taking place, but that doesn't mean that I can't have a preference.
I know, but so why do you have that preference? I guess I'm asking you to either introspect, or if you already have done so, if you're willing to be honest,
why is this cryptic? You want to?
I'm just asking.
I don't think I'd want to have an abortion for no reason, and right now I don't. There's no. My girlfriend wouldn't either. We just have the same values in that, I guess.
But you can't go you either can't or you're unwilling on pet, which is fine. You don't have to. I'm just honestly curious.
I wouldn't go further and say the government has to legislate it based on my preference right now. No.
That's actually where Sirkar and I are in agreement.
Of what I asked, but that's fine.
No, but that's where I was trying to get to before Sirkar thought I was trying to get a gotcha moment. I don't think that there should have to be a law that says you don't kill a child. It should just be an inherent decision where people are like, hey, it's probably not a good idea to terminate the next generation of offspring.
Well, not everyone agrees with you.
There's nothing to agree with. It's not coming out a toaster.
Okay, well, I want to point out,
being a mammal. That's the problem, man. It's very complicated. And
Sirkar, you've been in good faith, and like what I will say is, look, on econometrics, whatever that means, I will kneel and I will bow. But when it comes to biology or biochemistry, like that, I'm speaking from authority here. Like I have an inherent problem, and I'm saying that with the most respect that I can.
Like
knowing women who have gone through this, it's not fun. I'm assuming.
Can I at least get some chance to also get in here?
No, because I was talking to him, Mel. Why would you have to answer when I was talking to him? Why do you feel the need to interject yourself?
Well, I do have a bit of a background in biochemistry. So what do you?
What is your background in biochemistry?
Personal experience. What do you think your background has given you in this debate?
A base level of knowledge to understand on a deeper level, nuanced conversation as it pertains to the birthing process.
So biochemistry is what makes a fetus a person? Because
So does everyone here, having been a living organism, does that mean we all have personal experience with biochemistry?
No. So I just wanted to point something out, and it's quite interesting, right? So people often, it seems like we're not accepting the idea that we will just do this for the best interest of the mother, but I think we'd all agree that we don't want children to be pregnant, right? And
Can you let Sirkar answer the question? I was trying to have a dialogue. Like, why do you feel the need to? I was like he said that him and his girlfriend share the same values. That's common ground for him and Confluence and I. Upon common ground, people can build, and you immediately deflected, and I Sirkar, would you say that I was respectful in the way that I compared our educational backgrounds? Was I dismissive in any way?
At first, no, but yeah, you're doing it good now.
Well, at first it was because you thought I was trying to get a gotcha moment, and it was pissing me off. I'm like, I'm not. I'm genuinely. So when you just said that you and your girlfriend share the same values, and I hope that you guys get to have a baby if that's what y'all want.
Yeah, I mean, she's Christian, so keep that in mind. Yeah.
Would you silently pass judgment on someone else who had an abortion just because they were like, I don't feel like having a kid? Like, what kind of internal response would that? Yes.
To be honest with you, I probably would internally. Yeah.
Okay. See, that's a sincere. There's no gotcha here, man. I told you, like, I like to talk in good faith. I don't enjoy debate for debate's sake.
Okay, so I wanted to point something out, though. Like, again, you all say, like, okay, this isn't for the best interest of the mother, but wouldn't you all kind of like at least support abortions for kids if it meant less teen pregnancies, or are you fine with teen pregnancies?
I'm fine with teen pregnancies.
Oof.
I think you're missing.
I mean, I don't want like I want less teen pregnancies, but not at the cost of aborting.
Mel, the problem is it's murder, right? Murder is an ultimate kind of legal or an immoral action. So, like, a teen pregnancy is still not as bad as murdering someone, man. That's the real dilemma in this conversation.
That they don't actually care about protecting kids. They care.
No. It's important to protect kids, but all kids.
No, how do you dissect it like that?
Well, because if you cared about,
even if we disagree on whether or not it's murder, right?
The arrogance for you to assume that you know what we're thinking is just it's crazy work.
Know that if you know anything about teenage pregnancies, it kind of ruins your childhood. So unless you like ruining childhood,
for the majority of history, most pregnancies probably happen in teen years.
You know what really ruins your childhood? Dying.
Disfiguring accidents can ruin a childhood.
I don't have to respond to anything anybody says because I can't hear a single goddamn thing any of you.
It probably will ruin your childhood, and it could ruin your childhood. But again, Mel, it's in the minds of at least I think people on this panel, and that's what I can understand it, is that they think it's murder. So murder is so easy.
But also point is, right, a disfiguring injury. Mel, hold on now. We're trying to talk to you. Mel, a disfiguring injury can ruin a child's life. We just have to live with it, and we have to do something what we can about it.
Your name's Sirkar.
You have to deal with it.
Is your name Sirkar?
You have to deal with it in the best way. Murder isn't a solution.
You're really not even talking to me. You don't care if I'm listening or not. It's crazy.
Hey,
I agree with you that they.
Hey, what's up?
My point is that they are so dogmatically opposed to murder that they find men in the shadows, but more importantly, that they end up making the quality of life for children worse and harming kids with their ideology.
I'm dogmatically opposed to murder. Though.
What's more like?
Did we get a raid? I want to thank.
I'm saying they're dogmatic.
I can't see who. Everyone, hold on. I want to thank whoever rated me. I'm not sure who rated me though.
When you're done, I need to clarify something. When you're done.
No, you're dogmatic.
Okay.
So is it Vic? Did I get a Vic raid?
Maybe dogmatic's the wrong word because dogmatic implies there's an authority.
If so, thank you for the raid.
Can we let Avery introduce himself?
I'm saying they're being dogmatic with how they apply their definition.
Oh, it's cool, Vic. Okay, there we go. Yeah.
I mean, that would be accurate.
Thank you, cool.
I mean, it's stemming from like a biblical.
Appreciate it, brother.
That'd be accurate. So is Christian faith. It's inherently dogmatic in some ways, in some fundamental ways. So
we're talking about abortion for everyone new here, just so everyone, because we just had a bunch of new people join. So we're talking about abortion. Okay, if you want to cam up and you're known, link is in the description. Link is pinned. If someone can vouch for you, then you can, get in that way too.
Mel, did you get my point at all? Did you even listen to my point?
I was trying to respond to your car.
Right. My point was disfiguring accidents can ruin a child's life too, but it happened. It's something that happened. We have to deal with it and help them through it. Same with pregnancy. You help them through it. You do your best. It happens. Shit happens. Right? We can't just murder them into a
Life
good
happens,
situation.
Mel. Life happens.
So pregnancies aren't unavoidable. So those two things are not.
No, you want the world to partake in your.
Are you stupid?
Yeah,
well, not all pregnancies. Not all pregnancies are.
But prevention is obviously better than the cure. Obviously, in every case.
After it happens, because we can't control all children's minds.
Mel, you want the world to partake in your self-delusion and be courteous and respectful of your life's choices. And now you're going to take a look at a dogmatic philosophy that has said, hey, let's not murder children for hundreds of years. And you're going to try to impart upon us what's best. And we're literally partaking.
I'm not even saying it's what's best.
I just want to point out the abortion topic and biblical nature, at least the logical one, is post-biblical.
Worse than you're kind of demons, in my opinion.
It's what, Sarkar?
I'm a demon. Wow.
There's no dogmatic approach to
Someone kills children in the womb. I'm a demon.
It's post-biblical.
It's a first, Mel.
Mel, we're not demons. We just have an opposite opinion to you.
Sirkar, I'm going to ask you one more question in good faith, and this is not
typical leftist.
I think if you can only come up to solutions that end up harming kids at the end of the day, then yeah, that's a pretty accurate.
How does choosing not to kill children in the womb harm children? Explain to me how that are. Explain to me how choosing not to have an abortion harms a fucking child. Because if you have an abortion, it kills the child. Explain that to me.
If you're an adult, though, like just say it like a big boy.
Well, he's right. You can't murder the solution.
That's what you're talking about, Mel.
Sirkar, just one question. If you could let me ask Sirkar one question, because we are having him and I are having a good faith conversation. And I pray nothing but the best for you. And I know you're not a godly man, but I want nothing but for this for you and your missus. If your wife was expecting, and God forbid somebody assaulted her or somebody tried to mug you guys, and the fetus
miscarriage happened, I would hope they get charged with homicide. Absolutely.
This is not a gotcha moment. Like that's I'm trying to get a feel for your morals. I don't like gotcha moments. I think they're kind of gay. They're actually stupid. Like I don't want to win a conversation. I simply just want to understand and be understood.
But I would definitely hope they charge him with homicide 100%.
Okay, so like morally, we're actually not as opposed as you would probably think.
Yeah, I don't really feel good about abortion in general, my friend. It's just, it's not something that I think I can legislate on. I just not enough of like a clear, of
just
like
a piece of advice. If you have any,
you know what I mean?
If you have any Christian or right-leaning friends, if you lead with that, saying, "Hey, I'm not a fan of," like that's a great segue into a pro. Okay, well, I'm just speaking from our interaction tonight up to this point.
No, sorry.
It's
good now, though.
You don't owe me anything. You could say whatever the fuck you want to say. Great hair, tiny arms. Either way, I like you. We're moving on from there.
Tiny arms, my God.
Whoa, bro! I thought we were doing a good faith. What happened to that?
There's no way dude can go through 5 minutes without asking somebody, do you even lift, bro?
Or how many homes they own. Don't forget how many homes they own.
I'm trying, bro. I'm trying to get to 205. It's hard, okay?
If
my BMR is still really high.
So that somebody gave compliments to Dono, and I hit 315 on the incline on the bench, so he got $100 the other night. So shout out to yeah. But either way,
I've been flat bench and forever. I just I mainly just do incline, but
incline's fucking superior in every way. But either way, we're not pivoting there.
Can I continue my conversation with Mel real quick?
Yeah.
Go ahead and finish. Okay. Say whatever you have to say to him.
Hey, we don't have dude. We don't have to. We don't have to do that.
How is it like? How is murdering a child in the womb helping the child? Like it doesn't make any sense. Well, what you said before.
It's not murder.
How?
And children
how is it not murder?
Children who are born into households that actually want a child have way better outcomes than children who aren't.
Okay, so then let's kill all the unborn children because their parents don't know how to parent. That's a great idea, Mel.
That's not what I said.
That's what you're saying, though.
That's the straw person, because I said several times tonight, so you're either really bad at listening or you're just doing this on purpose, where I said it's up to the mother or the person carrying the child, which is to be more broad.
Melanie, I have a question for you. Do you think? Actually, never mind. It's fine.
I'm just going to ask: Have you ever had an abortion, Mel?
Oh, I wish. Just kidding.
Does anyone remember the shout?
Points proven.
Does anyone remember the shout your abortion
I made a
movement?
joke. Your point's proven, Avery. Good one.
Does anyone
No, it's
remember?
because
Does
there's women
anybody?
on TikTok bragging about their abortions. Literally,
That's what I was. That's what I was. Well, let's not do it with vitriol. But yes,
I wouldn't let that affect your opinion on this, man. Online space is notoriously not a good way to figure these things out.
No, I know that, but it had gotten brought up. It had gotten brought up that people aren't like out there having all these abortions, and there's people on the internet.
Don't let someone who's lied about
about
what they're doing. I mean, people do this to get attention as well. Like, don't let that person get attention for
Oh, and you're giving them the attention they want.
So it's 100% a lie? No, I'm a fool.
know.
Oh,
I don't know
absolutely.
that.
No, you're right.
I'm just letting you know that I'm sure you know now, actually, like the online space is pretty good at manipulating these types of things.
I mean, I have met people in real life, as I said before, and it's very disturbing to see. But I've met people before. There was one time at a party she was visibly pregnant and was drinking and was like, well, I'm going to abort anyway, so I don't give a fuck. And that sits in my head, man. That's some satanic shit right there, in my opinion.
So then why is it so hard
That's
to believe
disgusting shit. That is
about
disgusting shit. Holy cow.
So then why is it so hard to believe that people will go out and brag about having abortions then?
I'm not saying I don't believe it. I'm just saying there's.
It's hopefully a minority of people.
His personal anecdote is probably real. I'm not going to say that Confluence here is lying to all of us right now. It's a little ridiculous, but I don't think
this is a true statement.
Right, Avery? You don't get to go on and say most women are not lying about it, or most women are actually feeling this way, right?
I'll say this is probably a minority. I think
people believe.
I think it's a small amount of people that are that psychotic.
Why do you feel that way?
Searcard, there was a movement on Twitter. There was a movement on Twitter several years ago called "Shout Your Abortion." Before Avery is actually kind of proven my point. What I was saying is that there's a minority.
I hate that. I hate that.
Right. Well, all I was going to say is just let me finish that point. Is I'm a big fan of precedents. So whenever somebody tries to desensitize or normalize something, I don't think that that's the majority of people who are doing it. But what they are doing is it's the Trojan horse. They're say again,
exactly.
Your car. You can agree that women shouldn't feel ashamed for needing to get an abortion, right?
They're normalizing it, is what you were saying, LM, right?
Not even just normalizing. Like they're trying to desensitize the. They want no room for they want no room for differing in opinions. They want anyone who says that abortion is bad to be considered a bigot, to be considered filled with vitriol.
Yeah, I mean, abortion, in my opinion, is a horrible thing in all cases. So
that's not usually the mission statement of most movements. I feel like you're misquoting them.
Who am I quoting? Nobody's quoting anybody.
Because again, it sounds like a movement that's supposed to destigmatize abortions. That way, women can get them without feeling ashamed about it.
You're not a woman, Mel. You don't get to speak for women.
Are you saying the movement definitely isn't about that? And if I looked it up,
I'm just saying you're kind of playing this weird.
You're not saying
1 foot on both sides.
The destigmatize often goes in the other direction. It's the same with like the slut walk type stuff, and it goes from like, hey, don't shame, but now no, if anything, it's a celebratory thing. And we see the same thing with abortion. It's like almost the type of hypercorrection. I like to hope that most women in those movements and stuff don't actually mean that, and they're just like going too far. They're just hypercorrecting.
There's the risk of hypercorrection.
Because otherwise, I'll go a little insane if I think that they're all like sincere.
But even then, Confluence, if they do that, it's going to desensitize other people to the point where they may do it.
Does the risk of overcorrecting mean that we should maintain the unnecessary shame for people?
There should be shame on it.
There should be shame for people that do it.
Shame is an important feeling, though.
For things like financial reasons, convenience, all that stuff, there absolutely should be shame. There absolutely should, in my opinion. For stuff where it's like some preeclampsia case where it's like they had no choice, or health of the mother, all that stuff, then no, we shouldn't be shaming that.
I'm pretty confident that like the idea of getting an abortion for no reason is something that we probably should shame.
It should be something that's unthinkable unless absolutely necessary.
But my problem is I don't think there's enough to legislate it, right?
Wait. You're misquoting.
There is plenty to legislate.
I never said that it's okay for women to get an abortion for no reason and we shouldn't shame that. I'm saying destigmatizing it in general for even women who don't feel ready to have a child yet.
No one's ready to have a child until they have a child.
You know why we're doing that? To
That's facts.
to relieve the emotional trauma it causes women.
You're not speaking from authority or experience. You're not a woman.
I'm just telling you.
Confluence.
I'm telling you.
The problem is that, again, it's still murder. And that's the primary thing that's going to hurt this argument.
Has anyone here actually addressed the statistics surrounding this topic in the first place?
I mean, not yet, but
like the reasons why people get abortions.
The percentages. So
most of it is of convenience.
What do you guys think?
Section, really quick. I just want to say hi. I always talk to you in chat. You're always nice to me, and I never see you on panel. Good to see you, Section.
Good to see you. Likewise.
Which statistics do you
I'm
want to talk
actually
about?
happy to see all of you except for Mel. So that's totally
Like
cool.
third trimester with medical emergencies? Or are you talking about like when do most abortions take place? Which is going to be in the first 6 weeks, I think, right?
Yeah, typically. So what I was talking about is, so if we talk about like grape and incest and risk to the woman's life or major bodily functions, even if we group all of those together into
is that less than 1%?
Yeah,
it's not less than 1%.
Less than it is. It's well under 1%.
It is.
So
I know it's a very small number. I do know that it's a very small percent.
GPT it right now, bros. Ask ChatGPT right now on your own computer. What is the percentage of abortions?
Do you mean of total abortions, or do you mean?
In the United States. I don't want to talk about other countries because I don't give a shit about them. I'm just talking about the United States. But if you go to ChatGPT right now and say, what is the percentage of abortions, just type in the real word, that are for grape and or risk to mother, it will give you the breakdown on all of this.
Yeah,
so grape and incest is 0.3 to 0.4% of all of them.
It's low.
And then risk to the woman's life or major bodily function is 0.2 to 0.3. So if you add those two together, that's still under 1%.
The risk of ectopic pregnancy is 2% in just average in women in general. So I feel like
2% out of all women.
Yes, out of all pregnancies. Is 2%.
I don't know. I don't know. Do ectopic pregnancies, are those counted in abortion stats? I'm actually not sure on that.
It might not be. It's why I'm asking this guy, because
what's the other one called? Is it called a DN?
Might not be counted properly. I mean, I'd love to see the data where he's getting this from. Now it's actually in my field. I love looking at statistics, so I'd love to see how it looks.
By the way, Confluence, you said that most of it's out of convenience. Would convenience include like going through school and not being able to juggle the workload of school and having a child at the same time?
Yes. Yeah.
So
and I mean, I'm not. When I say convenience, I'm not trying to like denigrate like the struggles of raising a kid and stuff. I just mean not medically necessary to either the kid or to the woman. Most of the time, it's going to be like financial reasons, not ready. Like if you just ask, I mean, we could look this up.
It's done relatively pretty early, though, right? Weren't you someone who said that 7 months is fine?
Yeah. Usually, and usually most abortions, I think, are before 12 weeks. I think it is.
Exactly. So it's kind of within your viability framework, though, right?
But that's I don't. My stance is at the very beginning. The viability thing, that was in what I was asking you, but I don't want to see abortions even at 6.
What about RU 486? What about RU 486? Where are we on that as a group?
RU 486. That's
what's that? Can you explain it?
That again.
I'm pretty sure that's the morning after pill. Unless
right? That thing?
Oh, Plan B?
Yeah.
I definitely am not against it. Isn't this like the day after pill or the one that they give you?
No, I'm against that.
It's hard. I will say there's complexities here, so I just want to unpack this briefly. So it used to be that in all Plan B, it would say that one of the things it did would stop implantation, and so it was technically abortifacient as well. But then when Roe v. Wade was overturned, the FDA came out and said, actually, we were wrong about that. It actually doesn't stop implantation. It just flushes out the egg before implantation has happened and before fertilization has happened. But it's troubling to me that happened only after Roe v. Wade was overturned, because if you bought Plan B before, it'd have a little insert saying that one of the things it does is it does flush out a fertilized zygote.
I thought it actually does still interfere with it, but it's not 100% of the time. Isn't that the correct way to?
From what I looked up, the FDA said it does not do that anymore. This is what was kind of haunting me, because I was like, how did they reverse course
by interfering with the implantation?
I can look it up, but I don't think so.
The egg is still fertilized.
The evidence pop up before or after Roe v. Wade? The initial evidence from the researchers that showed otherwise.
I'm pretty sure the egg is still fertilized, but it's just not able to implant.
I'll look
it up. I'm pretty sure that there's stances that it doesn't.
I just looked up ectopic.
See, check this out.
Hi, I want to point out, I guarantee you that the research came out before the overturning of Roe v. Wade, and so it's kind of hard to say that the researchers were just doing that research to provide evidence.
Sorry.
Well,
I'm not
if you
sure.
can't prove it one way or the other, then that doesn't matter what you think about it.
Okay, this is the FDA's website. Evidence does not support that the drug affects implantation, but it used to say that it does, and so. Now, it makes me a little sussed. And Mel, you're right. I'm not sure when exactly the research came out that they're saying this. I'm not sure. All I know is the FDA's stance did change after Roe v. Wade. So I don't know. So I'm still nervous on Plan B because, frankly, I don't trust that timing. And I wonder if they're just want people to feel better about taking Plan B, to be honest with you. So I still wouldn't want to take it myself, because I would be, not myself, but,
The researchers specifically wanted people to feel better about Plan B?
Yeah, yes. Yeah, like the FDA.
Why do students at a university care if other people give a shit about Plan B?
Well, no. What I'm saying is because there is studies that show that it does affect implantation, and so the FDA is looking at multiple studies, and they're coming with the conclusion saying, okay, it actually does it. There's no evidence to support that it does. We were wrong in these when we said it before that it did. We were mistaken and stuff, and there is, I think, political incentive for the FDA to think of, for the same reasons that Zerka is saying about, women could die if they can't get access to abortifacients, and so now they're like, there is political motive to say, hey guys, Plan B is actually not abortifacient. You could just take that, right? We can't deny that is a possibility, right? And especially with the research changing, or the FDA stance changing, I should say, right on the back of Roe v. Wade being overturned. It's suspicious timing, in my opinion.
Right, because let's say they did that study and then did get positive results, but then later on, after the FDA comes out in their stance, another research group proves that they didn't get the same results. Then you're no longer as confident in that, and then someone does a different study which shows that it definitely doesn't do it with positive results. Well,
what is this?
Now you're kind of fucked, right? And that could take a while to happen. Might land on. By coincidence, another event that's related.
Right, and I'm being agnostic. Like I said, just the timing of the FDA changing its official stance makes me a bit nervous. But I don't know. It could be the case that maybe Plan B doesn't actually affect implantation. But it's just, that's been something that's been known for decades, and now somehow they're like, no, we were wrong. All these research studies were wrong. It actually doesn't affect implantation. I find that a little suspect, especially based on the timing.
I'm pretty
just
sure
personally,
the egg still gets fertilized, and then it doesn't affect. I mean, that would still be a problem.
I just showed what the FDA says. So where was it? So it says, no, evidence does not support that the drug affects implantation. This is the FDA's website. I don't know if you can see that. It's a little small. So this is from the FDA now, as of 2022. So, but this is not what they've said before, and this was not what was handed out if you bought Plan B and you look at the little information leaflet. It used to say what you're saying, Zerka, that it does stop implantation, and now they've gone and said the opposite.
Mifepristone, or are you talking about just regular Plan B?
Levonorgestrel.
Mifepristone is RU486 was what Elham mentioned. That's the one that impacts.
I can look that one up. Is that usually?
That's
called
the most
Plan B?
Mifepristone, yeah. It's not called Plan B normally. It's more like the one you take when you go to Planned Parenthood. It's like the most common used one, if not mistaken.
And this is just to show. Okay, I'll look up that one next, but just to show that this change did happen. So this is CTV USA. FDA changes Plan B label, clarifies it won't cause abortion. So before they were very clear that it did. So I'll check.
When did they do that? By the way, what is the date on that? I'm just curious.
2022, the late December of 2022.
It may have been a reaction to congressional bill writing that was targeting this very thing. If you're curious, if that's what you're trying to insinuate, it probably is actually to try and get around the congressional law.
Oh no! I am right. You're gaslighting me. You're gaslighting me, Zerka. No, that's his plan B. The one I was looking at. What you're talking about is the abortion pill. So mifepristone, that is the abortion. That you can use that up to like 10 weeks. So
yeah, that's what I was talking about.
I'm talking about the thing that you take the next day, and the FDA has changed their stance on that because that for the longest time was seen as still abortifacient because it stopped implantation, and now the FDA suddenly is like, wait, no, it actually is totally fine. And so
they might have changed it to get ahead of because Congress was writing laws to ban mifepristone and chemical drugs.
Yeah, so I think this is a reaction to that because they want people to still be like, okay, this is fine to do, and they want lawmakers to not. So I don't necessarily trust it, I guess. Yeah. So some of you were on the gay version of the stream, aka the vertical mode. So I will send a link. So if you all want to be less gay. You can go to the straight version. No judgment either way. We accept all types here. Hey, it's 2026. Sorry, what was that, young Christian? This is the link here.
Sorry to interrupt you, man, but it was nice talking to you guys.
Yeah, it was nice talking to you. I hope you come back, Circa. It's been a fun time.
Please come back.
I'll come back. It was nice talking to you, Ellen and Melanie.
What can we learn about economics or econometrics if we come to your channel? Give us a plug.
I mean, I talk religion, philosophy, economics a lot, and I don't know if you guys will enjoy this, but I'm definitely against the Trump administration.
Can you post your link in the back chat so I can put it on in the main chat? Because if you try to post it in the main chat, it'll get auto modded.
Yeah, I'll give you a sub for sure. But I hope you come back here.
You should do a panel with Mel and just do it on transubstantiation and philosophy. I would listen.
Because Cons Live is the shit. You ain't cool if you're not here.
I guess Anson doesn't want me back, though. It's too bad.
Yeah, he says
he don't want
Zerka is the worst.
I have there we go. I have one last question for Circa. I have a question for everybody on the panel, actually. And Confluence brought up a great point on hypercorrection. We were not sensitive to.
Are we doing clockwise, snakewise?
It doesn't matter. I mean, we're doing a free for all tonight, and really, it's just more of and I guess more Mel's response is the one I'm interested in. No, we went from a point where we had no time for people who wanted to be the gender that they're not. Mel's going to be able to do whatever Mel wants to do. The hypercorrection is inviting them into classrooms, reading story time when they're cross-dressing, which is more of a kink than it is a gender identity. I mean, can you name one thing that we haven't hyper-corrected?
What's it called when they go read to kids in the classrooms again?
Drag queen story.
Drag queen story time hour or something like that?
Yeah. Is that the same thing as trans or cross-dressing?
I literally just prefaced it by I literally just made the annotation.
Cross-dressing.
I don't think
you cross-dress, Mel. With all due respect, you cross-dress.
I don't think.
Hey, we don't have to go there.
Circa, are you not on YouTube? I hate Twitch, man. Twitch annoys me.
I do YouTube too. My name's different though.
Yep.
1 sec.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Twitch is just like so user friendly. It's
when you say invite trans people into the classroom, what do you mean by that?
He means drag time story hour, and the thing is drag is actually a tradition that stems from theater, and men. The fact that there weren't women in theater for a while, so men had to.
It doesn't matter. That's not in the classroom, though. That's what I'm trying to point out.
It's not sexual.
There's been women in theater throughout all of history. What are you talking about?
Well, it can be, but it's usually not.
Like, there's no.
Well, you know how you can tell that it's sexual?
Topics being taught, really.
You know how you can tell that the drag queen story hour is sexual?
No.
Do you ever hear about them going to nursing homes to read to old people? No, because they have no interest in those.
Maybe they do. Actually, let's look it up.
They probably don't.
I think the trans topic is a little annoying, if I'm going to be honest. I'm not really trans.
I mean,
don't really
look,
understand it.
If you're an adult and you want to chop your dick off and dress in a woman's clothes, sure, why not? You're an adult, fuck it, but keep that shit away from kids. That's it. That's all I care about.
Okay.
I'll meet you halfway on Mel.
Thank you for your input, my friend. Okay, Avery, it's been wonderful. It doesn't actually do a single thing though for this conversation. You know, right?
I was just
No
merely
one's
pointing out.
actually-
Keep it away from children.
Like,
It does
no
do
one is
something
actually
towards the
trying
conversation.
to do that. I mean, it's just kind of like, here, let me give you an example, okay? This is called fundamental attribution error. Do you know what that is?
No.
First of all, Confluence, can you just bring the link I posted up on screen? It'll just show.
Okay, so Melanie, one sec. So fundamental attribution error is when you take a certain quality or what you perceive of like a group, and then you prescribe it amongst the whole identity. So I'm going to give you two different stories right now, okay? And I want you to tell me which one's wrong. So let's say a trans person goes into a bathroom and then sexually assaults someone. And then someone or people say that trans people sexually assault people. Yes or no? You agree with that?
No.
No, I don't. No.
Okay.
That action is on the
Now-
individual, not the entire like trans people as a whole. That's no.
Okay. So when you say put that shit in front of children, what are you applying?
No, I
to
said
that?
keep that shit away from children.
What is happening there? Like, what does that mean? Like, are they trying to put it
Inappropriate.
on children, or what
It's
is going on
inappropriate.
there?
Keep it away from children. What are you talking about?
No, I'm asking you to describe what that means, man. Like, what does that mean?
Not in public and not in schools and not
Keep
in
it away
kids'
from
books
schools. Keep it
and
away
not
from
in
kids.
kids' shows.
Exactly.
Okay, so don't exist, or I'm just really confused.
No, you can
What do you
exist.
mean don't
Did
exist?
someone
You
say,
can exist all you
no,
want.
did someone say not exist? Did someone
I mean, you
say
said not-
stop
if
existing?
someone's
Did
trans
someone
in
say that?
general,
No,
is
you're
that-
trying to switch up words. Did someone say that?
No, I'm actually not. I promise you, I'm not. I'm asking you to tell
okay,
me
because no one
what
said that.
Putting it in front of kids means.
So, do you think we should let people do BDSM inside of a school?
No.
Or should they do that in the privacy of their own home?
Well, luckily that's not happening, and it
That's
is
not
only
happening,
in the
though.
privacy of their own home.
I didn't ask if it was happening. I asked to engage with the
It's kind of
hypothetical.
relevant to this
Do you
hypothetical.
think that it would be okay to do that in a hypothetical situation? Yes or no?
It wouldn't be okay for a transgender person to do that, or a cisgender person to do that.
Yeah, so we don't want certain sexual behaviors in front of children,
Awesome.
period, right?
So what does it have to
Yeah.
do with trans people? Because they don't do that.
Because
they should be
it is
teachers.
well, they
They
It's
should
do.
sexualized. It's innately
One at a
sexualized.
time. One at a time, please. Come on.
They should not be allowed to teach our children. They should not be allowed to be law enforcement. For 100 years, no, you've
I
had
don't really know why. Trans people could easily be good teachers. I don't really see the problem.
because when you have
Not when
10
they
months
push-
to when you have 10 months to formulate and cultivate the mind of a young person, they don't need to be privy to some, like, again, that's an adult doing what
I
an
don't
adult
really
wants
know
to do.
why. I don't know why we're presupposing that trans
it's
teachers are
social
going to
contagion theory.
presuppose their ideology on
I have
it.
Circa, what they're
Because
saying
every
is
time
they
we
don't want to
witness it, they do.
normalize it.
I've been
Circa, they're
I
saying they
have
don't want
never
to
witnessed.
normalize
I've
it.
never even really known a trans person. If I'm honest,
Have you ever even looked into any of it?
Yeah. So here's
I
the
have,
problem
my
with social
friend. I
contagion
promise you that.
theorem, right?
It doesn't seem like it, or you would know what we're talking about.
By the way, we
I know a
shoved the
trans
idea-
person.
Yeah,
Mutual.
Yeah. I'm just
my
going to
friend,
quickly
mutual.
point out, like, if you're gonna cite social contagion, consider the fact that we shove the
That comes
idea
from someone.
of boys acting like boys and girls acting like girls down their throats from day one. I'm trans, and nobody told me I was trans. Nobody suggested it. I was told my whole life, you have to act like a boy. You don't wear dresses. You don't wear makeup. You don't have long hair, and that was my upbringing. I was never
It's also
so
important-
contingent into this.
It's also important to know where that word
Mel,
comes
how-
from.
how
Social
old are you?
contagion is a
If you don't mind me
made-up word
asking,
by
because
Abigail
it's-
Schreier, and she uses
School's
fake
different
evidence.
than
and
when
fake
you were in
statistics.
school. Than when kids
Abigail
are now.
Schreier
Even I
is
was.
based and had a lot of good points. Yes, she
Abigail
is. She's
Schreier is a
omni-based.
fraud. She
She
fakes
is
all the
based.
fucking data
Hold
points. I'm
on,
sorry.
Nope.
is trans and drag queen the
She's
same
not a
thing,
good fucking,
or
authority
totally
on
different
it.
things?
They are different.
They're different, right?
They're different, but under the same umbrella.
But listen,
they're different.
drag queen is based on a sexual thing, right? It's
No, drag
No,
queen
it's not.
Yes, it is.
It's not.
Yes,
No,
it
it's
is.
not.
Based on theater.
Don't let anyone tell you it's not. Doesn't have
It's
roots
not
in
a fucking
sexuality.
kabuki theater.
It
Don't be a
doesn't always
goofball.
have
It
to be
definitely does not,
sexual,
guys.
but its roots are. It's like saying
What are
pole
its
dancing isn't sexual. It's like you can
No,
do
it's
pole
not.
dancing in a
What are its roots?
sexual
Okay.
way, but pole dancing
What
has
are
its
the roots?
roots in sexuality.
What are the
Same
roots?
with same
No,
with.
no.
trans
You're a theater.
isn't based on
Wait,
sexuality, right?
Wait, let me
In
Yes,
the
it
same
is.
sense.
The roots are in
Get it.
theater.
I don't really know why everyone cares
Women
so
in
much about
theater,
theater.
and men would play the role.
We wouldn't if you'd keep it to
women.
yourselves.
That's how
Again,
drag started.
You're just like saying that, And I've heard you say, don't put it in front of children, don't put it in that. And like, I've never once seen it on like any real data.
Well, then you haven't been looking.
I've never been able to prove this.
That's a skill issue. Yes, it has. There's children's books
in fucking elementary
There's children's
schools
books
talking about sex.
with teachers doing shit with students in the book, in illustration.
The children's books you're referring
to, just actually go search it up and you'll actually find it.
I have.
You'll literally,
I don't think you have.
see children with their parents reading the book in front of the school board. And the school board just doesn't say anything, and the parents are yelling.
And the school board kicks them out because it's inappropriate, but it's appropriate for the book to be in school.
Part of the curriculum.
It literally happened.
Are you sure about that?
There's footage of it.
Avery,
yes, there's footage of it.
Is it part of the curriculum?
Yes.
Well, does it matter if it's available in the library? The kids can see
Yes,
it.
it does. It absolutely does.
So
what are you
it's
talking
parents
about? Yes,
that
it does.
bring-
One is
parents
teaching
that-
kids.
wait,
One
wait,
is literally a public book.
It's parents that
No,
bring their
in the
kids.
school
By the
library.
way, it is parents who bring their kids to Drag Time Story Hour. Thank you for turning me down.
I know, and those parents should probably be arrested if you think about it.
Parents do it, don't make it
Trans
good.
people should be able to.
Yeah, so
get a
parents
book
should be
about
allowed
them.
to take their kids to a strip club too, right, Mel?
By that
It's
law,
not even close to being the same thing. I mean, disingenuous.
That would be
is
totally
fuck
fine.
what
And
you're being right.
we should let those parents also take their kids to a bar and to a BDSM club and all these other places, right?
My friend, trans people
Just to go
exist.
more on
right?
your point. Now, would
It's
it be
okay, trans
okay
people
for-
can
Hold on.
exist. No one's saying
Hold
they
on,
can't
hold on,
exist.
Avery.
Hey, one at a
Avery,
time,
give me
one at a time, one at a
Give me a
time.
second, Avery. Mel, would it be okay to bring a stripper to a library and let the stripper
Stop
read to the
talking.
kids?
Stop. It's so fucking annoying. Okay.
In her
Trans people
stripper
exist.
gear.
Thanks for finally
So trans
learning how to
people
do
could have
air
books about them.
confluence
It's not
and
that
waiting
fucking
for people to
complicated.
say something stupid
What
while
the
I've been
fuck is
trying
the
to make
problem?
Putting that in a fucking
Zerka,
school
it's not-
library and having it be sexual in nature is not appropriate.
Zerka, it's
Okay,
not
let me
just
ask you
books
this. No, I'm
about
sorry.
them.
Let me ask Avery this. Okay.
Do
You
I
a
have
young
to
girl.
scream into my mic to get any room to speak? Because
Look, there's 9 people, Mel. You're getting plenty of time. Okay.
I want to leave, but I want to tell Avery something pretty important. Okay.
I just want to point out that
Let's say
we
you
made
have
a
like a young girl.
I've
She's
admitted
like,
what is sexual,
Oh,
but
shut up.
Zerka, and then Mel. Okay. Zerka wants to ask Avery a question, I think, and then Mel.
Any space.
What time? Okay, so you have like a young girl. She's 7 years old. Do you think there should never be a book in the library that teaches about any sexual nature? Let's
No.
say, like,
No, that should be on the parents. That should be on the parents.
fine. That's what I wanted to hear. So let's say the little girl. Okay, who is most likely to abuse this little girl? By the way, in her life, if she is being abused, you guys know.
Someone from the LGBT group. How's that?
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, someone she knows.
Teach an expression with some real
It would be
fucking,
someone she
like,
knows.
What are you talking about? It's the fucking parents or something like it's a relative. How is this girl ever going to figure out
So
that
what?
her being fucking assaulted by her fucking family is wrong if she can never fucking get a book to tell her it is? You're going to rely on the
So-
parent. Are you serious?
So what I would say is the parent
That's
or
not
a
what we're
therapist.
talking
Yeah.
about. You're taking this and taking it to a whole nother
Okay,
direction.
would you not
What
allow
means-
that
hold
in
on,
the
let me
public
talk, let me
library?
talk.
Would you not allow
Let me
that in the
talk.
public library?
No.
Let me
Avery,
talk.
shut
Not
the
in the
fuck up.
public
Would you
library.
allow this in the fucking public library? Would you
Let me
even say,
talk.
well, I can't let my daughter see
No.
that?
Let me talk
No.
because you're taking this and applying it to shit that doesn't make any sense. What I'm saying is
Oh,
there have
really?
been books and it's been
I'm not
proven.
really doing that, dude. I'm not.
Okay, you're not talking
The
about me.
books that we're talking about aren't educational. It's
Yeah,
like
like-
cartoons
not.
trying to
It's not.
normalize
I'm
this
supposed
shit
to
for
answer
kids.
you when you're talking over me, my guy.
Kids are
Ask me a
taught
question, let me
where
answer
they
it.
shouldn't be touched, right? Kids are taught that where they should not be touched. It's wrong to touch them there.
No, they're
taught
not.
that.
No, they're
They
not.
are.
dude.
Of course they are.
No, they're not.
Well,
And
that's
then also-
weird.
and then
What do you need
also-
a book for that?
America.
Why can't we have like
You're literally trusting
a
the government
headline,
to
What I'm
like,
trying to say
poster?
is
parent your
just
children at that point. No.
sexuality is kind of, not that big of a deal if it's just
Let them
normal
discover
sexuality.
it on
okay?
their
Like,
own.
It
They don't
is
need
when
any
it's a
other
random ass
anyone or anyone
adult
else.
who's not even family telling them about it and grooming them. Then it becomes a
again,
really
if-
big deal.
If the little girl is being assaulted by her relatives and her family,
Yeah,
which is
that's one
the majority
scenario.
Of the time, that's what happens, bro. You just want her to exist till she's 18 and be able to figure out that it's wrong. Is that what you want?
But there's other avenues.
No,
She
it's
can
not
talk
what I
to
want.
other family members.
I guess it just
Other
never
than the
happens.
one that's
Little
doing
girls
that.
can never be assaulted by their family.
That's
She's
not
got
what
to
we're
fucking
saying.
Never
That's
know
not
that's
what
wrong.
we're fucking saying.
Are you
That's not
actually
what we were
retarded or just
originally
pretending?
talking about.
No, I'm not pretending anything. It's just you guys simply don't
Okay, so
understand.
you actually are?
the severity of this. Okay, trans people.
You're not
can-
That's not the scenario we were talking about in the first place.
They can take a book out and for normal fucking sexual things, and it doesn't have to be insanely sexualized like you're making it.
But that's what
Okay,
the
but there
books we're
are books
talking
that
about
are insanely
are.
sexualized.
They're
So
not.
We're not
can I
talking
tell
about
you?
what you're talking
Can I
about.
tell you an example of one of the books?
I like the other guy more because you're fucking pathetic.
Speaking of which,
I'm not interested in letting a little girl go her entire life not knowing if she
We're
can
not
be fucking
talking about
sexually assaulted.
that.
Okay,
We're not
it
talking
is. It's the same
about
thing. Just
that.
because someone's
No,
trans
it's
doesn't
not.
make it any
No,
different.
it's not.
Dude.
You're not listening.
Yes, it is.
Avery
Do you
and
know how to
Section.
listen
I've
or
got
just talk?
Avery and
You're
Section.
separating someone who's trans, bro. I don't know why. I'm not even trans. I don't even fucking understand it.
Can you let me
Stop.
address
You look a little trans.
Avery and Section? I've had a good rapport with Circar and certain
It's
left
fucking
leaning.
weird.
No, I'm with you. Just because Avery's a little emotional and Section, I'll unpack it. There were books on how children can masturbate, and that
I know. I've read all of them on the list. They're not
hold
actually
on,
that bad.
And I was going to go a little bit further down the road. They're pretty bad. Hold on. It gets worse. There was multiple teachers who were bringing in sex toys, showing them around second grade children. This is a very weird thing. Drag queens is a kink. So if somebody came in, and I think when they said BDSM, I think he meant to say like a BDSM outfit. Like if you're going in there in hypersexualized attire, none of these things are acceptable to children, and abominations in the world, which are members of the
attributionary here. If someone does something like this and they deserve to be punished, can you go on and say that all trans people are going to do this?
No.
So,
nobody made that claim.
Avery, hold on. Circar, Confluence knows this to be true. What I did on YouTube is I used to hunt and expose child predators, gay, straight, trans. It doesn't make a difference. This is what I did on YouTube: is I hunted depravity. So this is like my passion, is protecting the innocent.
Why? Okay, that's sinister, bro. You hunting depravity in the same sentence as just talking about trans people. To me, that just screams that you think that trans people are sinister and depraved.
that's
no,
not.
He
I just said,
told you they came from all different groups. Are you not fucking listening at all?
I just said he loves to hunt depravity, and we're just talking about trans people, right?
And right before that, he said all the different groups, gay, straight, etc. Did you miss that part?
That's
what I missed that part. Can you
talk less and listen more.
So this guy can talk to me.
You should shut the fuck up. That's why you didn't hear what he said.
What I was saying is
you're the fucking annoying one.
The innocence of children, Circar, is I don't care who it comes from. And what the problem that what I have seen from the LGBTQ community, specifically the G community, there seems to be this thing where an older gay man can mentor a younger gay man, and it's somehow ethical, like it's almost ethical hebephilia. That's been my
used to do.
right,
but we are conflating some stuff here because all the stuff. I think the main contention that Zerka would have would be some of the books, because obviously all the examples we're hitting him with, he's going to say that there should be punishment and that we shouldn't allow that, and like if we hit him with these
bring in sex toys,
sex toys, the grade twos. Well, the one thing I'm curious is the books. Do you actually think I'm not an anti sex ed guy, but some of the books that are not in the curriculum but that are in the library in like K to 5 and stuff, I think they are way too explicit.
No, so they're.
Can I give an example of one of the books?
Sure.
You can. I've read them.
You can tell me if you think that this is okay for little kids, not teenagers, little kids to read in a school library, not a public one, a school library. There's a book.
Take the book out.
With illustrations.
Do you know what a librarian has to go through schooling to actually get their degree? Do you know what they have to do?
Do I care what a librarian? Look. Do I even care what the librarian had to go through to get there? No. The book being in the library is the issue, not the librarian.
Crazy.
I don't give a shit about them or their life history. Can I just say what the fuck I was going to say?
No, because what you're saying is fucking
No, because he's more intellectual.
So you don't want to hear the truth. Okay, continue being stupid then.
That are in the library?
Yeah, I'll continue.
For fuck's sake.
Stop talking. It'd be fucking great.
You're a retard.
Go. That's fine. Just stop talking.
No, I'll continue talking. Thanks.
Yeah. Anyway, I said I was going to leave anyway, so it's cool. But yeah.
Okay, bye.
I'll catch you up. This dude's a fucking loser.
Cunt.
See you later, Circa.
Go take your estrogen.
So yeah, no one's coming for your kid.
Now, can I give the example of the damn book?
Of course.
No, they literally said they are coming for your kids. The fucking gay choir or fucking
they made a song about it
for their kids.
Yeah,
if you say that the book. If you say that the book is Mein Kampf, I'm going to give you a gold star.
No. This is a legitimate book that they went in front of a school. What the fuck is it called? school
the
council
hearing
or whatever,
committee. I've watched what
they
you're
ended
talking
up
about.
getting kicked out of the school hearing because the school hearing said that it was so inappropriate they couldn't let them continue reading it. But that same fucking book is in a school library. Now, the book in question didn't just put words, it had illustrations, meaning pictures for people who don't know what an illustration is.
Yeah, I know. Confluence keeps turning me down.
And that's
You're
a good
max
thing.
volume,
So-
you freaking absolute dumbass.
It's better that way anyway. So,
I will.
anyway.
Screenshot it right now. I don't know. You always think I'm fucking lying to you, Mel.
Keep it on stream, and I guarantee you my volume will no longer modulate.
Yeah, but Mel wants to get mad when people get mad.
You're still quiet, Mel. You're still quiet. You are maxed.
Mel,
I don't know what you want me to
better
do.
on silent mode anyway.
It's your mic, Mel.
Listen.
No, sometimes Mel says some smart things. I'll give Mel credit. Sometimes.
I think it's funny that section's still going after Seer Car's already gone.
Confluence. Do you think that Mel is a man?
Because I asked to give the example and everyone said yes. And you keep fucking interrupting because of your mute ass mic. Anyways, in the illustrations, it shows the teacher teaching a student how to wank off. Do you think that's appropriate for a kid to see in a school library?
The book?
In a picture
Yes
book.
or no,
That's
Mel?
totally
Yes
cool.
or no, Mel?
That's the type of sex education we want for little kids. I mean, like 5 to 10-year-olds. They should be learning that a teacher can teach them how to wank off. That's cool.
No, that's not cool.
And
Mel, you
suck
gotta
him
fix
off.
your mic. You gotta fix your mic.
It's okay to have illustrations of a student sucking a teacher off. That's okay.
No, hell no, hell no.
That's a book.
They should be learning
That's a book.
ABCs and 1, 2, 3.
Look it up. That's a book.
Back a couple steps, okay? What the fuck does this have to do with trans people?
Ask your buddy Sakar. He was the one that brought this shit up. He's like, oh, you're saying all trans people. If all trans people are that, what do you mean by keeping it out of schools? And I was trying to explain that to him, but he kept railroading me before I could answer the fucking question.
It's a dumb question.
How is it a dumb fucking question?
Mel, do you think trans people are mentally ill? Yes or no?
I mean, I can't speak for everyone individually, but I don't think just because you're trans that means you have a mental illness.
Not being
Ever heard of
like
gender dysphoria?
Can you guys hear Mel? I can't.
Barely. She's super quiet.
I'm actually kind of enjoying it.
Never had to do this, but I got to stay close to my mic, even though Confluence isn't turning me down. So interesting.
Stick it in your mouth.
Mel, I swear to God, I'm sick. I'm sick of your absolute bullshit. When I have you at 200 volume and you're fucking blaming it on me.
Hold your mic, Mel.
I don't care if you don't believe me. Just get the fuck out of here, Mel. I'm not lying to you. I sent you a screenshot. I don't know what the fuck else you want me to do.
Evasive, as if I have a point. So you're not really.
Hey, section
No,
and
you
Avery.
keep accusing me of something I'm not doing. If you don't believe me, get the fuck out. That's what I'm saying.
Section Avery.
I don't know how else to. I've sent you a screenshot of your volume. I don't know what you want me to do.
Anyone could turn it up and then turn it back down. So that doesn't
Oh my God, Mel!
Do you want me to turn it down? Okay, this is how it sounds. Okay, Mel, this is you at normal volume. Say something.
Yeah, I get it.
Okay, and then this is you at really low volume. Okay, so you see, and now this is back at 200 volume. Like, then you are mentally ill, but not for the reasons that other people were asking. You're just actually retarded. So I guess that's a.
Unrelated mental illness.
Yeah, unrelated. We just discovered unrelated mental illness.
Comorbidity. You need a new mic.
Confluence, Avery.
Absolute retardation, Mel.
Confluence, Avery, and section. Confluence, Avery, and section. If Mel is like this 6'4" lumberjack and gaslighting and trolling us, Mel is a fucking legend. I'm just throwing that out there right now. If this bitch is like if this motherfucker is 6'4", just chopping down trees.
Mel is like 6'3" or something, aren't you, Mel?
Yeah, basically in between.
God damn, you're fucking tall.
I'm pretty sure.
Basically in between.
6'3" and 6'4".
And I just want to say this because Sakar apparently thinks that I'm fucking transphobic and all this other bullshit. I don't think that just because someone does like that whole fucking trans bathroom thing, just because a trans person walks into a bathroom and assaults somebody doesn't mean that every trans person is like that. I have had fucking friends that are furries. I have had friends that are gay. I have had friends that are trans. I don't care. I did not see that shit in them, and they actually agree with me on a lot of the points that I make. Okay, it's the fucking crazy ones that are causing all the problems. You're adult. You
not telling you
can do what you
It's
want.
the
You can
night
do what you
of
want
the
to
bad
when you're
mics.
Are you sure
Right.
they're not just telling you what you want to hear?
Hold on, Mel.
Hey, Confluence, are you going to welcome the new guest Bandit? He's never been here.
I want to hear Mel on this.
Hey, Bandit.
Yeah, we'll go to Bandit next after Mel, if we can hear Mel.
Just welcome Bandit. Say like hello. This way he doesn't run away. Hi, Bandit.
Hi, Bandit.
Welcome
Hey, how are y'all doing?
Welcome to the
How's it
Confluence Drag Queen Storytime Hour, where we're fetus, deletist, biblical talk, and Confluence abusing alcohol in the close proximity to elderly Taiwanese people. Hit the like and smash subscribe.
Avery, your mic is also clipping and cutting in and out, by the way.
My mic is
just
clipping,
so you know.
cutting in and out. It's
Yeah,
probably my
it's
fucking
like a bit
piece of
scratchy
shit
and
phone.
cuts out.
Yeah.
It's popping.
Hey, if you want to be like Mel, just say that I'm the one like rapidly muting and unmuting you to
blame
do
it on
this.
It's all your fault. You're such a horrible host. No, but Mel, to answer your question, no, I don't think that. Because whenever I explained it to him, like, no, I don't think all people are bad. I don't think all gay people, trans people, furries, or whatever. I don't give a shit. It doesn't matter to me. What matters is the actions of the individual. Do you understand what I'm saying? And no, I don't. And then
But how does that
if the case
I
was,
just have a question though. How does that
okay, go
inform us
ahead.
on how does that inform us on if trans people should be allowed in the bathrooms?
I think you should go into whatever bathroom. Okay, do you have a dick or a vagina? What do you still have? If you get the dick cut off and you have a fucking vagina, okay, you know what? Go into the women's restroom then.
If you can use a urinal.
Yeah, if you can use a urinal, go in the men's restroom. If you can't, go in the women's. That's how I see
There are
that.
people who want to talk, so I'll just say I'll agree to disagree because you're not being totally unreasonable.
Mel, I had the idea that I just want to see what you think about it. You're probably against it though, that trans people should have their own bathroom and their own sports league.
I'd support that.
Should we also create different bathrooms and sports leagues for people with different political ideologies, like trans?
No, because that's different.
I don't know if that confers a physical advantage.
I'd still be down for that because I don't want to pee next to a leftist. They might try to grab my dick.
That's true.
I agree with that. Hold on. Can I answer that? Mel, that was a really bad question because bathrooms have never been, bathrooms for as long as we've been around have been segregated by sex. Now you're saying political, like you're introducing something new.
Well, wouldn't that be silly to come up with a new division in a bathroom over something?
No,
yeah, that's why we said your idea is silly.
Because you're 6'4", you shouldn't be allowed to set a volleyball in front of a fucking, college girl that's 5'7". Like you're a dude.
I think the real reason you're against it is because you don't like being outed for who you really are in public. And this
No, it's not. The reason why we're against it because it's an unfair physical advantage.
Yeah, like in boxing, for example, Mel.
Projection much?
Like a man is always going to beat a woman in boxing. Always.
Yeah,
So
Mel,
how can a
can
man
you
win a female boxing tournament?
Mel,
It's
can
not
you try
fair.
can you try refreshing? It is legitimately really hard to hear. Can you try refreshing? I'll pull you back in.
Or unplug your microphone and plug it back in, Mel.
Just do
Or like leave and never come back. Oh wait, I mean rejoin.
Stand-up guy Confluence. So
Well,
again,
I hate to do
can we
it, but
keep
if
this
I
about
could,
bathrooms because the sports have nothing to do with bathrooms in this particular scenario.
No, I asked for bathrooms and sports. But you can break it down to one or the other. That's okay.
Focusing on bathrooms. So don't
Okay.
don't you
Hey,
maybe sorry, I might have kept it broad by accident at first, but I meant to focus.
Bandit, are you trans?
no, but I hate to do it, but I would. I'm going to defend Mel in this because libtards are gay, so there should be a political distinction between the men's room and the women's room.
So there should be a liberal bathroom, a leftist bathroom, a trans bathroom, and then cis bathrooms.
Can I get my own neocon bathroom?
It should be men's,
bathroom.
women's, and all the rejects.
A bathroom within a bathroom.
Oh, I see. So Bandit wants to put all of them into one. So liberals, lefties, trans.
Yes.
all
I'm
in the
down.
same bathroom.
Does everybody
Keep that same energy. Yeah.
Everyone gets their own bathroom, okay?
They say it doesn't matter. They're men and they're women and they're trans and all of that. They can all shower together for all the fuck we
Does
care.
everybody on panel agree that trans people are an abomination?
I don't even.
Yes.
No,
No,
I don't.
I'm not gonna do that to another human being. They're human beings first.
Specifically.
I think the actions of an individual determine whether or not they're an abomination.
I think their ideations are, not them as a person.
Right.
I hope for their redemption.
Mel,
their
I hope
actions
that
are
you...
deplorable. Yeah.
Doesn't agree with me as an abomination. It sounds like.
Nope. Just your actions.
Oh, well then you agree with Avery.
Me and Sec
That wasn't Avery.
can
but-
agree on a lot, but we do disagree on a lot too. But
Yeah, that's fair.
So, being myself is makes me an abomination.
Mel, are you standing like
no,
across
you as a
the
person
bathroom?
are not. Your ideations are.
Young Christian, Confluence keeps turning Mel's mic down.
Oh, that's right. That's right. That's right.
How is the idea of people being themselves an abomination?
Because
That's not being yourself.
You're in separation from reality.
Mel, can
you're a man.
so
join back?
pedophiles being themselves are not abominations. Is that what you're saying, Mel?
Trust me, when I'm pretending to be a boy or a man, I'm faking it till I'm making it, but I'm faking it.
What were you born as?
If I identified as the president of the United States, does that make me the president of the United States?
No.
Yes.
But that's who he feels that he is deep down inside. If he's doing anything else, he's faking it.
What if I feel like I'm an Apache helicopter? Does that mean I'm an Apache helicopter?
Are those the same thing?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't realize.
It's just what we
But in
feel.
all fairness, Avery,
Because I say
It's not based in science, just like yours is.
Avery, in all fairness, is your every waking thought that you are a helicopter? No, right? These people, their every waking thought is that they're female or male, right? They're in the wrong body. So everything about them, to their core, feels that they are born in the wrong body. So I'm
They
not
think
going
it.
call her wrong. I'm not going to call her something bad. I'm going to want to help that person, right? And I don't think condemning them.
We can have wrong thoughts.
Futoy, if my every waking thought is this country is going down a shit path and I'm the only person that can right this ship and that I need to be the one to run this country,
Great thought.
Should I be the president of the United States?
No, that's not how you become president.
I think that everything is
Bandit.
going
Hold on,
down.
Bandit. Hold on. Don't go too far. That's not how you become president. You become president by becoming the leader of a party and getting everybody to vote for you. That's how you become president.
Okay, Futoy, so what's the process for changing your sex?
So how do you
denying my ability to be who I am?
become a
I
woman?
feel that I'm the president of the United States.
You see, that's the thing. Mel doesn't feel like she's becoming a woman. She feels that she is a woman.
I feel that I am
Through
the
what
president of
process?
the United States.
Yeah,
and
but
I should-
Mel
I
doesn't need a
should-
whole lot of people to vote her to be a
Through
woman.
what process?
She doesn't need voters to be a woman, Bandit.
Which is that is not gender. That does not apply to transgender.
If
That's
someone-
why
if
gender
someone
isn't
feels
doesn't
like something
apply.
that makes them
That
that
means
thing?
it doesn't apply to anything that isn't gender.
What does gender point to?
Mel,
Sex.
Mel, can you
Oh,
rejoin so we can hear
interesting.
you?
Lie to you.
We can't hear you.
I am just trying to be honest to you.
Mel,
You're
can you
lying to yourself.
rejoin so that way we can hear you?
Schema that occurs.
Yeah, rejoin. No one can hear you.
Yeah,
Mel, please rejoin. I want you to rejoin. I want to be able to
something else.
hear you. I can't hear you.
Mel, just try rejoining. Just
You're
please try
just gonna keep
refreshing.
getting talked over.
Maybe you don't
Mic
fix
doesn't
it.
I can
work.
hear myself on stream. I know when
Well, we
you're
can't.
We can barely hear you.
We can't. It's super quiet.
Honestly, Mel,
Everyone
you're not-
agrees.
Why
You're the
can't
one
you
that's
I
being
just like
dumb.
hold my hands up this whole time so you can see.
Why would he do that, Mel? Why would he do
I'm not falling
that?
for this. I know how
I
to
just switched over to stream.
There's no falling
I'm just gonna
for it,
keep my
Mel.
hands on my head and you tell me if your audio
He's
gets
not,
fixed.
Mel. Come on, Mel. He's not doing that. It's your fucking mic.
That's your
No, I
It's
just
your
So
mic,
Mel, you can adjust your volume. Have you turned it up?
very
Because you
funny
can
joke.
see I'm not turning it down. My hands are on my head.
It's a very funny joke.
Wait, what's the joke? How am I? What is the joke?
The joke is coming up on panel as a
Oh
Furby.
my god, we're making the trans woman talk closer to her mic so we can hear the bass in her voice.
No, come on.
If it were up to you, you put it in your mouth. So shut up.
What a fucking victim complex. I go through so much effort, Mel, with you. It's fucking crazy.
Just kick him and he'll have to come back.
What's up, Emmett?
It's off of the fucking Raging Tomato because it's bullshit.
Bandit, I do love that you want to fix the country. I do love that.
Emmett.
I do love that idea.
Everyone?
Fix
Hey,
it,
Emmett.
dude.
Good to see you.
Get the votes. Fix the country.
Dead air.
Now, how does me getting votes different?
Matt, we generally want to hear what you have to say. Just refresh. Just try it, please.
I was gonna say Emmett just joined. He can solve the problem.
Bro, what?
Why should I
If we can hear Mel? Can you hear Mel fine or no?
Y'all are just willing to give Mel the free pass.
No, well, I heard what she has.
She only votes to become a woman, right? To be trans. You don't need anybody voting for you.
I can.
My mic.
Give me 5 minutes.
Mel's
I can
mic.
put on a
Good.
suit and a tie and look. I can paint my face orange and look just like Donald Trump. Does that make me the president of the United States?
No, your votes make you the president. People voting for you. But trans is you don't need people voting for you to be trans.
Why not?
There's a difference.
Because gender is a different thing.
So
Yeah.
if
No credibility,
Wait.
nothing.
What you're saying is if enough of
No
us
merit.
vote and say you're not a fucking woman, you're not a fucking woman.
It's not up to you. It's up to Mel.
Yeah, well, I don't believe that he's a person.
Because by your argument, I have to have everyone accept that I'm the president of the United States.
Yeah,
So,
that's how politics work.
Yeah, and so if enough of us say Mel is not a woman, it's not a fucking woman.
If I feel like I'm a dog, am I a dog?
No, you're not. But you see, you're saying I feel like a dog. It's not the same thing. It's not the same thing.
I don't need a majority to be a dog. If I feel like a dog, am I a dog?
No.
Is that a gender?
Why?
No.
Why am I not a dog?
Because
What if he really, really feels it and always has since childhood?
Hold on, Kuto, why am I not a dog?
Because you're human.
What
You're
tells
also
you that?
what? Is that
what
a
tells you that?
gender?
Right.
Yeah. It's just like Melvin. Melvin's not.
So the only time you can cross over is with gender. I can't be black, even though I'm pale white. I can't be black, but as long as it's gender, that's the one time you can cross over.
I believe in you.
That's the one area where we make this exception.
I'm with Mel on this. I don't think it's the same. I don't think it's the same thing.
Melvin,
Why not?
I don't believe you're a person.
I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying.
I will say, Les Chief is right on
Mel
this.
is a
Okay,
person.
Mel is a person. Let's not say Mel is
No,
not a person.
I just don't believe it's a person. Give me 5 minutes with Mel, please. You got me. You got my money. You got my money.
You just said Bandit can't be.
That's true. That's true. Emmett has credit.
The criteria there is to vote. So Bandit
Emmett has
can't be
credit.
I will. Yeah, is that what you want to use it on? But I meant you can't. No depersoning. Okay.
Why not? I mean, this thing come
First
here.
of
It's
all-
like, well,
first of all-
I don't believe that babies
of all, I
are
think
a
it's-
person. I can just go ahead and say that I don't believe.
I know. I understand.
I don't
First
believe
of
he's a
all,
person.
First of all, it's untoward. Second of all, it could be a violation
Well,
of TOS.
I'm sorry that killing fucking million
understand,
babies
but
is untoward.
there's also a TOS
she can come
issue.
this-
There's also
no.
a TOS issue, right? If you're like,
there you go. There you
she's
go,
coming.
fucking
She's
Fox.
coming back. She's coming back. She's
Sure.
trying
I
to
hope
reset the
Mel
mic.
does come back.
She said in the private chat. She said, "Okay, let me rejoin real quick."
Emmett, will you say that even if embryo isn't a person, that they will eventually be a person?
I think they're persons.
Yeah. See, good to see you, Nacho.
Oh,
Yes,
really?
listen to
Okay,
Nacho. It could be Toss.
I believe they're persons.
Me too.
But it doesn't matter, right? If I can just go ahead and my preference is that whoever I don't like is not a person.
So let's
the
argue if
fuck
it's
is wrong
possible
with
to
me
use person.
saying
Mel, is your
that
mic?
this
Didn't fix it.
Furby is not wrong?
I have.
You need a new
microphones
mic.
and it's not.
Mel's
I
not a
can't hear the
Furby,
fuck
I
you're
think she
saying.
said.
Have you unplugged
I
it
think
and
she's.
plugged it back in?
You might have to restart your PC, to be honest with you, or whatever device you're on. Restart your device, Mel. We can't hear you.
You're muted. You're muted.
We can't hear you, Bandit.
Bandit.
Bandit, and you look like you were cooking too.
Yeah, right.
I vote for him.
Turn my mic off to give Emmett the floor.
You have my vote.
But I can thread the needle for why Emmett saying that Melanie not being a person does not violate 30 or TOS. Yeah,
I don't want to take chances. I don't want to take chances.
Furby, it's with regards to the avatar.
I see what you're saying. Yes, yeah, technically.
So it shows the avatar of a Furby is a
Grumble.
Furby.
Grumble.
Good evening. A Furby is one.
No,
is
I was going to the other
inanimate
thing. If we can
object
have the
and
conversation, it's fine.
of
But Confluence, if I
animal.
cannot
Is an
say
animal
that the
a
4B fucker here is not a person, I will recommend you that whenever this fucker says that babies are not person, you tell her the exact same fucking thing. Okay?
Well, I'm
There is fucking TOS. How about you do that next time? Because it's fucking retarded that they can come here and be like, babies are not person.
I know,
okay?
but
Go
it's
fuck
YouTube.
yourself for that if you're gonna be like, no, you cannot say it. Fine.
Damn it! I don't run YouTube. Okay, I don't run YouTube. YouTube
Fine,
has
perfect,
guidelines.
Perfect. If you're gonna go with that, then use the same fucking guideline, okay? I'm not gonna go here and pretend that 5 of a million fucking babies are not person just because they get fucking deleted.
I agree.
Fuck you for that. If you're not gonna be like that with me, you're gonna be like, you cannot have it, then fuck you, okay?
You're not listening to me, Emmett.
No, I'm not. I'm sorry.
Okay. I agree. I agree that I think it's deplorable to say that fetuses are not people, but it's not a TOS violation. Whereas under YouTube stuff, the way they talk about the trans stuff,
I don't fucking care.
Well, I care because it's my fucking channel.
I agree.
So I care.
I agree with you. But if I'm not gonna be able to talk about it in this case because I cannot tell that this fucker is not a person, then go ahead and protect the fucking babies, okay? Use your fucking morals for once.
I'm sorry, Emmett. I have to follow the rules
I'm sorry, Confluence. I'm sorry.
I have to follow the rules of the platform I'm on. If you don't understand that as a fellow creator, that's a skill issue.
Perfect.
Brother,
DOS allows us to depersonalize babies, but not fucking Furbies.
It does. It does.
Yes,
unfortunately.
amazing.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I don't like that.
It's a
I don't like that.
great.
I don't run YouTube, okay?
And you're going to go ahead and be like, yeah, we're going to accept that. You're just going to accept that on your platform, right? We're just going to be accepting of that.
I accept a lot of stuff that I don't agree with, but a TOS thing is something I just can't accept because that's like a channel risk, right?
If I could bridge this gap real quick.
What's up,
I'm a dinosaur.
Well, we knew that. Tell us something new.
Antediluvian?
A T-Rex or a Stegosaurus?
This is the real Nacho, I'm assuming. Nacho, give me one of these. I'm assuming it is you, but there we go.
What POS
Now we're
buried
having
young
fun.
Christian up to his neck? What POS buried young Christian up to his neck?
How are you doing, Nacho?
Nacho, it's been a minute, bro.
I don't know, Mike.
I was about to say, between Nacho and Grumple, it's been a long time since I've been on stream with either one of y'all.
Hello.
How y'all doing?
It's been years.
I know, dude. How you been, dude?
Living a dream, brother, man.
Them are some handlebars right there.
That's some Harley
happens?
biker. Yeah, that's good.
70 porn star.
Things happen.
Shenanigans.
Things happen. You grow a mustache. You know.
Well, I don't think Mel's coming back. I think Mel actually thinks that. What did she say? I'm muting her mic to force her to talk closer to it so that the bass of her voice will be picked up. I think that was that's a fucking wild.
I didn't get a response.
That's crazy, dude.
I jammed instructions. It sounded.
Nobody needs. There's no microphone that's gonna help you. You know, have a lighter voice. All right. Everybody knows.
I sent instructions.
With everything that Mel puts in his mouth, why is the mic any different?
Well, Nacho, there is software. There is software that can do that.
There is
well,
a setting
I guess technically, yeah.
On
Well, I don't know.
Chromium-based browser.
Wix mic does a pretty good job of making him sound.
You're not. We're all just spurgs.
Oh, okay. I mean, I figure. I mean, you know, present company included.
Yeah, I was including myself.
There is a setting. I just want to PSA this also. Even if we're not on the same side, whatever, content creators should be able to say things and not have technical issues. If you're on a Chromium-based browser, there's a setting. You go to your browser, // flags. There's a setting, allow WebRTC to adjust the input volume. Even if you have it disabled on your StreamYard settings for the mic to auto-adjust, it can still do that unless you disable that sometimes.
Where do you do that? because I'm having that issue.
Okay, yeah, it bit me for the longest time. It took like a year to figure it out when it started using StreamYard.
But I'm on Brave.
Yeah, Brave, whack flags, and then just WebRTC. Allow WebRTC to adjust the input volume. It says it's all experimental features and it's enabled by default. It should not be. Just disable that.
Is that in the browser settings?
Yeah, go to like Brave, whack flags, just FLAG. Actually, Nacho, can you... I'll DM it to you.
Nacho, you going to trust this dinosaur?
Put it in the back chat. Everyone can read it there.
Yeah.
I know Grumple, dude.
Dinosaurs are known for lying. Come on now.
We go way back, dude. Dinosaurs also.
You take this one?
You gotta trust Grimlock.
Bro, they were here first.
Yeah, here in the back chat. Go to just that or whatever, like Chrome instead of Brave if you're using Chrome, Edge or whatever it is that Edge gets to it. Almost all modern browsers are based on Chromium, except for ones that are based on Firefox.
I've been trying to figure this shit out for the longest fucking time, dude.
I've never heard someone call a slash a whack before. That was throwing me off.
I didn't know. I was confused. I started typing whack, and then I was like, "This has got to be wrong."
No, slash forward slash is just whack, or if backslash is a back whack. Go figure. It's like industry
Nacho,
jargon.
you're gonna have to delete your browser history after this.
And then this is the name of the setting. Just like search for. Just go Control F, find WebRTC. There's going to be like 3 or 4 of them. That's the one you want to go and just disable that. It won't take effect until after you restart the whole browser, though. You don't have to reboot. But you have to kill like all so the process isn't running at all. Restart it, and then it'll probably.
Dude, I've been looking for this for so long.
It's a giant pain in the ass because it says warning: experimental features. Why is it enabled by default?
Has Chief ever joined panel?
That's crazy, dude.
No,
I'm not sure.
Allow WebRTC to.
I've never seen it.
I don't think
Just
so.
talk shit from the chat. That's all. No balls.
All right, BRB boy.
We lost Nacho.
No, he's restarting browser so that this. You
Rest
have
in
to
pieces.
after you or disable this, or I think after you change any of these settings, you have to kill the process and restart the whole browser.
He's whacking off right now. Okay.
I mean,
Very much.
He's trying out the back whack. He's curious. He's curious.
That might be tossed. Don't talk too much about that, okay?
Okay, Mel. How is it?
Test.
No, it's bad.
So quiet.
You're very quiet.
I'm not quiet in OBS.
Mel, go to YouTube and listen back on the stream, and you'll see it. You'll hear it on the stream on
You don't
YouTube.
have a bullhorn that you can just point into your microphone and just make it louder.
Are you live, Mel? Are you? When you said you're listening to it on stream, are you listening to your stream or Confluence's stream? When you said you're listening to stream, if you have his pulled up, I mean, you should be able to hear yourself very incredibly quieter. Like if anybody else is talking, nobody can hear you. We know that you're talking, but nobody can hear what you're saying at all.
It's your mic. It's obviously your mic.
I think it's the same thing that I told Nacho that Nacho just went.
Say something, Nacho. No sound, Nacho.
Well, now we can't hear anything from Nacho. We made it worse.
Rest in peace.
Probably just has to adjust the default.
I just had to switch to the right microphone. I think we're good now.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, look,
we're good now. Yep. And I can watch the sound setting, and it's not adjusting itself.
Yeah, you're good.
Goodness. Now I can probably turn this down.
Well, everybody froze except Confluence.
Mel, you need a headset.
There we go. That was wild.
Yeah, this has happened to me too. What World Radio is saying, sometimes second apps can fuck the mic. I've had mine where in Windows I have it at 100 and it keeps like fucking moving down.
I spent like 2 hours fucking trying to troubleshoot this with Grok and figure out why my shit was auto adjusting, even though I had it turned off in the actual in the computer settings, in the sound settings, in the advanced functions, on the input. I had it disabled where it's not supposed to be able to do that.
That WebRTC that overrides all the settings you have manually set.
That's crazy, though.
It is. It took me over a year to find it.
I don't know if it's
So Mel, try that if you're not doing that.
You sound really better, Nacho.
Yeah, because it's not like slowly decreasing my volume like it normally
slowly,
does.
as you go on time, it just slowly turns you down over time.
So fucking
Such a pain in the ass.
frustrating. Whoever thought of that should be publicly flogged.
There's
and
no
executed.
reason at all. It should be default on. It's just
Avery,
like
are you
wild.
Christian?
It's crazy, bro.
I
Christian,
just have a disable.
But yes.
I have no idea if you.
I'm a
That's all you
Diet-
talk about.
He said no.
I don't know
Christian.
if you said anything.
You said no.
It's a W, dude. I mean, honestly, any theist at this point is still like a little bit better than any atheist or like the world. It's all just a bunch of
Are
fizz.
you a Christian?
Who?
In 2026. is
Grumple?
crazy.
That's how you say your name, right? Grumple?
Yes.
Okay. Are you a Christian?
It's really far behind.
What do you believe
I play bass in the church band. I read the lector, and I'm on the security team at church too. And not that makes me more or less of a Christian. I'm a retard like everybody else. Pardon my French. But yeah.
Holy shit! You're out of sync, Grumple. Your mouth is moving, but it doesn't match the words. What the
I
hell?
heard that happened
He's got
fairly recently.
Japanese subtitles on.
Yeah, his mouth's moving, and then you hear him a little bit later.
He's flying a jet. That's what's
Whoa.
going on.
I'm over in NORAD airspace right now.
Yeah.
Oh, you're a flying dinosaur.
What about you, Bandit?
Yes.
What do you believe in?
Yes.
A patera?
Flying
Is that what
T-Rex.
they're called?
Pterodactyl, Pteranodon, pterosaur.
Yeah.
All these different dinosaur types that can fly.
Quetzal.
Yeah.
What is it?
Like those
Quetzal.
exist.
Quetzalotl.
That's all, yeah. What do you believe in, Bandit?
What the hell? This is
My
fun.
kids are really into dinosaurs.
Yeah, I love dinosaurs too.
Mine is too.
Am I quiet? Am I experiencing a Mel?
No, you're good.
You're not quite like Mel, but you're soft-spoken. Quiet.
You're always soft-spoken, young Christian.
Bandit, what do you believe in?
I believe in God, the Father Almighty, maker of heaven and earth.
Hey,
Based red
keep
pill.
going.
All things seen and unseen.
That there might be a creed that has that, you know?
Someone should
Of one
someone should really write
essence.
that down.
Yeah.
With the Father,
I'd vote for it.
through whom all things were made. Let's go, dude. W. Are you Orthodox, Bandit?
No, I hate to
Inquiring?
say it, I'm Methodist.
Oh, are you Catholic? Oh, Methodist. What is going on, dude?
Well,
Crazy times.
so
Never mind. I take it back.
I hadn't been to church in a while just because of the one, the way the church is going, but two, I work retail, so I'm usually working on Sundays.
Damn, be working on.
Nacho
Lord
said that
sake.
like you were diseased, and then you responded like you were diseased.
Well,
Yeah, it's almost like
yeah,
the
if you know
universal
anything
consensus,
about
huh?
the way the Methodist Church is going right now,
Look, dude, I get it.
that's not a thing to be proud of.
Yeah.
Why do you say Methodist, if I can ask?
Because that's what I've been since I was a child. You know, there's so many people that are like, oh, I was raised Catholic, whatever. I'm like, for good or bad, I'm sticking with what I know. I mean, I'm not going to defend things that I don't want to defend, but I'm going to defend being a Christian. In it,
Same.
yeah,
Could be
I'm
worse.
going to defend the Almighty, not the men and women that have slandered His name.
That's fair.
Was that a Mel?
Mel, say something? Oh, Mel, I think you
It's all right.
kind of, I think you kind of fixed it.
Honestly, it's better. It's better this way. Yeah, that's fine.
Avery, do you do psychedelics?
He's a Minos, as Brandon, a Methodist in name only.
Whoa.
Slander, shots fired.
Right.
No, I'm just thinking I can fuck with retail people now. I can go up and go, well, yeah, you know, I'm only going to buy shit from people who go to mass.
Grumple, do you still talk to CTV?
Nope.
Yeah. I haven't
Not
talked
even
to
a little
him in a
bit.
minute.
I've heard that he's trying to make some kind of comeback or something, I have no interest at all.
I heard he's doing good, like in life, I guess.
Well, I hope he is.
He's kind of turning his shit around or something. So I thought that was based.
I wish well for him. I really don't have any desire to talk to him though.
I don't know if there's. I was just asking in general. I know you were in his community for a while. Like,
are we talking about CT or
CTV?
Not chaotic truth.
Old school. His tag thing or was a critically thinking veteran. He's pretty chill, but then he kind of like had a thing. He had like a crash out. I don't know. Things happened. I don't know. I didn't get involved. I was already kind of like on a hiatus at that point. So
yeah, I'd rather not.
I don't want to speak for. Yeah, I don't know what the hell even happened, to be honest. But then he just stopped streaming. That's all I know.
I just hope him well, but that's as far as I'll go with it.
Same. I just didn't know if he had talked to him because I just knew you were like I thought you guys were kind of like friends or closer or something like that. I thought you guys lived.
That's a whole conversation that I am not interested in having.
All right, Mel, let's hear
That's
it.
fair. Yeah, that's fine.
Check. Oh,
Yeah, you're back.
There we go.
It worked.
my
There we
voice
go.
went out at me though.
Your voice cracked, but that's all right.
You're a lot louder.
Is this a crack and more like I smoked too much, and so that just came back to haunt me.
Oh, see, there you go. See, this is you at max now, Mel. Now say something.
No,
Well, now you're making me nervous.
Yeah,
now you're too loud. Go into your input settings.
Oh, I can fix that. I can
put
fix
it at
that.
like 16.
Okay, I guess I was
16.
wrong. By the way,
Do I get an apology, Mel? Do I get a fucking apology?
Now. Come on.
Yeah, where's the apology?
Apologies,
Dear-
1000%.
Yeah, Mel, quit being a bitch.
dearest Confluence, on the date of February 21st, 2000.
All right, I don't believe him, dude. Kick this motherfucker.
I erroneously accused you and your party of bullying me in jest or something. I don't know. I don't care. I'm sorry.
Did the setting that I messaged you help it?
God, speaking of which, when are you going to 1v1 me in chess?
Didn't you just learn like 2 days ago?
I'm ready for that smoke.
All right.
Wait, what's your rating? I'll fight you.
I'm at my peak right now. I'm 1965.
Good
Unwrap it.
lord. All right, well, never mind, dude. I want to play you.
So does that mean you're in the top 500?
I'm like half of that. I'm exactly half of that.
You're like 1,000?
Yeah, dude.
A guy walks into his bedroom carrying a duck, and his wife looks confused, and the man says, "This is the pig I've been sleeping with." And the woman says, "That's not a pig, that's a duck." And the man says, "I was talking to the duck." Ba-doom-tsh.
Is that an Irish thing?
Oh my gosh, dude.
Yeah, it is. Irish people can't help but tell jokes. It's we can't control it.
That's
I used to know a bunch of Pollock jokes.
Do you know why the Scots wear kilts?
Tell us.
Because a sheep can hear a zipper a mile away.
Oh, by the way, Grumple,
That's
did
pretty
you say
good.
like it was a WebRTC thing and to get rid of WebRTC?
No,
Yeah, sort of.
the flag inside Chromium-based browsers for experimental things that it says allow WebRTC to adjust your volume is enabled by default when it should not be. And
I
that
just got
will
something
mess
that
with.
blocked WebRTC, and then I couldn't join StreamYard.
Yeah, don't block it, but allowing it to adjust your volume, that's what's messing with volume
I was like,
for a
I
lot of
didn't
people. Looks like it was
know.
hitting Nacho too.
I was like, I didn't know Chrome had another way.
I just happened to be listening in on that, and I've been trying to figure this shit out for like 6 months.
Okay, so this is going to happen to me again then.
Yeah, probably.
But I know how to
do you
change
like
that.
Parts of the Caribbean?
Mel, I DM'd it to you in Discord.
No,
I already know how to change
I think it was pretty good. I mean, it's not some in a special way. It was just they're pretty good movies. Yeah.
I slid into those DMs with a picture.
Say again?
Mel?
Settings.
No, do you know where I got this picture, right? I can't remember the name of the software, but a couple of years ago, I found a software where you could morph your face onto movie clips, onto people in movie clips.
Wait, Futoy, are you the one who's making all the
Holy fuck, bro.
PFPs?
making all the
wait, Futo.
I
do not want to hear about the lore of your picture.
Okay.
You're gonna ruin it for me.
No, that's Anston.
All right.
Hey, I heard someone.
I jumped in yesterday and I saw somebody put Confluence and then they put what's that other guy's name? They put Wix. What? It's not Wick. Who's the other guy? The Indian Jesus or whatever. They put his hair on Confluence and then they just gave him a giant rack. It was funny. I was gonna jump in the chat. I was gonna be like, you need to give him my mustache now. Confluence, my mustache, and Indian Jesus' hair, and then a huge rack. That'd be fun.
I can't hear you, Christian.
Handlebar over a handlebar though, because he has a handlebar and.
Now you gotta make it. That's what I'm saying. You gotta make him clean shaven, and then put the handlebar.
People do that to me on other panels. I stepped over to look at Grid's debate thing, and there was 2 Confluence AI things, and I'm not even on the panel. And there's like methfluence and transfluence at the same time. I'm like, what is happening?
I was on your panel for like 2 nights in a row after that night he put a rack on me.
Oh yeah, that's true. We do see trans American Nacho quite a bit still.
Wait,
sorry,
Nacho, what is that? It's not handlebars. It's not a Fu Manchu. What is that called? It's been bugging me.
Honestly, I don't know what the name is. I think handlebars. Yeah, I think it is handlebars.
Well, handlebars is
because
like,
a Fu Manchu is like out.
Yeah, it's like coming down, but handlebars is like just the top, and then it curls up. Like Crystal Strange has an outstanding handlebar, or he did.
I don't know, dude.
You drive a motorcycle?
No, and I wasn't in the military, and I'm not a cop or a firefighter. But I will call the cops.
You do look like Ellie. That is true.
He was like a fireman.
You're absolutely glowing, American Nacho. You're trying to take us all down.
Of course you. He's got the
I'm just here to mog.
You're like, I'm gonna mog Melanie, and now he's been silent this whole time, even though he's had a total chance.
Mel, do you run across your room when you start speaking and then run back as you continue?
It's called the Doppler effect.
Is that what's happening still? Because I changed that.
Yeah, it sounded like you ran across the room and came back.
Oh goddamn!
Or like somebody spinning you around.
It's a lot better than it was.
If I'm quiet, it's not because I don't want to depersonalize you. It's because I was told I couldn't.
Oh no, I was gonna. Why don't we argue if someone's personhood could be like removed?
We'll go ahead and depersonalize you.
Well, wait, but don't we have to establish that they have personhood in the first place? Aren't you an atheist?
Sure.
How do we?
Okay, so then why would they even have what is personhood to you? We're all just fizz.
No, I still think that we're people.
Why?
Well, I'm a dinosaur. I just disproved you.
What have you disproven me on? And also
because I'm a dinosaur.
He's a dinosaur.
Because that's what we refer to human beings as people.
Well, yeah, but what is personhood though? That's what
it requires other people agreeing with that too. I mean, I'm sorry. Not sure you
got. Wait, Mel, did you just say the requirement for having personhood is being a human being?
More or less.
More or less.
That would apply to
what's a fetus?
It's not the only.
Can you make me full screen for a minute, please?
Before you get your vodka, it's not a necessary condition.
Nacho, are you Ben Stiller? You're trolling us.
Yeah,
Nacho?
dude.
That'd be sick.
Ben Stiller's my dad.
Mel, do you know what a fetus is?
No, I have no idea. This whole time, I've just been using the word without knowing.
That's a genuine question.
Honestly, it wouldn't.
Do you know what the word means?
Yes.
Based. That means you're just retarded.
No, young Christian, don't do the etymological fallacy. Don't fall for it. Don't fall for it. It's a fallacy. Don't do it.
That the requirement for personhood is being a human. Yeah.
I thought you were going to say. I thought you were going to say fetus in Latin means like little human or whatever. I thought that's where you're going.
Guess what? It's not the only necessary condition.
Furbies are not human.
Still cod. We still in the argument, cod.
Yeah, what would that be wrong?
It would be. You know what I mean? Like to go down that route.
Argument.
because sinister means left-handed, and so you know what I mean. So you can't say, you know, you couldn't use that to say it's evil to be left-handed. No, I'm not sinister.
Are you a
okay?
lefty?
Absolutely not.
Sinister doesn't mean left-handed. The root words from like the Greek are left-handed, but it doesn't mean left-handed.
It literally did.
Con really likes words. He likes words a lot.
I do like words.
He likes to use words a
Doesn't mean
lot.
it still has that meaning.
They're kind of useful.
Yeah, no kidding. No kidding, Mel. No kidding.
Wow,
Wow,
you know
thank you.
what a neologism is. Great.
It's not a neologism. No, apparently you don't know what a neologism is because that's not a neologism at all. It's just called etymology, Mel. Learn about it.
Well, I want to get the curly mustache when I grow up. I want to get the curly one.
Wait, make Grumple full screen. What's going on here? We need to
study this.
He's figuring out the stash.
This is the Darwin.
Read the back chat.
Darwin's evolution of
a horseshoe.
Oh yeah, it's kind of the wide horseshoe, maybe I guess. Hey, the bottom.
Yeah, look at that.
Fifth from the bottom, right?
Petite
horseshoe. Or the tall horseshoe.
Yeah, wide horseshoe, I think, is the one.
Okay, it's not a handlebar. Fair enough.
I want an imperial mustache.
Where's the H-man stash? I feel like it's not represented here.
It's in there. You just have to
failed me for the last time.
You take the pencil and then you shave the edges off just to weave it.
Con, do you think?
Yeah, where's the AI guy? We need to edit this.
Con, you think you can rock a pencil?
No, I think I'd look horrible.
Yeah, try it. You want to try a little bit?
He looks like shit now. I mean, it would just be worse.
Just don't go for the toothbrush.
You guys finally got a W against me. I'm not an expert on mustaches, and that's been proven now.
I think you're an expert.
Anything for your euphoria,
Wait, what do you mean finally got a W? Have you ever got a W anywhere?
Oh, yeah, all the time.
Okay, I believe you.
You gonna stick with that, Mel?
When Mel says W, she means wig.
Oh yeah.
Mel got all her W's from the Clinton administration when they took them off the keyboards prior to George W. Bush.
Actually, I'll give Mel one W. I think if you're this, weren't you Nine Tails before, or am I thinking of a different person?
That is a different person.
Your W is that you're not homeless anymore. That's a W.
Yeah,
nice.
I'm not being an asshole. I'm being serious. That is a W.
Do you know, I feel really sorry for you Americans and Canadians that you don't have sausage rolls.
What are you talking about, dude?
What are you talking about?
Oh, they're amazing.
You're talking about food, right? Futo, you're talking about food?
Yeah, food.
Please, sir, give me one fish head.
I'm sure we do.
I don't know whose microphone is popping, but it's giving me cancer. So I'll be on chat. Have a good one.
See you later.
Damn, dude.
It's pork sausages wrapped in pastry, puff pastry.
Pretty sure we have that.
It's the most delicious thing ever.
Very British.
Wait, are you talking about kolache?
Thing.
No, sausage rolls.
See, we're able to enjoy that without all the fanciness. We call
I'm
them
sorry.
hot dogs.
I'm googling sausage roll.
Yeah,
it sounds like you're talking about kolache.
Yeah, I mean, he knows we don't know what he's talking about.
Kolache.
Yeah, I was gonna go with Mel. Yeah, that sounds like a pig in a blanket to me.
Yeah,
that's a kolache. That's a pig in a blanket. That's kolache. That's what that is.
Yeah, we
depends on where you're at.
Hey, Confluence, can you hear me?
I tear those.
I can hear you. I see the back chat, but why? Why don't you read it?
You don't have to. Well, I need to go soon. That's why.
Hey, kick this asshole, dude. Get him out of here.
Questions, anyone?
I want you to read
Nuke him, dude.
So then,
drone strike this guy. Netanyahu, remove section 230.
Yeah, read to the class section.
His beeper's going off. Oh no!
Could ask Netanyahu permission.
So you want me to read it, or you want to do it, or
section the
class later?
I'm grabbing a Zin. You read it, okay? I can hear you.
I don't know what's going on there.
All right, so it's questions to the panelists, okay? And I'm only reason I'm jumping in here and
wait, hold on, let me get it.
I'm about to go. Yeah, so I got two different questions, right? So here it goes. If we say that rape, incest, and risk to mother and ectopic all equated to 5% of asmortions, and we're being generous with that percentage, okay? Let's just say it's 5% of all asmortions, okay? Would the panelists here that I'm not sure actually. I hear a lot of people try to avoid it, but just trying to be safe. Anyways, so would the panelists here that support abortions agree that we enshrine protections for those reasons nationwide, but outright ban the rest, which is 95% of them, and anyone caught performing or receiving an abortion for anything that isn't in that 5%, they face consequences. And we require precise documentation for all abortions so we can tell if someone is getting an inappropriate one. Would those of you that support it, would you accept that?
What?
That's like a super generous percentage, by the way.
Well, yes, it's at least double the percentage of the actual number. But I'm just saying, if we cap it at 5%, we'll say 5% of them are for that reason, which means 95 are just elective. They're just doing it because they want to. So if we can we ban all the 95, and we'll enshrine it nationwide that the 5% that fall into that category, we won't do anything bad to you. You can get it done, fine. But the 95 get banned, and punishments for anyone who fits in that 95 who still tries to get one.
Before we get into the answers, just the technical piece as far as toss goes, nothing's going to get your channel clapped by saying words generally. But what it will do is possibly demonetize via ad revenue and push you down in algorithms so that
or shadow ban or something. I don't want to do that to Confluence. That's why
it's a good idea not to not use certain words on when you're live on YouTube.
I too am superstitious.
Exactly. Well, it's not a superstition. It's been proven. It's their algorithm.
Well, we don't know that those are the exact words.
I think Mel is the only one who's pro.
We have anecdotal evidence, but yeah.
Am I right?
I think we all know how this works at this point. I think we've been doing this long enough. Like
some are a little newer to YouTube.
Yeah, I just have yet to see a list of words that you actually can't use.
Yeah, well, they don't give you one. They don't care. You're not supposed
they just strike your channel.
Right. So better safe than sorry.
Oh no, it's not going to strike your channel. That's the thing is you're never going to know that where you are in the algorithm.
Yeah, they'll just deboost you in the algorithm and you won't even realize it. You'll see your numbers go down.
We never know where we are in the algorithm anyway, so that doesn't change anything.
Well, no, people have noticed the drops. They can see the charts.
Right.
If you've got big enough numbers, you notice.
That like.
Oh my gosh.
Mel, start posting YouTube videos, and you can easily see this. If you title things a certain way, if you say Jewish words, it's easy to see.
YouTubers are. Wait, Confluence, it's not going to convince me because I'm not surprised that YouTubers are superstitious given that YouTube does not give good clarity on these things. That's my whole point.
I'm saying you can easily notice a very clear pattern, and anyone who's done YouTube for any length of time can see it.
Like a social blade
pretty
pattern?
empirical at this point.
Yes.
Okay,
they have graphs that show the drops. Yes.
A drop around where?
You picked the most random shit to debate about, I swear.
So anyway, Mel, can you engage with the question I asked?
It's not very good, so no.
So you wouldn't accept it?
Not a good question.
No. We wouldn't be allowed to ban the 95 and enshrine the 5%. You won't accept that?
No.
Yeah. So it's not about protecting anyone. You just want to allow all of it.
Oh,
shouldn't we also have serious punishments for the people who
sacrifices?
Not only was your question shitty,
you're never going to eliminate. You're never going to get rid of our sacrifices.
I actually care more about freedom than you do.
Well, apparently not. Only bail.
Should we
all just clumps of cells right now?
Well, I guess bodily autonomy is more important than virtue signaling.
Being executed because
you have the bodily autonomy. You have the bodily autonomy to not get railed on the hood of a car, unprotected sex at a party. Like, I mean, you can choose to not do that.
Mel, do parents have a responsibility to their children?
Once they're born, for sure.
Once they're born?
Yeah. Oh, not before. So pregnant.
Why?
Because before that,
what the hell is
that? Mother treating herself well.
Right? Is the woman who's pregnant, is she a mother when she's pregnant?
That's a good question. I haven't actually considered.
The answer is yes, and science and the law agree.
Of course, it's yes.
That's why
Yeah,
double
but if you
homicide.
murder a pregnant mother, what do you get charged with? Double homicide.
That was a good point.
Let the stupid fox respond.
One at a time, come on, nerds.
Women drinking and smoking and doing drugs.
I applaud your point, Christian.
Are you okay with that?
And by the way,
there's something weird happening with your sound. Really weird. It's like going really fast.
I'm not going fast. That's somebody else.
No, that's
Every audience hearing me
You
right
talk
now.
over me to tell someone else that.
Yeah, I want them to fix their mic.
So I thought you were talking to me because you interrupted me to tell me that.
That's a you problem. No,
All right,
I
shut
didn't
up.
tell you that. I
Don't
told
say
Amy that.
something about this argument, okay? Defend yourself. Say some shit or something.
Nah, I lost interest.
All right.
So is
Yeah, of course.
is a woman
Another
who's
L for
pregnant-
Mel.
Is a woman who's pregnant a mother?
Sure.
So does she have a responsibility to the child?
I wasn't
Yourself,
convinced.
well, yeah.
Say
So
that
what? Wait, what did you say?
I wasn't convinced by Mel's
she's
answer.
pregnant.
I don't think there's any conviction there.
Well, she's pregnant. The only
Pulling the Matt
obligation to the
Dillahunty
child to the fetus
strategy?
is to take care of herself because her well-being is directly proportional to her child's well-being.
Right, so it's not about the
That's
child,
fine.
it's just about the mother.
So can you tie
As long
that
as it's in her
into
body, yeah.
Can you tie that into abortion?
Yeah, bodily autonomy.
Okay, what about the
Colin,
body
can
that's
you stop
inside
turning
the body?
down Mel's mic? We're trying to hear her, dude. Come on.
I did. I changed the flags, like Grumpel said. And
Come on.
apparently-
Mel's mic has remained the
I'm
same. Stop
joking.
trolling.
I'm trolling, Mel. Your mic is fine.
It's fine.
All right, so guys, I got one more question for the panel, and it's considerably shorter than the other one, okay? And this is for everyone.
Mic test is
So
better.
alternatively, it's a little bit better. If we allow women to get one elective abortion, but they also have to sign for and agree to get a hysterectomy, so there will be no more abortions after that, would you guys agree to that rule?
No.
Yeah.
No murder.
I mean, no, but yeah.
Please. No murder of children, please.
I mean, at least if they're going to do it, it only happens one
If we're
time and
talking
done.
about-
They can go fuck whoever they want.
It's
and
still
then
murder.
they
It's
don't
still
have to do it
murdering
again.
a kid. It's still murdering a
Yeah,
kid.
I agree. I'm throwing the idea out there so you guys can discuss it.
Moving the needle towards that direction, I would just say yeah.
No, I'd say
Just
no.
throwing it out there for discussion, guys.
I still think
All right, I'll
it's
catch you later.
Note that
yeah, I
most
still think it's
people-
murder. But
Note that most people who get
See you later,
abortion.
section.
Oh, he's gone.
Nacho, what if you were that
wait,
kid?
wait. I want Mel to finish that. What did you say? Most people that get abortions, what?
Do so because they don't feel ready to have a child yet, and so if you get rid of their reproductive parts,
Okay, so
then
don't
it'll be
have
harder for them.
unprotected sex. Like, what do you mean?
It'd be harder for
Yes,
them to
that's-
have a child later
so-
on when they are ready.
Mel,
Okay,
if someone
well,
get ready to have a
reasons call
child, why are they having
convenience.
unprotected sex?
Because humans are messy
Exactly.
and not perfect.
Well, in all fairness, Christian, contraceptives aren't 100%, right? Condoms aren't 100%.
No,
there are
I'm
consequences to
saying
those actions.
you're doing an act that results in that.
Right,
I agree.
okay. Fair enough.
So there's an argument to be had. If you're not ready to have a child, why are you smashing?
If someone breaks
the
their
argument
arm,
is
and
that
you
If
get
you're not ready for the
consenting to
responsibility
have a
of the
child.
consequence, then why are we doing the action?
if someone
Well,
breaks
that's a
their
fair
leg
point.
from skiing, right, and we can prevent
Wait, say that again. If someone breaks what from what?
their leg from skiing, and we can prevent all further agony from the skiing, should we? In one
Can
day.
you say
amputating
that
the
in
leg?
English?
What are you saying?
If
I heard
someone
someone
breaks their
break
leg
their
from skiing,
skiing.
Oh,
What?
skiing.
okay.
You're saying amputate the
Oh.
leg. That's the argument you're making.
No. Let's say we have a magical way to cure all the pains. That way they don't feel pain
It
at
would
all.
be by cutting off the leg. That's
Is
the direct analogy.
Wow, Grandpa,
It would be
you-
by banning them from going
Lost my
skiing, and
head.
if they're terrible skiers or something, I don't know.
And if they
Mel,
were
are you-
aborted
Mel-
in the first place, they wouldn't have never broke their leg.
Mel,
Great
are you
solution.
asking? Are you asking? Should we stop people from skiing because they can break their leg?
So we shouldn't treat people with broken legs because they're to blame for having a broken leg due to skiing.
No, I think if you go skiing, I think
This
one of
is
the
like not even.
consequences-
This is so disanalogy.
It's not
It's crazy.
This
This is the worst fucking analogy.
No, it's not because you just proved to me that
Development
just because
Mel.
just because we have a justification does not mean we have a
Does the person die when we treat their broken leg?
Do we not treat people?
Does the person die when we treat their broken leg?
It would be cutting off the leg, except the leg is the whole of the person.
Does anybody die when we treat broken legs?
As I've demonstrated.
You haven't demonstrated anything. You're just saying shit. Okay. I'm asking you this question because it's completely disanalogous. That's
I don't think if a person ain't willing to face the consequence of a broken leg should go skiing.
Mel, that question is for you.
That's correct. Yeah.
Well,
Read the comments. Mel, if someone wants to go skydiving, should they know and accept the risks and consequences involved in case
get all your rapid
they
fire
get an undesirable result?
Get all your rapid fire questions out so you can all be triumphant that I didn't get to respond to yours, and I'm
They're all the same question though, just said a little bit different.
You do the same thing to people, Mel. So don't.
All right. Yeah. Try to let
Mel,
try to let him respond to something like one thing or two things.
I don't think anyone should do an action if they're not ready for the consequences.
Correct.
Don't do the crime. Don't do the crime if you can't do the time.
Drive because they might get in a car accident.
Yeah,
correct. I've had a couple. I've had a couple cocktails tonight. If I go out and drive, like, is it? I'm going to blame the police officer if he throws me in jail. Like, what do you?
No.
Like, this is the kind of this is the kind of like low tier. No, but it isn't though. I made the choice. I knew it was possible that I could be pulled over. I get pulled over, and then I'm like, "Hey, man, you should just let me go back home because like this will be totally bad for my future." And like, if you arrest me,
you were actually doing
I have
something wrong.
kids, and like
That's
if you
because
arrest
were
me,
doing
you're going to
something
ruin my
actually
life.
wrong, Nacho.
This will totally
That's
ruin my life.
Nacho. Hey,
Exactly,
Nacho.
and you're not doing anything wrong when you're
children in the fetus
eating
is wrong.
fetuses from the womb.
Wrong by
Like, what do you
having
mean?
sex. You're right. You're not doing anything wrong by having sex. Therefore, you don't deserve to be punished for it.
If you're the biology of the body is not wrong. Like you can't.
Love it, Grumple. Love it. Colin, your mouth is moving, but you're muted.
Humans are not fruit flies. We don't just have sex to reproduce. We also have sex for pleasure.
Mel, do you think
you should be doing that with somebody that you're willing to reproduce with?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Having a child.
Why is his like mic is like
Well, you do that when you accept the
fast?
risk of
I
having
don't
a
know what's
child.
going on.
Yeah, Avery, you talk, but it comes out really fast.
Yeah, Avery, like disconnect and
really
reconnect or something.
I think no, it's not talking really fast.
Yeah, but it's something
very fast.
Don't tell
No,
him.
it's beyond that. It's beyond talking really fast. It's another level. I think you need to go out and come back in.
It's like somebody's holding fast forward. Yeah.
Mel, do you think
interfering? There are
Mel, do you think
Decepticons attacking
actions don't
Avery.
have consequences?
No, yeah, I do think actions have consequences.
Okay, so do you think that we should accept, regardless of what the consequence is, we should accept those consequences if we do the action?
No, not always. I don't think all natural consequences are something we should just settle for. Like, for example, cancer. Just because cancer is a natural consequence of things doesn't mean that we should
smoking
cancer. Yeah, if someone smoked, that doesn't mean we don't treat the cancer. We still treat the cancer.
Well, if that person wants to pay for it,
Okay, question for the
In
panel.
Canada, they don't have to pay for it, Grumble, so shut the fuck up.
Somebody does.
Well, they pay for it. Yeah.
Hold on, question for the panel. Is sex
Well, that's all
just for
healthcare then.
reproduction?
It's irrelevant.
Is sex only for reproduction? Question for everybody.
That is the first purpose. Yes.
No, but is it the only
primary?
purpose?
It's the primary function.
Can you have sex for pleasure?
99% of the
yeah,
times, 99% of the time humans have sex, it's for pleasure, not for reproduction.
The purpose of it is to reproduce, though.
But that's a
Principle, it is for reproduction.
societal.
How you get there and things that happen along the way.
People also drink alcohol for
pleasure is part of
pleasure.
it.
Well, then it would make more sense that we would reproduce more than we would do it for pleasure, but it seems it's the opposite way around.
People also drink alcohol.
That's because we've been basically completing a genocide for the past like 70 years or 60 years, whatever it is.
No, I think it's because
I think it's
humans
less
stop
than
being
that.
fruit. I think it's because our brains evolved beyond that of a fruit fly, which only exists to eat and fuck, and we have more complex lives now.
I don't even know if it's that. It's
Why is that? Why would that even be relevant?
It's like, why do we eat? Why do we like tasty food, right? We're not consciously doing that to like store masses of sugar, but that's like the biological reason why certain things taste good. And I think sex is a similar thing, right?
We
You don't
drink
have to have
alcohol
a
for
conscious
pleasure.
thought. to do it, but that's the design of it. That's the teleology of sex, is to reproduce.
It's really
not
hard
our
to
main
eat food.
motivation for most people, maybe. Yeah,
It's
really
literally
hard
why pleasure happens is to encourage you to do it.
Your mic is now doing what
to make more.
What Mel?
Oh, he's changed mic.
I know. I switched mics, so it is gonna. I'm just gonna be a bit quieter. I think I can try turning myself up a bit, though.
No, it's fine. I like this mic. It's like it matches the BFB. It's like 8-bit.
Yeah.
It's actually
mic check. Am I still coming off all fucked up, or is it normal?
It's better. It's much better.
It's not normal, but it is better.
Do you have too many tabs
Still
open?
goes in and out.
That's what it sounds like to me.
You know what? Actually, let me do that.
It's doing that. What's happening? It's like I've seen this before. It's like the internet is kind of lagging a bit, and it speeds you up to make sure we hear all the words.
I got fucking full bars on my cell service.
Oh,
that would mean it's using TCP.
Yeah.
He just spontaneously identifies as Speedy Gonzalez and then unidentifies spontaneously.
That's racist.
Is that allowed?
Yes.
I don't know. Is Avery Mexican? I wasn't trying to be racist.
Avery Mexican or what's good?
I'm white. I'm like, I think I'm 80% European and 20% Middle Eastern. So I'm 20%. I like to blow shit up.
Avery,
Which is valid. I love Taylor.
I heard blow stuff up all the time.
I'm 20% Middle Eastern. I like to blow stuff up.
That was like all the time. Repeating.
Mike's gonna get you in trouble, Avery.
If you think blowing stuff up isn't fun, then honestly you're not human.
Tannerite's really fun.
But so Nacho, the one wrinkle that I wanted to put into, because I was thinking the car crash analogy for abortion, but the one wrinkle that I wanted to put into it was, do you think we should, let's say you get in, you're drunk driving and you get into a car crash where the passenger dies, should the government fund you to replace that car 100%, buy you the exact same car that you had before? I think that's more analogous than just the standard car crash analogy towards the abortion argument.
Yeah, I mean it's on the way, but it's still kind of like,
Well,
yeah. I mean
the reason why
ultimately
it's
just a bad analogy.
There's a death where in a car crash, you may or may not have a death involved, but with mine, there's one guaranteed in that, which is.
So, out of curiosity, can we trust what comes out of Bandit's mouth because he's Methodist?
Ooh,
that's fair.
Good point.
That's
but he's a plastic Methodist. He's a plastic Methodist. Doesn't even go to church.
Dang.
He just wears the title.
Listen, Bandit, you just have to go to divine liturgy, okay? Just, you'll get there.
Just go to divinity school. You'll be fine.
Hey, Bandit,
What is
by chance,
divinity
are you
school?
related to Jack Black?
No.
That'd be fire if you were, huh?
Be a lot cooler if you were.
It's like we
But
have
I
our
did
own
watch
Jack
School
Black
of
for
Rock a
streaming.
bunch of times.
Good enough. Good enough.
It's close enough.
Young Christian, what's your lore on my avatar?
I think you went on some crazy adventure, and that's like a real life picture.
Yeah,
and, you like cut it off. You cut the dreads off, and then you.
That's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
You nailed it.
I know. I don't want you to tell me.
Did you find any treasure?
Well, Futoy found all the treasure.
Did you find a jar of dirt?
I choose not to answer that question.
Drink all the rum.
What about a bottle with a map in it?
You never tell people if you found treasure. That's just a mistake.
Sea turtles.
Did you ride sea turtles?
I have indeed.
I think I fucked up the
using rope like
impersonation.
from your hair.
I like turtles.
From your back.
Oh,
that
your
little
back.
kid.
Oh, you're right.
Oh, that little kid. I like turtles. That meme. Yeah.
I like totals.
I like the meme. I'm legally blind, and that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. You guys remember that one?
No, I don't remember that one.
You don't
Is that a meme, or is it just boomer shit?
Man, are you for real?
It might be boomer shit.
It's like foundational.
You know it's
Foundational
Christian.
boomer shit.
I'm legally blind.
That's where it all started, Grumpo. What do you mean?
I don't remember that one either.
Yeah. I remember Rush Hour when he walks in the bar and the guy's smoking weed and he's like, it's just a cigarette. This cig of weed. You better have glaucoma. I do.
Let me see if I can find it.
So, Mel, what are your thoughts on people drinking alcohol for pleasure? Assuming you're here. I don't know if you're here.
I mean,
Speaking
the part of me that wants to make society better wants to eliminate it because clearly it has direct health implications. But I also feel like it would be overly authoritarian to tell people they couldn't make their own and drink it.
It's like do what they want with their bodies.
The industry of alcohol.
Yeah, but people can do what they want with their bodies, right?
Yeah.
Which is why you wouldn't say anything, like why you wouldn't get rid of it.
I'd get rid of the industry, like I said. I wouldn't necessarily care if people individually.
Abolishing the ATF, yes.
Sure, that's part of it, I guess. Although to abolish the industry, you'd actually need the ATF.
No. You gotta. It's part of the industry.
No,
regulation part of it.
Yeah, there were regulates. So to regulate it more, you'd need more of the ATF.
They don't even really do anything with alcohol anymore. It's all.
Okay, I guess. I'm pretty sure there's still hillbillies with stills and stuff that they.
Con, do you hide that?
You can't distill from nothing. You can distill something that's already alcohol. So, like, if you go through more steps at home, you're totally fine federally. It's wild the way if you look into it. It's wild.
Con,
like
is
your
little pixel self there like attached to you in real life?
Yeah.
Because like that picture behind you like disappears and reappears as if like I'm thinking like you're picking it up like in real life. Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about, young Christian.
All right, mic check. Is that better?
What I really want to know is if your bed is blue. All right. That's what I want to know.
Yeah, switch to my laptop.
A lot better.
Hear you beautifully, Avery. It's great.
Awesome.
It's fantastic.
I love that y'all can hear my amazing voice.
It's very velvety.
Better.
Very velvety.
Sounds very crisp.
Velvety. Slick. Crispy, as young Alan says.
What I want to know is, did you pick the shirt because it matches the artwork behind you?
That's good. Yeah.
No. So this is like some fucking DMT fractal shit I got off of fucking Temu. Like, yeah, it's fucking dope.
Have you ever done DMT?
Fuck yeah, I've made DMT. That's all a joke, by the way. My attorney told me not to say that on stream. It's a joke. I don't know how to make DMT. It's all a joke. Everything that comes out of my mouth is a joke. Never take me seriously.
Well, it is Shut the Fuck Up Friday.
I didn't know you could make DMT at home.
It's very easy, especially
My
in
brain
Texas.
makes DMT, so I guess I'm making it right now.
Can you send me the recipe?
No, you have to find that shit yourself, homie.
You just open up your pineal gland.
Yeah, that's where I get mine.
Just open them real wide.
just open it, you know.
Plants that have a high concentration of it, you can learn ways to extract them without actually buying a lot of shit online and flagging yourself. That makes sense. In Texas, we have a lot of those.
So you make like organic DMT.
Free range, non-GMO.
Let's jokingly speaking, I have, yeah.
Grass-fed. Are you able to play that link in the back?
Grass-fed DMT.
What's the craziest thing you've seen?
Did you hear me, Con?
What do you mean, like, seen?
Every time I play one of these memes, I get my thing copyright struck.
Okay, it's not worth it.
Last time I played, you know that nom 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 song? I was like nom nom nom.
That's
diabolical. They fucking claim me for that shit.
Yeah, that's crazy. It's not even a song. It's not even a song.
Well, so
That's
an umbrella, whatever.
That that karate video or whatever it was, the jiu-jitsu that you sent me that we listened to on stream. I got claimed for that because there was like 5 seconds, I guess, of music in the middle of it or something. I didn't even notice. It's like it's in the background; you could barely hear it. They fucking claimed
Bandit,
it.
that is the tiniest step I've ever seen.
You're fine.
Well, it's a large glass.
Nah, that's tiny. Don't try to gaslight me.
I've done the test on it. That was like a shot. There's this.
What is that? What's in it? What's in it?
Jaeger.
Jaeger?
Just straight Jaeger? That's a big.
Just raw dog and Jaeger.
That's
bro. You're a different
that's
type of
diabolical.
person, man.
For educational purposes only, right? You had said you don't see anything. It's a feeling.
No, it's not. It's difficult to explain. You see things, but you see it in sound. It's very I can describe an LSD trip very easily.
Could you run that by me? How LSD works? Could you run that by me again, but like use English this time?
Who, me?
Yeah.
You see in sound. Everything, so like everything's vibrating, and that's how you see. That's how you speak. That's how you. Dude, it's fucking weird, man. It'll definitely like fuck with your head if you're not ready to confront something like that.
What does that? What does that mean to see in like Daredevil?
I don't know, man.
It's something I've always wanted to try.
It's if you're not mentally prepared, it will really fuck with your head.
I've done other LSDs.
Well, DMT isn't a type of LSD.
Psychedelic.
Yeah. Okay. There you go.
Like, was it s'more flavor or
Was what s'more flavor?
What type of LSD?
Dude, oh no, DMT
what flavor
has
of
no
LSD?
flavor.
Was it LSD flavor or was it
real
flavor?
legitimate LSD has no flavor other than the paper that you're like fucking taking.
That's kind of disappointing. I'd hope it
or the gel
tastes like something.
Or the gel, yeah. Gel tabs are scary, dude. That shit hits you in like 25 minutes. It's fucking terrifying.
Those are my favorite ones. Tabs, I had the worst experience.
See, y'all are giving me shit about being a Methodist, but I'm the one over here like I don't know what the fuck y'all are talking about with DMT.
Hey man, I grew up a Methodist and now I'm agnostic.
Look, I've never seen in sound, right? So
it's so hard to explain, man. And like a lot of people have very different experiences. One of my friends,
is it like
every
a
time
bat?
he's on it. No, listen, one of my friends, every time like his trip, he goes to the same alien strip bar. Every single fucking time. I mean, he's like, there's goblins, there's aliens, and all this other shit. I don't have those kinds of experiences on it, man.
Where's
mine are much more
alien
thought
strip?
provoking.
You
Dude, you come in contact like I don't know what this is. It could just be my own mind, but people say that you come into contact with like extra dimensional entities and shit.
Yeah, Terrence McKenna.
I was gonna ask
when you said he went to an alien strip bar, I thought
Not
you
me,
meant,
my
like,
friend.
he
My friend.
No, I understood.
not me.
That's the one part that I did understand that was your friend and not you. But when you
I
said
completely
like the
misheard.
alien strip bar, I thought you were meaning that he literally went to an alien
An extraterrestrial strip.
So
Like in Tijuana.
do you think that's legit, or do you think it's like?
Do they have a donkey show?
I don't know.
Do you think it's some kind of like kink?
I don't think. What do you mean kink? What the fuck? Like,
I thought he was talking about
sexual
Captain Kirk
thing,
stuff.
Or maybe if you're like just horned up and you do it, then you kind of have like that experience.
That's what I'm saying.
Mel, do you go to
I don't
Drag
think
Queen
so,
Story
man.
Hour if you smoke DMT? That's my question. Okay.
Careful,
I would
Mel.
never
What
be
you
out in
say
public
will and
doing
can
that
be
shit,
used
man.
against you.
Fuck that.
Do they recognize him? Avery, do they recognize him? They're like, "Hi, Bill. How's it going?"
No, so like with me, mine are really weird. I go
Weird alien strip club?
No, not as that. Like I've had experiences where I go to this very utopian, futuristic city, and I meet a lot of people that know me, and they say that's weird. You're back early, but come on, let's and I just hang out with them. It's fucking weird. And then there's these other times where like I'm on a fucking space station, and these really tall fucking aliens are talking to me, telling me that I'm living in like the most important time, and it's really hard to put this shit into words because, mind you, they're not talking; they're fucking telling you this shit in your head, and you're having to communicate with them back like that. It's
You're also not seeing them. You're also not seeing them. You're hearing them.
Were you watching?
No, you're
Star
seeing
Trek
them
and-
by hearing them. That's the weird thing. I don't know how to say it. It's one of the most undescribable psychedelic experiences I've ever had in my life.
Sounds like drugs.
Well, no shit, Sherlock.
Yeah.
Wait, are we talking about drugs?
If I were to put the pieces together, yeah, it sounds like drugs.
It's a Scooby-Doo mystery, I tell you.
I mean, I've heard of other people having experiences. There's a lot of people that do it once and then they're done. I've met people that have. God, dude, there's one chick. She told me about her first DMT experience, her only DMT experience, and she was running through a forest, and there were these demons chasing her, and but the demons that were chasing her were her demons, and so like
why did she square up?
I don't know, man.
Did you not see the sign where you're supposed to leash your demons
or some bullshit? Like I don't know. Leash? It's just very, very weird shit.
You're actually breaking the law if you don't have them leashed.
Could be an off-leash demon.
The sign should have been there, but
think about it.
Yeah.
Mel called us all demons tonight because we were pro-life.
Mel, is this true?
Because
I want to protect
reactionaries tend to.
Wait, Futoy, you said
are we Mel?
pro-life?
Hell yeah. Just as much as anybody else, if not more.
Well, no, because on a couple of different topics, you were kind of going to
I need to see that.
So I was kind of questioning.
Well, I mean, I don't believe that we should condemn Mel for being trans.
Boy, you're looking like you got baby hands. That look says baby hands.
That's a baby hand's face right there.
Bandit, I'm pro-life and pro Mel's. I don't believe we should condemn somebody for being trans. I don't think that helps. I don't think saying to Mel, that's evil, that's bad, you're wrong, you're going to hell, or you're nuts. I don't think that's helpful for somebody.
If only we say it enough times, then it'll fix itself, okay?
Do you think you should condemn somebody for being a dinosaur with baby hands?
No.
That is quite degenerate.
And baby hands. That is.
It's called a T-Rex. A T-Rex literally is a dinosaur.
Yeah, exactly. Somebody got it. Thank you.
Nah.
But that's not the same.
Putting all the pieces together tonight. Okay.
Sorry that all the Jurassic Park sequels fucked me up on the actual original set. You know, there's all those jacked up ones that they built in the laboratory.
Grumple, you said you were a Quetzal.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
He's a dinosaur.
I'm a T-Rex.
That is a dinosaur, Alan.
No, you.
I'm a basic dinosaur, not like one of these fancy new ones that has feathers or whatever.
Isn't that like a Quetzalcoatl? Isn't that like some like god or something?
It's like Quetzalcoatl.
Avian, is that the word? Dinosaur.
Avian. No, that's a bird.
Yeah,
it's a big. Well,
flying dinosaurs. They call them all pterosaurs now. Which
that's actually Fruitoid. That's actually a myth.
It's not
a specific dinosaur robot in the Beast Wars.
Oh, like
pterosaur.
Like they backpedaled on that.
No, I don't think they did. I don't think they did.
What is Pluto around again too? I mean, come on.
I will check it.
You ever look at chicken in the face? It does look like a dinosaur if you think about it.
I also eat chicken.
Yeah, chicken's great.
You're eating dinosaur, brother.
Fuck yeah.
Can someone on panel describe to me what chicken tastes like?
Chicken.
Like dinosaur.
Chicken.
Because why do we say like certain things taste like chicken?
Because everything tastes like chicken. Because we
I don't think I've ever heard someone say it tastes like beef.
Young Christian.
Chicken's kind of like a Rorschach test of the taste buds, I think. It's kind of like mild enough that you can taste anything you want, maybe. You know?
Young Christian, ChatGTP. Yes, birds evolved from dinosaurs, specifically from small feathered pteropods dinosaurs during the late Jurassic period, 150 million years ago.
Yeah, ChatGPT also makes mistakes. That's the
all
disclaimer.
There's a dinosaur behind Bandit.
Behind Bandit?
Yeah.
That is a dinosaur. Yeah.
You call that ribeye in the sky, man.
Chicken isn't a food.
Brains, yeah. It's like you got to brine them, but really good.
Did you guys ever see that Eddie Murphy vampire movie, Vampire in Brooklyn, I think it was called? Something like that.
No. So, all right, quick story.
I wasn't finished, Bandit.
Just real quick because you unlocked the memory. So
Achievement unlocked.
I was like 5,
Is it a
6
Methodist
years old.
memory?
We went to go see the Santa Claus and went into the wrong theater, and that was the movie that started.
My
Yeah, I was waiting for the guy from Home Improvement to come
Tim
out
Allen.
and start Tim Allen to start saying some funny shit. Next thing I know, it's like it's a New York street and someone gets disemboweled, and it's like, what the fuck? And I'm like 5, 6 years old. I have to look at what year the movie was released. But
So y'all looked at the number on the room and walked into the wrong room?
You're
the
talking
government
about
protect against
30
that?
plus years ago. I remember sitting in the theater expecting one thing and seeing another. I don't remember.
I sat through the whole movie?
No.
Committed to it.
I go, fuck it, we're here.
Yeah, I got about 5 minutes through. It was like, all right, this is obviously the wrong
This is
movie.
Santa Claus.
And, yeah.
So Futo, what made you go on it? Oh, go ahead, Grumple. Go ahead.
Super quick. Speaking of Trading Places, which I thought that's the movie that he was talking about initially. That's why I said Trading Places. Eddie Murphy and like around the same time frame. Was or was not Jamie Lee Curtis topless on camera in that one? I think she was.
I think she was, but they are not in the same time frame.
Okay.
Trading Places was like
way before.
70s.
Yeah.
The movie he's talking about was late 90s.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. No, I was way off. My bad.
But it was
Jamie Lee Curtis's boobs.
I found a racist bit in it. It was funny as fuck, but it was still kind of questionably racist because he turns into a bat and he flies through the hood, and the people in the hood were trying to catch him. We're like, get the black chicken! Get the black chicken!
That's Chris's dad.
And that's in the movie. Like,
that's funny because chickens can't
'cause
fly.
That's back, when people really didn't give a fuck about race and it was all jokes, when people could make jokes and not be branded as racists and fascists.
they were woke or politically correct. I hate this politically correct bullshit.
I hate it too,
would you recommend the keto diet?
I would indeed. Obviously, you have to refer to your doctor to make sure you can go on keto. But if your doctor says it's okay, well, then definitely recommend it. Yeah.
Well, you have to be special to go on
remember,
keto.
we've turned the food pyramid up on its end.
Exactly.
Did y'all see the South Park episode about that? And then they got it right.
Wait,
You need a doctor to check out MD.
This is the question that I have about that, because I don't watch South Park regularly. Did they come out like at the exact same time?
No, before. I think it was a couple of years before.
Okay, because it was one of those things where, like, as soon as
I don't know exactly,
RFK did it, like all those memes came out, and I'm like, was it perfect timing, or because you would think that would be one of those things that, like, the South Park clip would have played a little bit, or before this whole part, or
I believe it was before, but it could probably be after.
Is that information you have to get on DMT?
What?
That's my problem. Is I'm not doing enough DMT.
Yeah. They saw it, but they saw it through their ears. Yeah.
All right, you guys. Confluence is in fact Bedfluence. Final thoughts from the panel.
My final thought is intermittent fasting is a great thing. Look into it and see if you can do it. And if you can, it's really good for you.
I've actually been fasting.
Thanks, Con, for having me up. Good talking with you guys. See you next time. Good night,
everybody. God bless everyone. Take care.